just do a couple of notations. In the intervening period, our staff, who is looking somewhat exhausted these days, has been busily engaged in trying to do revisions and redrafting and endless meetings and all the other stuff. So they figured that one way to solve and simplify problems was to chase me out of town. So I did the trip back to Washington with Ms. Marcus, and Ms. Davis had joined us on that meeting. All I can tell you is that Ms. Marcus and Ms. Davis organized more meetings than I thought was humanly possible in 2 days and 7 hours. And we covered a very large number of congressional offices, both House and our senators, meeting with staff and some members. In addition, a meeting at the Council on the Environmental Quality, which is affiliated with the White House, called federal agencies, which is quite interesting. Quite interesting. I retain many impressions of the visit, but the strongest is a general sense and feeling, you're really going to do something? They weren't quite sure what we were going to do, but the notion that somebody would be doing something was considered of note. It was very productive. We won't be able to do that very much. Unfortunately, prior to the adoption of the Delta Plan, but we are communicating with all the offices and all the staff and sending them materials and willing. And that's Ms. Davis, who is booting up her computer. All right, so that has been going on. Members, you will undoubtedly be getting, if you have not already started to receive them, increased invitations to meetings and speaking engagements and so on, and handle them as best you can, please. We're trying to accommodate all the requests we get to, and there we go. Mr. Fiorini, anything you want to add? No? Okay. Mr. Grindstaff, why don't you describe the next 2 days to us to start this off, and then we're going to get straight into the city's discussion.
We have quite an agenda for the next 2 days. We start off with a panel of cities, and as you may know, cities are the place where actual changes in the Delta are slated to occur. Most of the unincorporated area and the primary zone and Suisun Marsh is not expected to have major changes over the coming decades. But cities and the spheres of influence of the cities are in fact very important as we move ahead. So we'll have a panel from the cities. Then we plan to talk about the risk reduction chapter of the draft chapter in the Delta Plan, because it kind of relates to cities. We want to then talk about the Delta as place chapter, the Delta as evolving place in the Delta Plan, because we thought those topics all went together. And then finally today, our goal is to get through the finance chapter in the plan. Tomorrow, we want to spend significant time on the ecosystem and water quality chapters. So we have a lot to get through, and but I think we can do it.
Okay, and what we're going to do when we get to the chapter discussion is the pattern we followed it 2 weeks ago, which is the staff consultants will present the chapters to us. We'll raise questions, suggestions, observations, comments. Then we'll get reaction to the from the public on that. Then we'll have a chance to talk and ask questions of the public who testify. And if you don't object, we'll go now straight off to Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy, would you be good enough, please, to introduce the city's panel?
Yes, Chair Eisenberg. Following up on the last panel, where the Delta counties and some of the cities participated, the council indicated that they would like to provide other Delta cities an opportunity to have a similar conversation. So we worked with your staff and invited 9 of the cities in the Delta to participate on a panel. And for a variety of reasons, only 3 of the cities were able to attend today. Some other submitted comments, which will be available on the council website. But today, the cities of Stockton, Tracy, and Antioch will be speaking with you about their interests as they relate to the Delta Plan. And so I'd like to invite the the panel participants from the 3 cities to come up,
Okay.
and we'll do invitations.
That'd be good.
Introductions, rather, not we've issued the invitations.
Members, this is file item number 3, and I noticed some more materials being distributed as we talk. Mr. Hardy, tell us about the new material that just came in.
Yes, well, I think part of what we may do is have each of the panelists who provided information today explain what the information is, because some of the information we just got today, and there will be a presentation. No,
Okay,
step up here. So
there's been a little change in personnel. The name tags
Yes.
on the microphones were ones that we anticipated, but there have been changes around.
if your name doesn't match, we can get you one. So that is Phil Harrington's. We'll take Phil out.
All right.
This
We'll
is
straighten
mine,
that
I
out.
think.
Mayor, we know who you are.
Oh,
Yes.
good.
And so what we'll do is let each of the panelists introduce themselves.
Okay, one other note. We have a sound system in here which is tied to our simulcast. If you have a BlackBerry on, you have to turn it off, or any of the communication, because it's pretty sensitive. It picks up the transmission, and it also makes it hard for the folks who are watching to hear. And that, which, by the way, is the polite way of saying, council members, turn off your BlackBerries. But our sound guys don't want to berate us too much. So. Thank you. Okay.
Phil, can you pass Ann's name tag down?
Yes,
show up
there it
on the
is.
webcast.
Yeah, that's right. We do.
Here's your name tag.
These cameras in front of you rotate periodically depending on who's speaking for purposes of simulcast. Okay, Mr. Hardy, who's going to start and kick this off?
Well, I think we'll first have everyone introduce themselves, and then we'll just, I think we'll start with the City of Stockton and work down the panel.
Okay.
All right.
Mayor.
So we should all introduce
Yes.
everyone. I'm Ann Johnston, Mayor of the City of Stockton.
I'm John Luberg, City Attorney with the City of Stockton.
You've got to press the button there, yeah.
Steve Bailey, City of Tracy. Good morning. I'm Leon Churchill, City Manager for the City of Tracy.
Good morning. I'm Phil Harrington with the City of Anaheim.
Okay, and Mayor, do you want to start this off?
I'll be happy to.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The City of Stockton is pleased to have been invited to speak to you today and be part of this panel. We're really not Johnny-come-lately to this process. We've been following what the County of San Joaquin has been doing over the last number of months, and actually probably year, and we're very much in support of the comments and the recommendations that they have made prior to this. We did bring today a packet of information that we'd like to submit for the record. My comments are going to be more generalized from a political and not so much a scientific point of view, because we have our Municipal Utilities Director here, we have our Community Development Director here, we have the planners and the professionals, frankly, to back me up. So my comments are basically going to be about how Stockton sees itself in this greater Delta plan. And my message really is to remind you that Stockton is the largest urban area in the Delta that you're looking at. And we have, almost 300,000 people in, a very concentrated, well, not so concentrated, it's a large city. We have, within the secondary zone alone, because we butt up against the primary zone, within the secondary zone alone, we have over 56,000 dwelling units in the secondary zone. We have 167,000 in population in the secondary zone. So we are an urban city in frankly, the middle of the Delta that we're talking about. And so, it's important that you understand that relation in terms of looking at the overall Delta, which in many ways is waterways and other undeveloped areas. So we're developed, and that encompasses, that part of the secondary zone is 36 square miles of urban area, urban houses, businesses, dwellings. Now, we have all of our city protected by urban standard levee designs. We have levees that have been built to protect our city. In 1996, the city and the county of San Joaquin embarked upon developing and establishing the San Joaquin County Flood Improvement Control District. We call it SEJAFCA for short. And SEJAFCA was brought about to tax the local folks for the levee improvements that would bring all of our area up into the 100-year floodplain, because we were threatened by FEMA maps that would have taken us, out and made economic development and construction development impossible. So one of my messages is the citizens of San Joaquin County, and certainly the city of Stockton, are committed to providing adequate levels of flood protection, because they've taxed themselves for 15, 18 years now to build the levee system. And that levee system was created within 2 years' time without any reimbursement at the time from the federal government. The federal government still owes us a few $1 million in reimbursement for the levee system that we put into place and the upgrading of all the waterways and the canals that run through the city of Stockton and San Joaquin County. So SEJAFCA is a local agency that is very conscious of flood protection and continues to work with FEMA, with the Corps of Engineers, with all the folks who regulate water to make sure that whatever development occurs in our area is done within those standards so that everything is protected. And there's no planned development in our area that isn't within protected areas. We only look at those areas where we have the flood protection. One of the challenges that we have as a city is the fact that, in terms of development and looking at the future, is the fact that a number of years ago the Attorney General filed lawsuit along with the Sierra Club against Stockton for its general plan because it overreached, according to them. It overreached out into the Greenbelt areas. And there was a settlement that occurred that basically requires the city of Stockton to do infill, to build inside the core rather than before building in green fields or areas outside. So we are committed to providing dwelling units, commercial, industrial, within basically the urban core. And that urban core is in the secondary zone. It's right there in the middle of all of this that we're talking about right now. So that's one of our legal mandates that we deal with. So that 2035 general plan is obviously our guide and framework for what we do in terms of development. And we have an official urban service area. We have the infrastructure master plans. We have the sphere of influence boundaries all already gone through CEQA, gone through all the EIRs, already been certified. Notice of determinations have been filed. They're on the books. So our concern is anything that you all might do affecting what we already have on the books in terms of development, where it should occur and how. So our concern is somehow in this planning that you recognize the nature of an urban area that already has all of this planning in place and all these legal mandates in place, and exempt them or look at it differently or set up different standards for an urban environment. Because we're quite different than other cities within the Delta. So that's one of the key things I'd like to point out. Again, in the Delta plan, it talks about performance measures and how things should be measured. Frankly, we are constantly being regulated by multiple agencies in terms of what we do. All the water agencies, all the federal government, the state government, we respond and show what we do and have to get approvals from so many agencies already. Our concern is that we really don't want another layer of regulation, frankly. Our concern is, a super agency that overlays all the regulatory agencies that we already deal with. Because remember, in the city of Stockton, we have a wastewater treatment plant that frankly discharges into the San Joaquin River. We're in the process of building a new water plant that is taking some water out of the Delta for future growth in the secondary zone. That's already being built right now. It's a $200 million plant that is in its first phase of providing water for what will happen in the next 25 years. So we have all of these things already in place, and so our concern is what happens to the plans that we've already established for development and growth and where, because so much of our city, and I think you can see by, let's see, this isn't the map that really, okay, here we go. Here's the map that shows where the secondary zone goes into the city of Stockton. It almost bifurcates the city of Stockton's population area.
I think you have a copy of that in the material that was given to us this morning.
Yeah, take a look at it.
Yeah.
It's probably...
General plan boundaries with primary and secondary zone?
Yes,
No.
that's the one. So it shows you where the primary zone is, where the secondary zone is, and you'll see, and the red line is our 2035 general plan boundary.
Does that include spheres of influence or not?
No. Yes? No.
Yes.
It does.
It does
okay,
include
so spheres of influence are included.
Thank you.
Okay.
See, that's why I have my staff here, because they're going to tell us that. So you see what a big chunk it takes out of the city, and most importantly, out of the downtown central part of Stockton. And remember, the Port of Stockton is also located within this zone, within the secondary zone. Mm-hmm. The Port of Stockton, which is, you know, a deep water port that, in fact, is a thriving international port. So we have these urban issues that we simply want to bring to your attention. So our concern is really that the Delta plan, and the goal obviously is to make sure that the Delta is protected and saved, and the environment, which we all agree with. There's no doubt about that. We do what we can locally to make sure that we follow all the environmental rules and regulations, and we're very strict about that. And we work very closely with the Corps of Engineers, with FEMA, with the state resources, but with the Water Control Board, with all of these folks that basically tell us how to be good stewards of the Delta in our position. So our concern is that this agency, the Stewardship Council, may be, attempting to take on a regulatory nature, a regulatory authority, when we kind of believe that there's plenty of regulations already in place to deal with what we deal with in an urban setting. So that would be our concern. We believe that the role of the Stewardship Council really should be one of commenting on things that are taking place, activities that are happening, rather than a regulatory role, an advisory role in that respect. And because we fear that building permits and different projects might have to come to you all for approval, when it's really a land use issue that should be determined by our city, by our city council, by the elected officials, by city staff, based upon all the regulations that we already live with. And it takes years sometimes to do any kind of project, to build a wastewater treatment plant, to improve it, to do all those things. And so our concern really is that piece, that regulatory piece. And, you know, the staff comments will speak a bit to that. But we would hope that you are really not interested in taking over land use authority, in the Delta as such, in terms of an urban environment. So if you could look at making distinctions between urban environments and rural environments as you look at that, because we believe that if, as it's written, some of the rules or some of the proposals would have a disproportionate impact on us as an urban area, that it would be disproportionate to those other areas outside of the urban area that we are. So we would hope that you take all this into consideration. And you know, I'm one of these people who believe that we don't need to reinvent the wheel, that there's way too many wheels out there rolling along already, and that figuring out how we can make things more efficient, more streamlined for all of us is the best way to do things. And so I leave you with that thought. Those are our concerns, and there'll be more in the staff report, and staff is here to answer any questions. But thank you.
And do you have, Mr. Counsel?
I think the mayor said it all, but I do have one.
Could you get that mic just a little closer to you?
But I do have one sort of lawyer's point to make, and that is, as I read the plan and how it would procedurally address or affect development in an urban area like Stockton, I can't put my finger on exactly what that procedure would be. The standards are very difficult to discern, subject to multiple interpretations, and frankly, I can't see how I would advise today that they be complied with.
Well, I assume this letter summarizes many of the detailed points, and I've just had a chance to go through it. Some of your criticisms are of the statute itself, and of course we're mandated by law to comply with the statute. Can you please tell me why you think the statutory exemptions for plans, projects, programs fully permitted by September 30th, 2009, just by itself, is not sufficient to cover most of what you've already done?
Well, I think that it potentially could. If the Commission was to have within the plan document a clear statement of what that actually means, which, for instance, might say that that when the general plan provides for development, that development is somehow exempted, or at least is, to the extent development occurs consistent with the general plan, that there would not be the ability to appeal that development as a covered action, then we would understand that to be a reasonable interpretation. The concern I have is within the plan document itself, it goes back to CEQA as the definition of covered action, the project definition in CEQA.
The definition of project goes back to CEQA.
So what you have is you could have an exemption that's broad, that you've stated, but nonetheless, within the plan itself, all of the implementation of the general plan policies, all of the implementation of the development at the ground level, we're talking tentative maps, building permits, special permits, use permits. Most of those are subject to CEQA at some level, and particularly if you remove the exemptions, they are subject to CEQA under the project definition as a whole. So what you do is you give, and then it's all taken right back by having covered actions limited only by the broad definition of project.
Well, I mean, ironically, it was other local governments that suggested we should, in fact, incorporate the CEQA definition of projects to clarify the statute. Your position is you don't like that definition. You want to do more?
Well, what my position is that if you're going to use that definition, that's fine, but have the exemption be clarified so that within those things that are, for instance, not covered by a current general plan, those things that are a general plan amendment, those things that have not been subject to local planning approval before the plan adoption, well, then maybe you can go back to your definition of project to draw that particular action in. But have the exemption allow cities like Stockton to maintain control of their planning process, which has been the historical norm for as long as I'm certainly aware, and I think most of you as well. This would represent to me an intrusion that is very difficult to determine right now the scale of it.
I'd like to make a request to you, Mayor, if you permit me. We can interpret the law narrowly, but we can't rewrite it. If you could give us the suggested language you would rather see, and particularly the only thing that I think the focus here is not the non-regulatory recommendations we make. You may have objections to some of those, and we're happy to hear them. But for the language that is proposed to be regulatory and the process of reviewing, if you have language to suggest, the faster you can get it to us, the better our chance to consider it. But the abstract stuff is hard to deal with because we can't really rewrite the statute, and the statute created the covered action process.
We would be happy to provide you language that we would be willing to support.
Joe?
Yeah, I want to add that we've had some of this discussion in previous conversations, and our council's actually made an offer to sit down with parties from the counties and cities to try and work through how we deal with the issue, because I agree that we don't want to get the council into the position of dealing with every permit that comes before a local government. So we need to figure out how the council can comply with the statute and do it in a way that has as little negative impacts as possible. And so
I'd like to draw your attention, if I might, to the May 5th letter that we submitted. There is some language there.
That's the one that came in this morning. Yeah.
Right. We would obviously want to submit additional language, but we want to point you to that as being a concept that we.
Of course. Sooner the better, though, because we're cranking out, staff's cranking out its 4th draft that is to be out hopefully next week, and we'd like to get it done. Okay, that would be very, very helpful. Pat?
I want to thank Mayor Johnston for being here and for the work that you and your staff, particularly with the challenges you face in the city and your budget situation, to spend this much time helping all of us try and get this right, and so too with the representatives of the other Delta cities. I would only note, council members, that Mayor Johnston's administration inherited a lot of land use decisions by prior councils and prior administrations that significantly extended the boundaries and the entitlements in the secondary zone. And in fact, the 2035 general plan that's referenced in the letter that now controls the city of Stockton's growth, when it was originated, it had as a planning area 2 islands in the primary zone that the city of Stockton wanted to plan for. And in fact, flood risk in the southern part of the city, within the city limits along the San Joaquin, has been noted and is significant. And all of that permitting was done under local authority in the secondary zone. So the city of Stockton has a mixed record of recognizing flood risk in the city and in the new areas to be developed in particular, and also a very expansive view of its opportunities to grow in the past. So much so that the prior mayor came to the Delta Protection Commission and said, well, what the legislature met in 1992 was that the secondary zone was to be filled up by cities. And it was a virtual mandate to grow out to the boundaries and press as closely as possible to the primary zone. So Mayor Johnston and the current council and staff are managing a situation that already has substantial entitlements, and recognizing that their view is to encourage infill and face the issues of flood protection. We appreciate your partnership in trying to do that as we develop our plan.
This is the only discussion where we actually find a map of the secondary zone which would show your house, which is...
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Marcus.
Oh, yes.
That's really funny. I'm sorry. I was going to make I can see my house joke. But I couldn't come up with the right words, sorry, at the right time. So I reserve the right to come back with that joke later in the day, if that's all right with you,
yes,
Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. No, I also want to thank you for coming. It's great to have a mayor, particularly of a major city, come directly to speak with us, and I think that's terrific. And coming out of local government myself, I totally empathize with the issue of layers. And having also been a federal regulator, then trying to undo layers, understanding it, I do understand that. I think the only thing I would also ask your help in, which is very similar to what the chairman was saying, is that we have to figure out what to do to fulfill our mandate. And part of it is like we're full, we don't want another agency. I would encourage you to think about it. It's like, what could we do to help with that thicket of issues so that we have a role? We can't just say, oh no, it's full. But we do have to figure out how do we add value in the way the statute intended, but also in the way that's helpful to people in dealing with issues that everyone cares about, but there is a plethora of different ideas and different jurisdictions and all that, and that's part of the problem with flood protection and the Delta. So I would also invite you, as the chairman did, to think about ways in which we could not just go away or defer, because that is not our mandate, but how we can do what we're supposed to do intelligently, because I think what the legislature intended was to deal with the fact that there are a multiplicity of agencies on all of these issues, and we're somehow supposed to bring some common sense and integrated view of all of these issues in a way, in my mind, that should be clear, which is the hardest part of it, to anybody coming in, a regular person coming in from the outside looking at it. Because a regular person coming in from the outside looking at the way we manage water in California or land or all of these issues would think we're crazy. Because it's happened by accretion, not by, not by a plan. And it's too much to hope that we're going to clear it all up. But I would just encourage you to think about ways in which we could actually add value and clarity to it while also implementing our mission, because we can't just hang back. And I have had stakeholders from different sectors, not just from cities and government, who say that one of the main things we ought to do is make some rational overview statement facilitation of the multiplicity of players out there, because that very multiplicity is what makes it challenging too.
Okay, I just make a note, Council, one of the points in the Council's letter that a statutory exemption on sustainable community strategies is not clear enough. And I can't resist saying, since it was put in the bill at the insistence of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, it would be delicious to have you go argue with them on what their language meant. Showing once again that if you get 100 lawyers in a room, you have 400 opinions on every subject. But one of the interesting parts of reading a bill is trying to figure out who proposed this language, why it was put in, and why are they now complaining about the language they agreed to first, which SACOG is, by the way, because they're delayed in adopting some of their plans. Pretty funny. Anyway, thank you very much, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Council, thank you. Okay. Who goes next? Mr. Bailey?
Actually, I will do that. Good morning,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman and
Manager.
And the entire council. My name is Leon Churchill, once again, and I am the city manager for the city of Tracy. And I want to reintroduce Steve Bailey, who is our Deputy Director of Public Works. He's essentially our utilities director. And also introduce, for the great work that they do, Andrew Malik, who's our Development and Engineering Services Director, William Dean, who is our Assistant Director for Development Engineering Services, essentially our Planning Director. And we're also joined by Dan Sodergren, our City Attorney. I appreciate Mayor Johnston going first, because it allowed me to listen as far as the Commission's disposition, and I can fully appreciate the mission and the goals of the Commission. But I'm here to tell you that other levels of government, particularly local government, and particularly the City of Tracy, has been working on your goals also. But our argument is that if we have performed, if performance thresholds have been met, if there is no impact, then why regulate? Perhaps the regulation should be more targeted to where you're abating the impact to the delta. So I certainly can appreciate that. First of all, a little bit about the community of Tracy. Tracy has been historically a high-growth community. It is very much a slow-growth community now for various reasons, of 83,000 people. And the total city limits, as you can see, I'm not going to read the charts to you, but that as you can see, 10,000 acres of the city's limits are within the secondary zone. Again, akin to Mayor Johnston's comments, that is the urban area, an urbanized area in the secondary zone. The sphere of influence is also 13,000 acres and slightly smaller than the entire city limits, and has 5,000 acres in this secondary zone. But the city has gone through major changes over the last few years, to where that sphere of influence was approximately 9 square miles, predominantly in the secondary zone, and it meets the new LAFCO policy, speaking of other layers of government. But that secondary, sphere of influence has been significantly reduced as part of our current process, to where this is going, emphasis on infill development is of greater emphasis for the city of Tracy. And but that new growth is, we'll go to the chart, there's the map. As you can see in this particular map, that new growth is focused to the I-205 that runs across the northern part of the city. but between there and the Byron Highway corridor, that is where we're going to have job growth and then capitalizing on existing infrastructure. That land use policy is to balance the predominant residential growth that the city has seen historically. So it's about a smaller sphere of influence and rebalancing the land uses of the city, which will have a significant impact, which Mr. Bailey will describe, on the impact or lack of impact to the Delta. What you'll also see is that growth has been planned away from the floodplain, and we believe, and I believe, this is a critical component of the city's evolution and land use planning. The properties within that sphere of influence that are within the floodplain are either open space or for recreational uses, which we think are very compatible, or existing county developments or rural ranchettes. So we think that impact is negligible in the floodplain.
Could you just illustrate for those of us not as familiar with the territory as yourself, the precise properties you're talking about in that last statement?
Is there a pointer on here?
I don't know if there's a pointer. Do we have a pointer around here? We do. Somewhere there's a pointer, I'm told.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. The I-205, as I was describing, is this particular line right here. That's the I-205. And as you see, most of the development is below that and to the west, and the Byron area over here. The areas in the floodplain, which in this particular area, as you can see in the green land, is open space or planned for recreational uses.
That's to the north.
That is correct.
Yeah. And that is floodplain area?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that is, but the city has made a deliberate choice to grow development to the south and to the west for the next several decades, and away from any impact into the Delta.
Yeah,
up here.
Let me just check with staff. My understanding is that the various studies on floodplains do not include the area generally to the south and west. There are some creek flooding problems down there, to be sure, but the major proposals are to the north and the east, right? That's
Yes,
my
sir.
recollection.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
The city has also been very serious about achieving sustainability goals for the foreseeable future, and this new land use development pattern significantly reduces greenhouse gas reductions to meet air pollution control district targets. That has been recently recognized by the State Planning Association for Sustainability Awards. This is the city has recently adopted the strongest infill development policy since its inception in 1987, and that has also been recognized by the State Blueprint program in 2009. And all of these efforts have culminated in the city being one of 2 Emerald City designees in the state of California through the Strategic Growth Council. So again, the development has been away from the floodplain, has been in areas that reduce that impact, and so we think we're doing the right things the right way. Of course, the bottom line is what is the hydrology and the impact on the water to the Delta itself, and Mr. Bailey will elaborate on that.
Okay, Mr. Bailey.
Good morning. Tracy has a highly diverse and highly reliable water supply, and this is the result of City Council actions in the 1990s, directing staff to go forth and develop a water supply that will meet the city's needs in the future under all possible water shortage conditions. So the City of Tracy has 4 water supplies. We have the Stanislaus River from the South San Joaquin Irrigation
Is there
District.
an average percent you get from each you could tag to these?
Yes. In 2010, we received 62% from the Stanislaus River, and we received 35% from the Central Valley Project, and we received 3% from groundwater. And so, yes, the Stanislaus River supplies the South San Joaquin Irrigation District. It's a model project. We combined with the cities of Manteca, Lathrop, and Escalon, as well as SSJID. We built 40 miles of pipe, a water treatment plant, and that water started being delivered to Tracy in 2005.
In just pick an average, a dry year, what would the mix be?
The mix.
I understand it varies from dry year to dry year, but I mean, is there a ballpark?
Yes. We would have probably on the order of, in a dry year, probably 60 to 70% from SSJID, probably 20 to 25 from the Delta, and probably the balance would come from groundwater.
Which is 15?
Not much.
Not much.
Not much.
Okay. All right.
And I have another slide further on that discusses of our ability for catastrophic problems in the Delta.
Okay. Thank you.
So we also have three contracts with the Central Valley Project, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. So, and then we have groundwater for the balance. Other way. Boy, this is sensitive. Okay. Okay. So for groundwater, which represented 3% of our supply, we've decreased the groundwater usage during the past 6 years. We've gone from 7,700 acre-feet per year down to 500 acre-feet in 2010. Like I mentioned, 3% of our supply is groundwater, and the Tracy groundwater subbasin is full. And
to what impact is the larger basin of which you're a subbasin in a similar situation?
On our side of the river, it's called the Tracy Subbasin, and we're full. On the other side of the river, towards Stockton and Lathrop, it has a different name. I'm not familiar with it. I know it has some issues with that groundwater basin, but we're separate basins.
Okay.
Because we're geographically far apart.
Okay.
Next. So we also plan to use the groundwater storage for aquifer storage and recovery, which is injecting treated municipal drinking water into a municipal well and storing it there, and then taking it out to meet peak hour demands and during droughts. And we anticipate storing about a 6-month supply there. We had a successful project this year. It took us 7 years to get a permit from the Regional Water Quality Control Board, but we did a pilot this year. It was very successful. We hope to proceed with that. We also, for drought protection, have capacity in the semi-tropic water storage district. We have participated with them. We did a pilot project. We stored water. We brought the water back, and now we're in the final parts of acquiring that storage. And that's important because that will make sure our groundwater basin is full at the end of a drought. It'll provide 3 years worth of storage for the city down there in Kern County. Next, please. So Tracy can withstand a total shutdown of the Delta water supply for an extended period. With our current water supplies right now, today, we could have the total Delta shutdown, and we would be able to meet the water demand without any Delta water. And in 2025, we anticipate that we could handle a total shutdown for at least 6 months, probably more. So that concludes my remarks on the water supply for Tracy.
Thank you very much. Mr. Manager?
If there are not any specific water-related questions for Mr. Bailey, I'll go ahead and go to conclusion.
I want to come back to the letter that you gave us this morning because it raised a little more issues, and I want to talk about those. But
very good.
Please.
In conclusion, thank you for referring to the letter, because now I know that you did receive that, is that as you've already heard this morning, a one-size-fits-all approach to protecting the Delta may not be in the best show of wisdom. There is a means test that we think that can be developed to show whether there's true impact, whether there's a significant impact, and where there is, perhaps that's what should get regulated. But as you've also heard, land use authority being usurped, especially when it's already, your goals are already being addressed. And as far as it really comes down to what's a covered action. So is this additional layer, more government, which adds more unpredictability to the development process in a state that has a dubious reputation, is that appropriate? But it can be balanced with, again, these environmental protection goals. Infill projects, again, have to comply with consistency findings and significantly slowing down economic development. We think that is contrary to protecting the Delta. We have some specific changes that we respectfully and humbly propose, and that is in proposed additions to Chapter 3, page 37, line 17. And maybe I will have to read this into the record.
This is your definition standard of significance or measurable?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This determined, and so that we suggest that the council also determine that projects meeting all of the following criteria do not result in a significant impact. We believe there is a means test that can be devised. The project is located within the existing boundaries of a city. That a project is carried out, approved, or funded by a city that is compliant with the regulatory policies relating to the water supply reliability contained in your policies 1, 2, in water resource policies 1, 2, and 3. Number 3, where it can be demonstrated by substantial evidence that the project does not adversely impact the opportunity for ecosystem restoration or flood management in the Delta. And that, again, goes back to Mr. Bailey's comments, what he tried to.
Yeah, I'm going to pause you there. First of all, I'm going to say thank you for putting in writing an alternative. This isn't the first, but it's close to the first city suggestion on language that might come in, and it allows us to focus on issues with some clarity, and I appreciate that very much. A couple of questions. I understand why substantial evidence would be your preference. We went through all the tests. We can argue about that one later. But I was curious about your fourth point, that the project's located outside of the 100-year floodplain. If there's any experience we've learned in California for the last 50 years, it's the definition of 100 years changes every storm. And it doesn't usually change to announce that you have a higher level of floodplain protection. It usually drops it down. In Sacramento, we've gone through. What would be how should we take into account that probability, that as time goes on and as big storms occur, the scientists all tell us weather patterns are changing, likely leading to increased runoffs in an erratic fashion? So
but the metric becomes the point of discussion, clearly. And if it's not a 100-year floodplain, then the discussion, the best science, the debate centers around, well, is a higher threshold warranted, a 150-year event, or a 200-year floodplain event. And we have discussed that and have analyzed that, and be happy for my staff and including myself to participate in that discussion.
Yeah, of all the things in there, that's the one that just said to me it needs some thinking and some sandpapering to reflect it. The other thing implicit in this, as you know, there's a big debate in the flood risk school of academics, engineers, policymakers, and so on, about the methodology used and particularly the use of calculation of risk and risk benefit. Most recently exemplified in the Public Policy Institute of California big book on risk, and I don't know if you had a chance to read the sections, but They suggest that we've got to shift out of the methodology we're currently using to a more realistic calculation of risk that if I understand it correctly, is based on the potential intensity of damage, both in terms of threat to life, but also value to property, as opposed to this frequency of risk level. And that appeals to me, but I confess I don't know enough about it to be sure. Have you been giving some thought to that, and what do you guys think about it?
Not specifically, as far as rethinking the definition of risk. That does go down the path of planning truly for a worst-case event that truly has a very, very low probability of occurring. But
when it does,
it's a doozy. I understand that, Mr. Chairman. Our premise today is that we think, and I think cities have the ability, certainly have the intellectual capacity to grow themselves away from those risks, to minimize those risks, to go through life to think you can eliminate risk perhaps is a stretch in my opinion. But we think that growing away out of the floodplain, away from the Delta has been in the best interest locally, and it's in the best interest for the Commission and in your particular goals. And I think we're willing to pursue the best science to determine if that is an acceptable risk. But in our estimation, we certainly think we're achieving that.
As you sandpaper the language on this 100-year standard, and if you have any thoughts, and really just treat them as thoughts about the method of analysis and calculation, I think that may have ultimately more impact than anything else on flood policy in America. But we're approaching the limits of either the public's or the federal government's or the state's willingness or ability to endlessly spend money to provide higher level of protections without any analytical structure to it. And the Mississippi flooding has raised this question all over again for all the obvious reasons. Ms. Marcus?
Thank you also for coming down yourself. I appreciate that a lot. I don't have that Tracy letter. I have the PowerPoint.
It was they actually sent it about 10 days ago. It was posted.
So I had.
It's one of the notice letters.
Okay.
But it's here's my copy.
Thank you.
Right there.
Pass this one out. Okay.
I can just print it out.
Yeah, it was very helpful, I thought.
We actually have a letter that we carried with us that has that language.
Oh, another letter. Okay.
Yes, we've also crafted a letter to, yeah, that's sustainable. We've also crafted a letter that responds to the specific questions that the Commission has to communities. I know you wanted to review that. And that is coming around currently.
Mr. Manager, one thing I didn't ask, I mean, from all of your comments, it's clear that Tracy appears to support the notion of a flood bypass zone as generically described by you. Has the council officially adopted that as a policy? Is that part of the general plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's helpful. If you, when you get back to the office, could you shoot us that page of the general plan that would roughly identify it? I know because in this letter there was a note about one of the tracks that you thought might not be properly in the designation we had first made. Let us chew that over. Yes. But if you could give us the map.
The City Council has recently adopted the, and we'd be happy to provide that.
I'd appreciate that a great deal. Okay. All right. Randy, did you have a question? No. Okay. Okay. Mr. Harrington?
Next. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'd like to thank the Delta Stewardship Council for allowing us the opportunity to comment here.
Well, let's see. This is Antioch's been around and been. I think you've given us. I tried to count last night, and I think I got up to 5 letters, but I think actually there were 6 over the time. But
we've been involved in the process since since the beginning, back when the state was considering the South Delta improvement process. Anyway, Antioch's concerns, in which I will get into here in a minute, are basically on water rights and water supply, water quality. But given the basis of the earlier conversations, last night I received a kind of a couple phone calls from some of the other cities in the eastern Contra Costa County jurisdiction, and kind of they were in panic. They haven't really looked too much of this. They're talking about the governance. They're talking about what were the covered actions. We talk about additional layers, and with additional layers brings additional concerns and basically an additional opportunity to take a second bite of the apple. Obviously, we don't want to get into the process of getting down into the specifics like grading permits, building permits. Antioch itself, most of eastern Contra Costa County, has been probably some of the fastest, largest developing communities in the last 10 years. That, based on the economy, the housing market, and things of that nature, is drastically changed. When you look at this, though, most of our development, Antioch, I can't speak for the cities of Oakley and the city of Brentwood, who, by the way, due to staffing deficiencies, are getting into this process a little late, but they did send me some comments last night I'd like to submit in terms of for the written record.
Of course.
Antioch, in terms of our development, is covered entirely by our own general plan, where we are balanced a little bit in the outside areas of sphere of influence by the city and also by the Contra Costa County. We are entirely outside of the any flood risk from the Delta. Everything we have left to go is in the secondary zone and really is not going to be impacted by any future development. So you did mention something, too, in spending 18 of my years
earlier years working for both the Alameda County Flood Control District and the Contra Costa County Flood Control District. I will say a couple of things, not only when you take into perspective the ability to fund and construct the facility, but when you talk about the multiple layers, it is virtually almost impossible now to maintain these facilities. And that becomes a problem. You can build a channel to contain the 100-year floodplain, but within 5 to 10 years, especially as the light speed at which the regulatory agencies have changed, we simply can't get back to maintain them. And the money's not there. The money's not there on a local basis. The money's not there from the basis of the flood control districts to provide this type of maintenance. And it's just a nightmare. I mean, we've been trying to. One of our channel systems we took over from Contra Costa County provides a 100-year floodplain to the lower part of the community. Part of that basin was to build a desilting basin that has to be maintained on a regular basis in order to provide that 100-year capacity, in order to meet the FEMA standards. And ever since we constructed it, it's been, I think, 7 years trying to get the permits out of the regulatory agencies to go back and just go in and provide the desilting operations that are necessary. So it's not just finding the funds, which in today's economy is almost impossible as well, but once you build it, you have to have the means to maintain it. And that's not happening. And you can check with the counties, you can check with the local jurisdictions who have the control over these facilities. They're all going to, they're going to echo the same thing. Not only from the standpoint of the regulatory agencies, but the staffing levels that they have up there. They just don't have the staff that they can devote to this. And that is a concern. As we continue to expand and improve these facilities and build them, you've got to have a means to get back to them and get these agencies which are divided. You have, if you go to the Corps, you have the construction side of the Corps and the environmental side of the Corps. Well, the environmental permit, gives you the right to process this and some of the major channel systems in Contra Costa County. But then we'd go back out and the review will come from the construction side of the Corps, and you'd go out and review them, and they'd list the items of maintenance that you're required to provide, but then you can't get the regulatory permit from the other side to do it. Somehow, some way in the future, that whole process needs to change. So with that, like I said, I do have some comments. It was kind of, I think for a long period of time, a lot of people thought that the Delta plan and all the processes that were happening to date basically dealt with water. And a lot of the local jurisdictions are a little late coming in, but they are starting to see some of the expansion of the covered actions plan and how it might impact local development. And so hopefully I encouraged them last night to come up to speed and get some comments to you. And I do have some I will provide.
Thank you for, by the way, responding in the comments letter. I thought was quite helpful. I just want to ask you a couple of questions. I was caught by the fact that the city of Antioch has a pre-1914 water right, which, as you say, we are not limited to a recorded maximum quantity and or specified diversion works. And I'm not unfamiliar with assertions like all of that, and we get them up and down the state of California from everyone who says, well, we can get what we want. But you are subject to constitutional provisions.
We are subject to constitutional provisions.
And have you talked about the notion of quantifying this? One of the real imponderables on a management question is if you have a roughly identifiable supply of water, but you have no idea what the legally enforceable claims are throughout the state on that supply of water, how can you get it's just an impossible situation to plan for anything. But of course the politics suggest that quantification is bad, and nobody's been. How do you deal with that?
Well, as I kind of stated in the letter, we basically have taken a pre-1914 rights non-statutory, which means we never ever filed. We just simply obtained the water based on being adjacent to the river since 1850, and have put it to beneficial use within our city. When you look at it, from Antioch's position and what we've been pushing in this whole process in terms of starting to recognize the fact that we operate probably the lowest intake on the western side of the Delta.
Lowest meaning?
Being the farthest on the western side, outside of Contra Costa Water District, who has one down below Pittsburgh, but rarely do they operate the Mallard Slough intake system.
The one most subject to salinity.
The one most subject to salinity. And as we go forward, I mean, a lot of our process is taking a look at, you know, we build a lot of our community based on advertising, marketing as an in-Delta community. The Delta is not only from a water side, but also from a recreational side, very important to us. When we talk about our intake and we talk about the big scheme of things, we have operated our intake for, you know, well over 150 years. You're talking about, if you look at some of the proposals coming out of the BDCP, they're talking about, you know, an intake the size of 15,000 CFS. Well, you know, in realistic terms, Antioch, even though we have a very great water right and we have a state contract currently that provides us, you know, a right to that water and guarantee 208 days of pumping per year, or they have to pay us. Basically, you know, our intake is 25 CFS. So it's not a huge thing. And what we've been pushing here recently is trying to start looking, and we look at solutions, you know, does it make sense to have all these intakes located all over the Delta? If you have, you know, if there is, even if there is a process where you need to provide, you know, water to, in outreaching areas like where Antioch is, you know, that takes away with some of the other uses and beneficial uses that can come, not only to benefit the fisheries, but also to change some of the conveyance facilities. And we have been pushing consideration of regional plans.
That, in fact, is, it seems to me, is likely something that's going to happen in the next 50 years, and I would argue is going to include Contra Costa interest, probably portions of Alameda County interest as well. I don't think the Solano County relocation of their intake in the Delta is close enough for a common solution, but you never know.
Right. And I'm not talking from my standpoint. I'm not talking about a physical solution. I don't think that makes sense. Yeah. As we talk about some of these other processes, a lot of things when you go forward, and even with the ability to get additional state or federal funding now, they really take a look at the cost, the ratio, benefit ratio. And if it's not there, it's not there. And thinking about relocating a physical solution for Antioch doesn't make sense. But when you talk about, you know, we get probably right now the balance at any given year. We probably get 25% of our own water out of the San Joaquin when we're operating our facility, and the rest of the 75% comes out of the Contra Costa Water District and the Contra Costa Canal. Contra Costa Water District has done an outstanding job in the last several years of protecting the interests of Contra Costa County with the expansion, first the construction, then the expansion of Los Vaqueros, and now the expansion into a different intake system up into Victoria Canal. So, you know, it's more of a, when we talk about the ability to relocate our diversion area right, we're talking about a paper solution and maybe moving it or controlling some of that right through partnerships, further partnerships with the Contra Costa Water District, and eliminating the operation of that intake system on the western side, because that creates a lot of problems when you have to start dealing with that. So, you know, I think our position really hasn't changed since we've been involved with all these processes. I think we're looking for a solution. We realize, you know, whether it's an impact based on the changes of the way the business is done today, or whether it's going to be an impact based on something that nature is going to bring our way in terms of climate change or sea level rise, change somewhere in the future is coming. And we don't really have much disagreement with, you know, what the process or what's being brought into play through the Delta Plan. One thing, you know, my staff, I know you met both Matt Emmerich and Ann Spalding all the time. They are very appreciative, and they wanted me to compliment this council from the standpoint that you have made this a public process. You know, we're able to come here, we're able to send our letters, our comments are being considered. We actually see changes in the plan. Some of those, you know, they do not echo the same type of sentiment towards the Bay Delta conservation process right now. They feel it hasn't been a public process. We've submitted the same type of documentation. We've participated in every, you know, avenue that they'd allowed us to come into, and it just the public process it's just not there. And as we go forward, that, you know, one of our recommendations is that we do take care of that. You know, we've also written some papers. We participated in the which we think is a very, very primary point as we move forward. We participated in the state board flow criteria hearings. And we presented a paper in conjunction with Contra Costa Water District, which basically outlined the history of the Delta as being a freshwater system. And we provided enough information, and we feel that as you go forward in whatever plan we go forward here, whether you're talking about water quality, water supply, or recreational opportunities for in-Delta communities, that the finalization and bringing into play the flow criteria, and I know that you've talked about it here in your plan, is going to be a critical element. And Antioch, like I said, I had something here. I mean, it's all presented to you in written format. We are a community of 103,000 people, so we're not a small community. Some of the key facts: we have been on the Delta since 1850. We've been taking our fresh water from that river supply, even though it technically is defined as the San Joaquin. We all know the San Joaquin river flows virtually don't exist, and they definitely don't make it to the western side of the Delta anymore. So primarily most of the water comes through the flowing of little sloughs and everything out of the Sacramento River. But we look forward to working with the Delta Stewardship Council in the future. And again, that was kind of one of our points that we had when we had our meeting with Mr. Merrill when we saw you in Sacramento the other week, is basically to start talking about, you know, what are the get to the point, what is the plan, what are the impacts, and how can local communities now start to develop you know, our 50-year plan as we go forward. Because until we can start getting to the point where a lot of these other processes start coming to conclusions, or defining their project with you know, also defining their impacts and what type of mitigation measures are going to come out of this, it's hard for local communities such as Antioch to start consider, you know, where do we go and how do we you know, how do we continue to protect our water supply as we move forward in the future. So
the comments raised a whole bunch of interesting things. I'm going to make some observations, and maybe you can take the time next week to shoot a letter clarifying, but a whole bunch of things caught my attention. This, you suggested on page 3 of the comments that we should adopt a do no harm policies for water quality and ecosystem. And the only touch on definition on ecosystem no harm was, as best I can tell, a policy on no harm that is stricter than the Endangered Species Act itself. Now, do I interpret that correctly?
You do.
Okay. That's pretty, and you suggest that our ecosystem definition be based on the conditions in the year 1900, right? That's what I've read anyway.
We suggest that when people talk, you have a lot of language in all these processes that talk about natural flow and historical flow. Well, historical flow changed dramatically at the turn, you know, coming out of from the 1800s into the beginning of the World War I, when you started having all the upstream diversions and the development of the rice industry in the Sacramento Valley. So when you start talking about historical flow, are we talking about historical flow over the last 150 years, or are we talking about historical flow from basically the 1920s through present day time? And they talk about a lot here in terms of natural flow, natural regime. And some of the other people and institutes that have looked at this, you know, they try to portray the Delta as being a more saline historical flow, and that's just not the case. It's always been a freshwater Delta. It's, you know, the species that have evolved here and thrived here, it's because it was a freshwater Delta. And so definition of natural and definition of historical flow, we'd like to see that clarified as we go forward.
As you know, critics of this position would argue you have chosen 1900 because that is a position most favorable to the current use of Antioch's water in the future, which I don't think is necessarily a bad motivation, but it gives rise to other people who say, the ecosystem should come in, so we should take what existed in 1834, which would have arguably a greater variability, not to your current view of benefit. I mean, I'm trying to get a handle on a usable, if not practical, meaningful way to measure ecosystem and water quality. Any thoughts you have on that would be appreciated. Also, will you give us your thoughts on water quality for human consumption compared with water quality for ecosystem? Because they are different. And if you choose to give one priority over the other, a whole bunch of consequences occur. The other thing is, would you take a look on page 5 of your notes? You've got some stuff about flow standards and so on. We've adopted some revised, or staff's recommending some revised flow language. I wonder if your language isn't covered by the latest versions of it, if you'd take a look at that. And then last, you suggest that Antioch be included as a compliance point. That was terrific. Why not X2 for salinity? I mean, that's the current definition. Other than the delicious option of listing Antioch as an identified area of national and state interest in the Delta Plan, as a former representative of Antioch, I like the idea. But it does seem to me that that's idiosyncratic beyond our ability. X2 acceptable? Is there something like that? I mean, because that's at least the current law.
Current X2.
Yeah. Okay.
And Antioch is the gateway to the Delta, so utilizing it as a compliance point.
And the center of the universe. By the way, thank you very much, Mr. Harrington. This was a detailed and responsive, as Tracy's and Stockton's were. And if you have additional suggestions, more precise language, the faster we can get it, the better to digest it and try to see if we can fit this stuff in.
We definitely will have a response to you by the end of next week.
Okay, Ms. Gray.
Let me thank all of you for coming this morning. You articulated your interests and concerns very well, all the cities did. But I have a question that's kind of philosophical, or kind of looking at the total picture. I know stakeholders, everyone has their particular interests and concerns about the plan, but I'd like to ask any one of you to address the fact that if looking at your needs and the things that you feel should be different in the plan, how would the council meet their co-equal goals in terms of looking at the rest of the state? Everyone has a pie and a piece of the pie, but looking at the total picture, how would you, how do you think the council should go about addressing the needs of the entire state of California? You know, I know you talked about covered actions, you talked about regulations. We don't need another layer of regulations. There's the ecosystem restoration. I mean, there are all kinds of competing issues, if you will. But if you look at the total picture, you know, how do you feel the council should go about, I guess, philosophically looking at kind of meeting those co-equal goals and looking at the needs of each stakeholder? Does that make sense?
Who wants to provide the definitive answer? Mayor?
Thank you, John. You know, it's the art of compromise, isn't it? It's figuring out what works for most people most of the time and making sure that no one is truly harmed by it. That's really your job to figure out, based upon all the testimony that you're getting from us. What do you do that in fact addresses the large picture issues but does no harm, real harm, to any of the folks that are affected by this? We all know that in most cases we never get everything we want out of anything. It's really about compromise, about working through acceptable solutions that people can buy into. So your attempts at bringing stakeholders in and hearing testimony are to be commended, because that's the best way to make laws and to do regulations. Because in the end result should be all of us sitting at the table should be okay with what is produced. We should be okay with it and be able to defend enough of it that we're comfortable. We shouldn't get heartburn when we go to sleep or when we eat, or any of those. We shouldn't have heartburn on a daily basis about the end product. So again, it is that art of compromise, that balancing all the interests, hearing everything, and allowing each of us in our own way to give input. And you're the folks that have to figure out where that line is, that balance point that serves most of the people. That's what we do every day, or try to do every day. There's no perfect answer.
Thank you.
If I might.
Get that close to you, please.
Yes. I think when you look at how you might meet the co-equal goals, and I think when we think of it from terms of that an urban city really holds dear, it's smart planning, it's intelligent growth, it's having cities plan so that they maximize the use of resources in an efficient way, that we provide communities that do the least possible harm to the environment. And when you're thinking of these cities on the Delta, you're obviously thinking about the quality of water in the Delta. But that's something that I think has an array of ways to get there. And it's been the role of local government to make those critical decisions within those larger objectives or those larger goals. So I think what we're trying to express is that by allowing locals like Stockton, like Antioch and Tracy, to make the local planning decisions that we've always made, but to give us the opportunity within the goals of environmental protection, smart growth, to give us the opportunity to make the small decisions within our community and the large decisions within that larger framework. So when you have a standard, like for instance, to reduce pollution, both air pollution and water pollution, give us the standards, but allow us the opportunity to choose how we comply with them. That's, I think, part of what we're talking about.
Ms. Gray's question would be, if that approach is taken, how would Stockton treat its responsibility to assist in providing a reliable water supply for California? That's the question she raised, and that's the dilemma of local jurisdiction-focused policies, because inevitably you are legally required to focus on your jurisdiction.
Exactly. But I think that question can be answered and has already been in the process of being implemented through the requirements that we address, for instance, recycling of water, that we address water use on a long-term basis. Sustainable, intelligent design will reduce the per capita water use, will reduce runoff, and will give us opportunities, for instance, if the policy is strong enough, to help us fund some of these solutions. Like, for instance, recycled water within existing built communities. That's an extremely expensive process, but the benefit could be significant over the long term. So I think the point as to water is it still comes down to smart planning, intelligent growth, good design. And I think local government are the folks that are going to be most responsive in making those decisions.
Yeah.
At the risk of being redundant, I want to echo the statements as far as the specificity. Not only however, I like to add, not only are there competing goals, there are competing values. And there's the value of what we think about the ecosystem and its protection. But the one I want to add is I would ask the Commission to value that local governments can do it. If you set the goal, if you set the target, we can do it. Now, some will and some won't, and there needs to be consequences. But what part of the message today is, if there's a general belief that local government can't do it, then you're going to govern a certain way. But I think what you've heard this morning is that it can be done, and it can actually be done very elegantly and quite well. And we ask for that opportunity.
Thank you. The question was really to really kind of start the discussion around looking at the total picture, because everyone kind of comes in and says these are our interests or concerns, but really starting that discussion as to how do we meet the needs of the entire state. I'm sorry, Ms. Harrington, did you?
I think we understand the task at hand. We really do. And the last time I was here, I talked about, people have to start realizing that if we don't fix the Delta, we're all going to lose, and change is inevitable. We've stepped up. We've been, as I stated, we've been on the Delta since 1850. We can sit there and say, well, we expect that there's always going to be the same water quality and the right for the city of Antioch to take it. Or we can do what we started to do. And prior to everything coming out, we're already well underway to meet our 20% conservation by 2020. We just completed, as mentioned by Stockton down here, our first recycled water project, and it's phase 1 of 5 phases. And resources is key. In this, the first phase, we brought it up to to several parks and our local golf course. In partnership, we received partnership with the local sanitation district. We received grants, federal grants, state grants, and the community of Antioch put in $5 million. But what really made it happen was the state stepped up and gave us a 0% loan on that for 20 years. So we've done that. We went back and we went in through and we remodified our existing water treatment plant. We used to be just discharging the wastewater. We now take it, recapture that, recycle it. So through those last two processes, which happened in the last 2.5 years, we now have already reduced our reliance on the Delta 6%, and we continue to go forward. Smarter growth planning, smarter use of our water, continue going forward with conservation efforts, and start to look at the fact that the Delta's not it's just not a finite supply of water that's always going to be there. You have to make changes and you have to manage your projects. And I think we're all three echoing the fact that on a local basis we can do that. We need somebody to pull it together, which we're doing an excellent job of doing, but at the end of the day it's going to be the local planning efforts from the cities and the counties that are going to have to take this, and they're going to have to take these necessary steps and take them forward. And I think from hearing and knowing what other people are doing around us, I think that's already occurring. So that.
Just one comment, and I think
Ms. Gray.
Just in terms of what Mr. Harrington has said, it's nice to hear the things that you are doing rather than what you need. And so I think that should be part of the discussion. These are the things that are already being done out there, and then these are the things that we need to meet whatever the needs are. And I just believe that we all should be part of the solution, because we all recognize that there is a need to make some changes. And so I guess my message is to really look at us as being part of the solution and coming up with things that will help address the co-equal goals statewide. And of course, as the mayor said, there are certain things that are very important to cities or counties or agriculture or water suppliers or ecosystem, but looking at it as a total picture, because we have to fix it. Yeah. And so if we have that kind of mindset, I think it will be helpful in terms of what the council's role would be.
Mayor.
If I might, Chair, I think we need to bring to you and tell the Commission what initiatives and activities we are doing locally to save water, to recycle water. I mean, we've talked in our community about groundwater banking, just like others have. Personally, what bothers me is the fact that we've had a very wet year and so much water has been let go to the ocean. I mean, we're not capturing the water that we're creating here.
But Mayor,
yes.
If the ecosystem is a co-equal value,
yes.
and flows are essential to the ecosystem.
That's right.
The fact that there's a wet year might be an opportunity, but it suggests, according to the scientific information, if you increase captures in wet years so you can use it, you're probably going to have to reduce the use of delta water in dry years, so more of it is there for the ecosystem. It's not an endless supply available. It's that complicated, very difficult mix of water reliability for human purposes and ecosystem that's at balance, that's the subject of litigation, along with the regional disputes that have blocked
nobody said it
years.
Would be easy,
yeah.
Obviously. And so the science obviously is there, the issues are there, but somehow we have enough water in this state if we use it wisely and properly and move it around the way we should, and still can keep our rivers flowing and still can protect our ecosystems. Silicon Valley happened in the state of California. Where are the folks who can do the same sort of creative, imaginative stuff for this issue? Because water is the issue of California.
Yeah, Mayor, I'll just say, as a former Sacramento mayor, our region has one obligation in the Central Valley. We have to use our water more efficiently.
Yes.
We have resisted that for decades, and it cannot continue.
You're right.
And once we start to do it, and do it aggressively, and once the water use per capita up here goes to the state average, as it inevitably must in urban areas, our position on arguing other things will be helped. But until it does, we're hard pressed to say that we're doing our fair share too.
You're right.
My judgment.
I would agree.
Yeah. Anyway, hey, thank you. You've been terrific
Can
on
I
this.
just ask
Yes,
one
Mr.
question,
Hardy.
Mr. Chairman? Phil, when you mentioned that Antioch has reduced its reliance on Delta water by 6%, I'm sure members of the council are curious. It's by 6% against what? How do you look at that?
6% of our historical average use.
6% of your historical average use.
Right.
Okay.
So, generally, and again, we're 103,000 in terms of population. We use annually about 18,000 to 20,000 acre feet per year. And with these two, the reclaim recycle water is at the plant is capable recapturing and reintroducing water up to 1 million gallons a day. And then we basically, the first phase of our reclaim recycle water project is reduced our reliance of 500 acre feet. So, and like I said, we have 4 more phases to come, and looking forward to it.
Okay. Mr. Fiorini.
One last question. We heard from all of you that land use planning is a local issue. We've heard that constantly from the counties, and we acknowledge that. However, there is a potential conflict when it comes to risk management and levy standards. Because the state of California, because of the Paterno decision, seems to be on the hook for paying for a cleanup and when levees fail and people and property are damaged. So what is a reasonable policy that we should consider for the Delta plan as it relates to risk management and levy standards? Particularly in an area like Stockton where you have anticipated growth in the secondary zone?
Could we defer to Mike Niblock, our Community Development Director? Could you address that for us, Mike? You're the man of the hour there.
Okay. Take Mr. Hardy's seat, if you would, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Mike Niblock, Community Development Director, City of Stockton. The issue of flood control is one that is going to be regulated by the state. I think as this council may be aware of, that we have to amend our general plans to facilitate 200-year flood protection in the future. And as part of our climate action plan, we are reviewing that very issue. We're under contract with a consultant to help us draft that language. So those policies will be integrated as part of the city's general plan and will be implemented per state law.
Yeah, but Mr. Fiorini says, what's the desired policy? I mean, you understand, the state has struggled with a policy. Everybody's in favor of stable, secure funding for public purposes they support, but they want somebody else to provide the stable, secure funding. I got that part of the argument. What is a proper risk management policy? I believe that my city, Sacramento, and other cities as well, governments tend to view meeting minimal federal standards, FEMA standards, as the only thing they need to do to allow development in areas which remain at flood risk. Yes, meeting minimum standards, but we're still living in the bowl that's the Central Valley, and the floodplain's potential is extreme. What's the right policy for the state or for locals about expanding there?
I don't think I can speak for the state, but I can say at the local level, I believe that meeting the 200-year standard is certainly a step up from the current 100-year federal standard.
But as you know, the Netherlands are moving higher than 10,000-year standards for urban areas, and they are at best amused by the notion that we consider 100-year protection anything. And I think that's probably a fair realization. You put intense development in a threatened area, even with 100-year protection or 200-year protection. It is not a guarantee that floods will never occur, but that seems to be the way it's going. So Mr. Fiorini's question is, what's the right approach? What is it, the test? And is that a state issue, a local issue?
I really believe it's all the entities trying to meet together to try to determine what the most appropriate way to solve those issues. We meet on a regular basis with FEMA, District 9, we meet with the Army Corps. We're trying to stay on top of that. We are coordinated with the county and with other entities, including reclamation districts, to try to determine what the best policy is to deal with these particular issues. Obviously, there's a fiscal consideration to all these matters as well, and certainly 200-year protection is a step up. I can tell you that in Stockton's case, the newer developments, particularly the ones on the west side, are going to be building levees that are even beyond 200-year standards. In fact, one subdivision is looking at doing a 300-year standard for their entire project. And so those kinds of issues, I think, are important. I think we need to work toward an ultimate solution, and we want to be a part of that solution.
Mr. Grindstaff.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that, and we're going to talk about this, actually it's the next subject for discussion is the risk chapter, because we knew it related to what the cities do. And I think in the draft plan, we do say we should meet the current standards, but one of the things that we're trying to do in this plan, maybe not so successfully yet, is point out a path forward, and we use something that's called expected annual damage values that we want people to report and use. And the goal would be that 20 years from now, of course everybody meets the legal standard of the 100-year and the 200 years, but they actually base their standards of protection on the economic value of having that protection. And the point of having that expected annual damage number is that you can then say, well, if our expected annual damage is $100 million a year and we could spend $10 million a year and reduce that to 50, that makes real sense. We can go ahead and invest that money and make a real significant difference. And that's what the Dutch have done. So they've just updated their Delta plan. And in their Delta plan, they are upgrading the standards for cities from 10,000 year protection to 100,000 year protection. And for agricultural land, from 500 or 1,000 year protection to 5,000 to 10,000 year protection. And they say, and I don't know the economics personally, but they say that that's all based on economic justification, that they've worked through the numbers, and that based on that analysis, they've decided it's worth the money to invest and make those changes. So personally, as kind of a staff professional, my goal would be that yes, we do the minimums required in order to get people out from paying the flood insurance and doing all of that. But we actually think beyond that to what is the right thing for our communities, for the Delta, and what can be economically justified. And if people get to that, I'm convinced that may change how we do this business more than anything else we do. Sorry to go on, but you can tell I care about this. I think it's important.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor. Members, Mr. Manager, thank you. Appreciate it very, very much. Mr. Hardy, thank you for putting this together. Are you going to be bugging them or someone else on all these written responses that we're going to get in?
I try not to bug the mayor, but we will follow up.
Not bug the mayor, of course. Yes. Thank you very much. Members, let's take a 5-minute recess while we set up for the next discussion. And Ms. Luddy, I know you want to speak in response to this panel, but can you wait until the next session? I think it's better. Okay, thank you. 5-minute recess. Hey, you. All right, staff's ready. Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, talk to us about the rest of today and chapter number 7.
Yeah, the first thing I want to talk about on Delta Plan development is, as you're probably aware because you get copies of all of the comments, we've received, I think, over 800 comments now. The first set of comments I'll hold up here, 2-page things. That's the matrix that holds them, and I just got hand-delivered another set of comments today, and as you heard from the earlier group, we're continuing to get comments. Many of them are really good. Many of them aren't. But we need to go through all of those comments. And the plan had been to deliver the next staff draft of the Delta Plan on next Friday. And I don't think that's logistically possible for us to do. So I am going to propose that we actually cancel the meeting that we had scheduled for the 26th and 27th of May, and that we spend that time on staff to go through all of these comments and get a fourth staff draft that really is better and that will allow us to look at all those comments. It would mean that in June, the already scheduled meeting in June would be the meeting where we would move to sending the draft out for formal public comments and move to approve sending out the EIR instead of doing it in May. We believe we can do that and still meet our schedule of bringing this back to the council for final action in November. So the schedule would be that we take this action on the 24th or 25th of June. We post the draft EIR and the draft plan sometime around June 30th. By mid-August, then we have a 45-day comment period. During that comment period in the July meeting, we actually have a public hearing to take verbal public comments. But then at the end of the public comment period in August, we collate all of those. We discuss them at the August meeting and in the September meeting. And in the September meeting, we have another 45-day comment period that we'll ask you to approve with whatever revisions are made to the plan then. And that revised plan will go for public comments through the Office of Administrative Law and their process. And then that all comes back with comments and conclusions to the council, and we would take action to finally adopt the plan and certify the EIR in November, which has been our schedule for some time. So doing this would change things, but I think in the end not make a change, and it would be a drastic help to staff to be able to actually get through the process of understanding all of the comments that have been sent in and continue to be sent in, and allow us to get to a better draft. We were going to show you today what a final draft might look like. I'll pass this around. We took draft 3, inserted some of the graphics to try and show what a draft will look like. Draft 4, when it comes out, will have all of the graphics, will be bound. It's still a fourth staff draft, and the plan would be in June to take your recommendations, your changes, and make a fifth staff draft, which then becomes the public review draft for the public comment period. So I wanted to run that by you, how you'd feel about us.
I want to get comments from the council. We'll start with Mr. Nordhoff, then Mr. Fiorini, then discuss questions, and then I want to go to the public for comments on a schedule change before we decide what to do, if you don't mind. Mr. Nordhoff?
Yeah, it sounds reasonable to me, Joe. And I know you spend a lot of time preparing for these sessions, and so that is time that can be devoted to that. One question, if you could refresh my memory. When is the executive summary going to be ready?
Turn it on, Joe.
I turned it off, sorry. We actually had planned to write it for this fourth staff draft, and we were so rushed that we said, well, let's finish the draft so we know what it is we're writing an executive summary of. I would expect that it has to be done for the fifth draft, and I would want to have it done for the fourth draft, but I want to be careful about promising it. First, we need to know exactly what's in the draft before we write the executive summary, and so I'll want to have more feedback from you. The next 2 days will be really, today and tomorrow will be really helpful for doing that, and the meeting in June would be really helpful for that. So we'll have something, but I don't the real executive summary, I think, has to come when we know what's in the real plan, in the plan that you're
So
close
we'll have
to
a draft executive summary. So this is kind of a quid pro quo.
Yes. Okay.
Mr. Fiorini.
Joe, I appreciate you outlining the schedule unto the end of the year, and I trust that that all fits and works. My concern is the June meeting, and maybe Chris would be the best to respond to this. It's my understanding that to take action, which we will, the end of June, we have to release the fourth draft 10 days prior to the meeting. So the public will have, from the time the document is released, 10 days to respond in writing with comments for our consideration, and then at that meeting, we will provide input, perhaps changes, and that will be the document that we approve on that Friday of the June meeting. Goes forward. So, if that's a correct understanding, Chris, I acknowledge that. But for the public's benefit, I just want to. I think it's a good approach. I think it's the right way to go. But it does constrain the time to respond to and amend the fourth draft.
Right, and I appreciate the question, and it's still going to be tight to get it done. And I think we acknowledge that. First point is we'll try to get out the fourth staff draft as soon as we can. There's no legal requirement that we get it out 10 days ahead of time. We have to get out an agenda 10 days ahead of time, but we try to get out the packet materials at your direction even before that period of time. But
I will commit that we will have the fourth draft out on the 13th, so everybody has a full 10 days.
13th of June.
13th of June. So everybody has the full 10 days to read and comment, because it is an extensive document. We have about 120 pages, and as our comments now are over 300.
Will there be a draft executive summary?
I will commit. If I have to write it myself, we will put a draft executive summary in.
Thank you. And then back to the
no one should roll their eyes at that comment.
Back to your question, Randy. And then once the draft comes out, that will be what we're referring to as the fourth staff draft. That will be our best shot at a near final draft Delta plan for your consideration. We'll get it out however many days Joe commits to getting it out. We will take public comment ahead of that, obviously. It'll be discussed here at the June meeting. We'll take public comment at the June meeting. And then with regard to the action, we've kind of talked about what the action is. You're not formally adopting the plan. That's important. You're not going to formally adopt a plan until you have certified an environmental document, which we're anticipating will be in November. And then you've taken a look at all the alternatives and you decide on the course of action. That's when you formally...
And that's after the public comment period.
This is in November. So it's going to go through...
Thank you, Chris. That is exactly right.
Oh, good. Yeah. It was a good guess.
This is my hobby
part.
horse. I'm not making any decision
Right,
until there's a full EIR alternatives analysis.
Absolutely. So at the June meeting, the direction that hopefully you will give us as staff is that this is the draft with revisions that you direct that you would like us to base a draft environmental review document on. So in essence, we'll take that draft. That will be our project description, and we'll go out and study what the environmental effects are, the impacts on that draft plan. But again, you haven't adopted the plan. In fact, you haven't adopted the EIR. But as you've heard before, they're separate processes. The substance is contained in the plan. The environmental impact report is an objective environmental, kind of a technical document that will talk about environmental impacts, and that will inform your ultimate decision come November when you adopt the plan.
So the follow-up question to this is on that during that June meeting when we're discussing specific language in the fourth draft, should a council member wish to recommend a change, is it sufficient to say, staff, we should probably re-emphasize this or de-emphasize that, or will we be at a point at that time where we have to offer specific language for approval by the council?
Right. The more specific, the better. I think that, that it will help inform the environmental review. We've got, as I spoke about, the EIR process has to study the environmental impacts of the project, and the project's going to be, the description of the project is going to be based on the suite of recommendations and policies that are contained in that draft plan. So we want to be as specific as possible, but the time to make change is at that meeting. It's before the meeting. We'll obviously take in comments and we'll make recommended changes.
Well, it's like today when we get to the substance, it's the comments, suggestions, observations that you're going to take into account when you crank out, revise and crank out the next draft.
It's more than that. I think it's more than
I'm sorry, I wasn't focusing in on, what did you say, Mr. Chair?
Well, what I heard you say is we offer general observations and general direction.
We'd like more than...
But I think when we get to the fourth draft on that June meeting, it has to be very, very specific. It's not giving staff latitude to go in a particular direction. It's a document that we're going to improve.
That's right. If we...
for release.
Yeah, for circulation.
For circulation.
And I want to emphasize something Chris mentioned. When we do this, the draft plan, I think right now has something like 15 policies, regulatory policies, and 45 recommendations. The key parts of the document that we really will want to focus on the wording on are those policies in particular, and recommendations too. But the policies, if there's one area that I'll want to make sure that we've talked about and that the language is as clear as can be, not that it can't change, it can, but I want those 15 policies are the key things. All of the descriptive language and the chapters is important. All of the other things are important. But the key things for the environmental document is knowing what those policies are that have regulatory effect, because those are key to our ability to do an environmental document.
May I suggest also that we be equally clear in giving the rationale for those policies?
Absolutely, and we're trying to do that now, and there will be significant improvements in the next draft, so it's clear what the rationale is for each of those.
Pat?
On the continuing discussion that so many people come before us raise on what's a covered action, what do you expect in the next draft we will have?
What I'm hoping is that we actually have language that addresses some of the concerns about all of these, all of the projects that I don't think it's in anybody's interest that we have thousands of projects lined up. And so I know that Chris has circulated to me language and that the Attorney General's office is working on what might work. And we really need to meet with some stakeholders and talk about how we might attempt to reduce that burden both on the council and on all of the local governments. So I think we will do that. Covered actions, to some extent, I think we'll try and clarify it more, but it's the law. The definition of a covered action is written into law, and so for the council, while we can clarify what we think that law means, so it says it has to have significant impact on one or both of the co-equal goals, we can clarify that we think these kinds of projects don't have significant impact and therefore wouldn't be a covered action. I think in some cases, we can't change it if it's clear that it does have a significant impact. The council has to live with what the legislature gave us.
Well, just to add, I'm sorry, Ms. Gray.
Well, the discussions with the certain stakeholders occur before the fourth draft is brought
Absolutely.
in June.
Absolutely.
So all those discussions will happen.
Oh, that's one of the things we need more time for, is to do more of that.
And on the,
I won't guarantee they'll all be happy.
oh, I know.
I guarantee that they will not be happy.
But when we review the fourth draft at the June meeting, will we still have an opportunity to make changes, language changes?
Absolutely. The plan would be that you tell us what you would like changed. We make those changes and revise it, and we send the plan out. a revised plan out that's really the 5th draft. So the 4th draft doesn't go out. It's a yeah. The 5th draft goes out as the official public review draft.
Ms. Marcus.
Well, you keep referring to the June meeting. Don't we have 2 meetings in June, or do we not have 2 meetings in June?
We do not have.
Oh.
We originally at the
It's a
first
little
of the
past
year.
month?
The next meeting in May, the latter part of May this month,
Yeah.
was supposed to be the meeting. We'd review the 4th draft. We'd make suggested changes, and then from that point, we would have said, staff, make these changes, circulate, approve. Go publish it for. Or whatever we do, circulate it for public comment, do what you have to do on the environmental stuff, adjust the language to reflect what we said here, and that would have then meant we could revert in June to 1 meeting a month rather than the current 2 meetings a month. This plan Joe's suggesting is we not have the end of May meeting. We instead have the end of June meeting already set on your schedules. That gives them 2 weeks about more time. And then Joe is committed, I wrote it down, on June 13th. You better check that date.
The chair had already made me commit to that when I first broached the idea to him.
Yeah, I heard this idea yesterday, and my first question was, can we meet our statutory requirement,
right,
which is develop, adopt, commence implementation January 1st, which is really the question of, can we still keep the schedule which has us casting a vote, the only vote we've got to adopt the plan, in November? Now, you two are nodding your heads, Mr. Grindstaff and Mr. Stevens, but that is an affirmative yes. Is that correct? We can keep the schedule?
That is a yes. The council will need to agree in June.
No, of course.
And make that decision that this, and if we do that, yes, we meet the schedule.
Mr. Stevens? I'm sorry.
I just still have, I get it, and I think more time to do a better draft at this stage, I think is pretty important, given all the comments from stakeholders and us, and I don't admire, or I don't envy your task. I do admire you, but I don't envy your task in terms of, and I do like that in this you've given us a few places where you've started to give us some options, and I just like more for a choice thing. My only hesitation, if there's not another meeting in June, is I know it's a lot of work if you're doing a bunch of documents and the very thorough way you do it, but I sort of feel like we may need more time just to talk about some of the key issues, and that's the piece that's a little bit missing in the breakneck pace, which is to pull up what are those really hard, thorny issues that we need to munch around and listen to each other on. Just to pick just one that comes to mind is this whole notion of what's the extent of our regulatory authority versus recommendations, and what do we want to do. That's kind of a long conversation. Or, as I've had conversations with people over the last couple of days and beyond, and as a nagging thought, how do we step back and think, what's the bigger picture? What are we achieving with this plan? Who are we trying to be? What do we really hope to achieve versus meeting a deadline and getting the paper done? I think some reflection time together would be useful. I'm not sure how to tee it up, and it doesn't have to be May 26th and 27th, whatever the dates are or whatever, but I'm a little worried about not coming back together for 6 weeks. So I would invite you to think about something else, whether it's another workshop or something where we're talking through these things. I just feel like I'm nervous about it. I know you guys aren't a black hole. I know that we can talk to you individually in between, but I understand how much work all this is and how much work there is to, but I'm a little worried if we get to the 4th draft and then all of a sudden we're saying, hey, wait a minute, we don't even have the architecture of this right, or we're not meeting our potential.
Here's just a suggestion. You might want to just have council, if the 13th is a Monday, if the next draft is out on a Monday, it might be reasonable to bring us back for a day.
To just go through what's proposed.
To get a general overview. Now, but reserve the action and the fuller discussion for the 2-day meeting that follows later the month. Now, Joe, I know the thought of having us back again horrifies us. Look at Pat Rogers' face when I just said what I said, because it's a lot of work to do it and so on. But that might be a plausible possibility.
I like that idea, actually.
Or do something like that that's not as much work on the 26th, which we already have scheduled. But I don't know. Yeah, it's just, I'm open.
Hank, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
What is the proposal for the one day?
Well, we don't
When
have
would
a
it be?
proposal yet, but we...
Here's a suggestion. Let's not do a comparison of schedules now. Let's have the staff circulate to the council to determine availability for, let's say, a one-day meeting sometime around mid-June, after the release of the draft, and take a look at dates and see who's available and who isn't available, and we'll go from there.
And we reserve that really for those big issues, okay? Our authority, what is it we want to accomplish, and then maybe make sure that we answer questions about the draft. We kind of walk through it in big picture terms to make sure you understand it so you can think about it and come back the next week.
Yeah.
I like the idea. We will work on that.
Okay.
Just some comments in terms of
Yes, ma'am.
the one day. I think it's a great idea because we have not really kind of focused on what the plan is about and our perspective based on our individual perspectives and listening to the folks out there. So I think it should be a day of just kind of reflection, make sure we're going in the right direction and so forth. So I agree with Felicia. The one day would make sense without having stuff on the agenda.
Okay, before we decide anything on this, let's get some public comment. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to restrict you just to this procedural question for the time being. Staff's suggestion is that we cancel the meeting on May 28th and 9th. Do I have those dates correctly, gentlemen? That's the one that's currently scheduled. That gives us time to digest the, how many individual submissions, 30 or 40? But in total comments, Ms. Buchholz, you're over what number from those 30, 40, 50 comments?
On fourth staff draft, probably with the group that came in the last 2 days, we're probably close to 1,000. Yeah. We have about 50 submittals.
So there are 50 submissions from individuals or groups and collective voices, but in that, about 1,000 points are raised. I guess that's the right way to describe it, that is complicated to answer. And now, many of them are common. Many of them are ones we've heard before, but some are not, and some are fundamentally different. So that gives us time to do it. So the proposal would be a May 28th to 29th meeting cancellation, a release of the fourth staff draft on Monday, June 13th. Right, Joe?
Correct.
Okay. Number two, sometime in mid-June, and that's to be determined by schedule within, determine it soon so it can be publicly noticed, a one-day session to start the council consideration of the fourth draft and to understand where the changes have been made and if there are options and alternatives being considered to discuss them, okay? And then we will come back at our preset end of June date, and I must confess...
It's the 23rd and 24th.
That's right, June 23, 24, which we'd already set as the return date, or the regular date for the meeting. We'd return, we'd then do the fourth draft, we'd get instructions to the staff, but we've got to let them publish the darn thing in the environmental alternative documents. And if we do that and keep to that schedule, we can keep to our statutory deadline.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Mr. Ms. Leddy, did you want to comment on the process? No. Okay. Mr. Koutras, on the process, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It is on. Yeah.
Thank you. We're supportive of the staff recommendation. Anything that allows more deliberation and more time on this, as well as for stakeholder meetings, we're very much encouraged. I would make a request if the council does make this decision this morning. I'm very confused on all the various dates and the moving.
What we try to
put
do,
a piece of paper together.
We will put something out by tomorrow morning and bring it to the council meeting tomorrow.
So that's a good idea.
That would be appreciated because I don't want to misrepresent all the changing deadlines. Obviously, we have a significant number of staff and others who are working on this, and so I want to be very clear what's happening.
Okay.
So that we would appreciate that. find myself actually being supportive of something happening here, so that's very unusual. But you dashed my hopes, Mr. Chair, when you guaranteed I would be disappointed with a stakeholder meeting. So,
there's some no, Mr. Kutras,
it rises and falls.
There's some arguments that it seems to me are inevitable. I mean, the voices that say you have no authority to do anything except talk to us. Contrast, I believe, with the statute. We're going to have some disagreements. There are others where we have substantive language considerations, the complicated question of, to define a project, what are the implications of incorporating the CEQA definition of project? There are advantages, there are disadvantages.
No doubt.
No doubt. Yeah,
and I
appreciate it.
Tongue-in-cheek is my comment. I am encouraged by the comments of your executive director and your council in terms of re-looking at the covered actions and trying to put a lens on it of a significant impact. I think that can lead to some fruitful discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Minton, Planning and Conservation League.
Jonas Minton with the Planning and Conservation League. Not a bad idea, particularly if you incorporate the suggestion of council members Gray and Marcus. It's not clear to me that you have a full plan yet, and that you agree on this full plan. And I think the suggestion to actually look at the substantive compilation and determine where you are with that makes sense. Let me caution you on one matter, however, in terms of your intervening process, which is meetings with stakeholders. We're stakeholders. We appreciate the opportunity to come in and chat with staff. At the same time, you have an enviable record of an open and transparent process. And jumping from draft 3, skipping draft 4 to a draft 5 that is influenced by private discussions, unless you incorporate all of my suggestions entirely, is going to be a bit of an issue. So I suggest that your process incorporate that same openness and transparency that has been your hallmark so far. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fiorini.
Jonas, I'd just point out that as I understand it, the fourth draft that we'll be discussing at the end of June will require very specific input from the council. So in fact, it will be even more transparent than it has been, because we oftentimes defer to staff to take some thoughts and work it out and come back with language, whereas when we're having the public meeting the end of June, we'll be discussing specific amendments or changes to the fourth draft. So I don't know how much more
let me share with you my experience working on EIRs, which is somewhat extensive. It's going to be a little challenging to be able to say, well, we're making the changes today, and by the way, here's the EIR that just happened to either anticipate them or was so flexible that it incorporated whichever way we decided within that week. I'm presuming that the EIR work is underway now based on what? What is the project? And if the project is tweaked, and then a couple days later a draft EIR pops out, people are going to wonder if that was an adequate evaluation.
Mr. Minton, your admonition, including the phrase, as long as it agrees with the conclusions I support, as the ultimate qualifier, is the most revealing and honest declaration of most people's position I've heard. Thank you.
Can I ask another question now that raises for me, and I apologize because I probably asked Joe this question 5 times. The EIR alternatives, when do we see those? Because that's kind of an important issue to lay out, because for me, for example, I'm not going to be able to say what I think the project ought to be. I'm going to be able to say, okay, here's a preferred alternative that we'll put out for comment.
Agenda item 10 exhibit is the start of that discussion, which is supposed to happen. It's either the end of today or tomorrow. I don't remember which.
I believe it's tomorrow.
It just is discussion on, are we actually going to see the alternatives? Are they in this book that I got this morning?
Summary of conceptual alternatives.
Yeah, because the issue for me has got to be, I'm going to want something to be in the alternative, so I know that we'll be studying it and we'll have the rest of the process for people to say. But I may be in a different place than Randy. I don't believe that the draft you put out afterwards is a decision we make. I think we need to shape it as best we can. But I'm totally open to using the alternatives process to change it. And I know we had a whole conversation here about how we needed to have a robust enough set of alternatives that it would be an envelope for all those possible options. But
and we will talk about that tomorrow, and we are going to talk specifics.
But I'm thinking, when are we going to get into it in depth? Because when are we going to see the draft EIR? Does that come after?
My understanding is that we will be publishing it, and you'll have that when it gets published for the public.
So, and it's hard to get a draft, just what Jonah said, it's really hard to do a draft EIR until you actually know what the proposed project is. So while we're doing work that's, you have to have existing conditions and all of that stuff, until we actually get direction that this is the proposed project that
so you would be working on finalizing it after the meeting where we give the proposed project?
Yes, we will, although we were going to talk about...
But then, do we get to see it again before it goes out as adequate from our...
We weren't planning on that. We were planning on talking with you about what the alternatives would be and how we would shape the alternatives. And I defer to Gwen, who's our EIR.
Chris, you want to...
Well, typically that's a staff directed effort. An EIR, as you well know, is supposed to be...
I've always been staff. This is hard.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. An objective environmental analysis, so it's a technical report.
All right.
I think tomorrow what we're going to try to do is get into the conceptual structure of the alternatives to hopefully make you, as well as the other board members, comfortable with the direction that we intend to go. And again, the project description is going to be the suite of projects, recommendations and policies in the draft that you look at the end of June. So you will have seen that. With regard to the actual draft environmental document before it's circulated for public comment, we had not intended to bring that back to you to look at. I'm sure Gwen can tell us about how voluminous it may be or already is. But with regard to the substantive matters that I think that you're concerned about, we hopefully will be able to go into a discussion and address any concerns you have tomorrow, as well as at the next meeting. And maybe not.
I may just have to park myself in Gwen's office at some point in this process, because that's very important to me, and it's very dependent on how I feel about the draft that goes out. Completely dependent.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Randy? No. Okay. Ms. Kincaid, San Joaquin River Group.
Valerie Kincaid, San Joaquin River Group. I'm very supportive of the proposed schedule changes. I think it's, as most people have said, very important to get this fourth draft in tip-top shape. And I also, one of the reasons I put in a card was because the idea of having a framework discussion, I'm not sure that's how it's been discussed so far.
That's a plausible description, though.
Right. Yeah. That's how I kind of imagine the discussion that Ms. Marcus and Ms. Gray were talking about, I think is a terrific idea. And I think that's really where kind of the rubber meets the road, and I'm glad that these issues are being brought up. So I'm very supportive.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Is that it, Ms. Rogers? Okay. Anyone else like to talk to us who hasn't filled out a blue slip? Okay. Members, you have the staff recommendation before us, cancellation of the May 28th, 29th meeting, the release of the fourth staff draft on June 13th, and the scheduling of a framework, whatever we call the council discussion, sometime around the middle of June, and then the final review and revisions directions to staff of the fourth draft plan at the June 23-24 meeting. Did I leave anything?
I want to correct that the dates for the meeting that we're canceling, I think, is the 26th and 27th.
Okay, whatever. All right. 26th, 27th, whatever it is. It's the end of May meeting anyway. Okay, members, your pleasure. Is there a motion? Second, Ms. Gray. Move Ms. Marcus. Okay, let's call the roll, starting with Mr. Nordhoff.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay, you got 6 on that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for letting us go through the procedural commotion before we get to the policy discussions. It was important, I think, and thank you. Okay, Ms. Buchholz, are you going to start? Ms. McCauley, are you going to start? How are we going to do this? We're now on third staff draft, chapter number 7, I believe.
Right. We're going to start with the floodplain, or the the reduced risk to people, property, and state interests in the Delta.
Right.
And that's, the title is consistent with the language which is in the statute. This chapter has actually been divided up into 8 areas. The areas are, let me just run through them to remind us, because I realize we don't have any bullet points in this. Floodplain, floodway protection, levee design criteria, flood management investments, emergency preparedness and response, limitation of liabilities, financing of local flood management activities, subsidence reduction and reversal, and reoperation of upstream reservoirs for peak flow attenuation and to improve flood management. We have received, and I have not tallied up the comments that we received last night on the website, but up and through then we had received 71 individual comments on this chapter. We're very appreciative of these. The comments on the, because we have sort of, we're getting this more focused each staff draft. The comments are very helpful, very constructive, and we have a lot of good examples, and we also appreciate the people who have taken the time to give us red line strikeout additions to this, and also the ones that have provided us additional references to be looked at. So the specificity in the comments are very appreciative. We recognize when we package these together how much effort it is, not just for us to prepare them or go through them, but every one of these agencies and entities who have put these together. We really want to say thank you as staff. I'm going to say that for all of us. Starting with on page 88, line 13, the floodplain and floodway protection section. And you'll see me over here with a red line because we've already started to incorporate some comments along the way. So I just want to let you know that, and Eric Nickel and I are going to jointly present this. Eric's the primary author on this chapter and this part. The starting with the problem statement on, I'm going to sort of to focus this discussion because of time on the problem statements, the policies, the recommendations, and then eventually at the end of the chapter,
do you want
performance.
us, if members have questions, you want questions during that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Right.
Feel free to stop me at any time.
Okay.
And we have our red pens ready to go.
Okay. On the problem, and you're focusing now just on the problem statement.
I will take any general comments, but I thought for the matter of time, that's how I was going to focus the discussion. But I'm open to any other comments you have on the chapter.
I do have a comment on the problem statement. It's focused on structures in the floodplain. It seems to me floodplain and floodway protection is a combination of the desirability of increasing or reducing risk through uses of floodplains, expansions of existing ones, and developing new ones where appropriate, as opposed to structures on floodplains. Because of the 3 identified in the list, 2 in some sense of the word exist, and 1 is a proposal, not yet a reality, the Southern San Joaquin identified. So I thought the structures in floodplains is a problem, but it's not the starting problem. It's the larger issue of reducing risk, using floodplain and bypasses as a way to achieve that. And although you reference it in the text, it's also the integration of risk reduction with other values like ecosystem that help meet the co-equal goal. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Members, anything else on problem statement?
No, I want to applaud you for the integrated thinking, because that is what if there's a bottom line to what we're supposed to add, it's that kind of integrated thinking where you find the win-wins, and it's analogous to the issue of how do we eliminate duplication.
Well, this is an illustration of the process we go through. The staff does it. The narrative's got that in it in one piece or another, but in a public process, you're always responding to questions and comments and testimony, which are usually idiosyncratic, my interest area specific, and that tends to remove you from the larger picture and go down to the details. And this one is one where there's multiple benefits, including potential protection of the existing water conveyance system, a reliability consideration that makes floodplain a big deal for a lot of reasons, which is why it's so important.
In this process, we have, so that was the problem statement. With respect to the policies, and we're going to be going through the ecosystem restoration policies and recommendations tomorrow. So where the first one I'll just say is, and I'll just let you know what we have a reduced risk policy number 1, which refer to an ecosystem restoration policy. That I would like
this
to
is flood.
It's for floodplains. Its protection of the floodplains is a critical part of a way to meet of achieving the co-equal goals through reducing flood risk, the protection of the ecosystem. Because we're referring back to a specific set of words back in ecosystem, I guess I would ask you to think about maybe leaving that, the working on that policy till tomorrow when the ecosystem team is in front of you. But know then that it also will go forward into the reduced risk section. Mainly because we don't have those people all here today to answer the questions. The second policy is an existing or potential value of floodways, that we should not encroach upon the floodways. And also then policy number 3 is that we don't encroach upon the floodplains. And we've provided the definitions of the California Code of Regulations definitions of floodway and the FEMA definition of floodplains and the footnotes on that page. And we've had some comments on those definitions either being confusing or other definitions should be used, and we're working on that right now.
I had to work to distinguish floodplain, floodways, floodplains. I think it makes sense, but this is the tension between tell us exactly what you're doing, give us all the details, and then complaining when you do, because it doesn't handle whatever a particular problem is. Do you have a sense of how you might recommend changes be made?
We could provide example, using one area and providing an example.
Narrative examples as opposed to regulatory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Otherwise, if we do regulatory, it's going to look a lot like the footnotes.
Yeah. Well, I like the principle of incorporating definitions from other credible sources, if available, particularly from agencies that do this kind of work as a substantial focus of their activities. Randy.
Gwen, that triggers a question. Will we have a glossary or definitions?
Yes,
Will
we're
that be
working
in the
on
next draft?
Yes.
Great, thanks.
And it'll be consistent between the Delta Plan and the EIR.
That's nice.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
And this may be overbroad, I think we've talked about it before. Why? I know the issue that folks talked about on the last draft when they came in is the issue of how to be protective but not overbroad so that we're chilling everything in too big of a swath. So it's my question of how are we proposing to do that so that we don't chill too much? And the second one is, have people suggested, I'm more visual, so I like words and paper, but I also really like maps.
Right.
So it seems in something like this, we should be pretty, what do we mean by shall not be encroached? Are we freezing everything? Or so I'm a little, it says except as providing the Delta Plan. So my guess is there may be somewhere else cross-referenced where we'll be more specific.
Right. And we need to work on those words because they are sort of at odds with each other. In that part, we have tried to come up with mapping. The mapping is underway by both FEMA and by DWR in different ways, and we don't have the definitive maps. We don't even have a consistent set of data that we could put together old maps.
Right.
We've looked into this a lot and talked to DWR, the Corps, and other districts. There are many of the agencies that might have their own way of looking at those mapping in the current physical boundaries, but they're not necessarily consistent that we could use as a basis for a legal plan. Right. So right now we have not we're not providing those maps per se. We have other maps like FEMA 100 year, but again they're working on those. Right. One of the things I do want to say that we are working on is the 3 bullets under policy number 3. Initially, just in accordance, and we would do this anyway, but in accordance with the statute, we have considered the strategies that were identified in the Delta Vision strategic plan. And so these bullets started with the bullets that were in the Delta Vision strategic plan. The first bullet is for the Yolo bypass, and we actually have some suggested modifications that we're working with Yolo County and the Yolo bypass management area. And that group, so that we can get those words correct, because they have a set of ongoing studies right there. It's also, the Yolo bypass is a defined flood bypass area.
It is defined.
It's
okay.
very defined. Okay. The next one was the Cosumnes River, McCollum River confluence. In the Delta Vision, the words looked a lot more like the third bullet there. Subsequent to the Delta Vision strategic plan being completed, Department of Water Resources, the Nature Conservancy, and others, and now the Corps of Engineers, they undertook a major study for that area. Many people refer to it as the McCormick-Williamson area, because McCormick-Williamson tract is involved. And also this is Grizzly Slough. And they actually looked, as I said, the Delta Vision strategic plan actually had a paragraph that looked much more like the third bullet with lots of areas specified. They looked at those in several of their alternatives. They completed their EIR. It is final. The Corps of Engineers, as a federal lead agency, is now taking that up and taking it and doing a feasibility study. And so they actually looked at the whole area that was defined as a potential area for protection in the Delta Vision plan. And they, through their alternative analysis, actually came down to the specific areas that they currently are proceeding with for protection in that area. So we have referred that back to, and that is defined in the North Delta Flood Control and Ecosystem Restoration Project.
Got it.
And if
I like that. I like the approach a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. I assume the footnote or the reference is going to be modified to make sure we include the Corps of Engineers.
We did get that comment now that I
right.
have their, because I knew they had started it, but I didn't have their name of their
No, that's exactly the right approach, where a plan is underway and it moves a step forward. We pick up that step and refine the focus. I like that. Yeah.
With the third bullet, this basically comes out of the Delta Vision strategic plan with the modification of saying the undeveloped portion of Stewart Tract instead of all of Stewart Tract, because when that was published, all of Stewart Tract was, the new levee had not been constructed yet. We are looking for, trying to work with the agencies and others to try to understand if there's a more appropriate definition for this third bullet. We did get a letter from American Rivers, and they noted in their letter that American Rivers, the Nature Conservancy, and South Delta Water Agency had put together a grant application to Department of Water Resources to proceed in a project. My understanding is similar to what was done at the Cosumnes River. We don't have any more detail on that. We do need to track that down with American Rivers.
We're going to hear from Ms. Luddy a little bit later, and she'll give us the details.
It would be great to have additional details on that and maybe use that information.
Is that focused at the San Joaquin River South Delta floodplain?
That was what the letter indicated. That's what I interpreted the letter to indicate. There is a lower San Joaquin River flood project going on. It has the authority to take in the area that's identified in this description. However, currently it is not being, the focus of that study is up or downstream of this area. Right. So we did get a letter that said that it had the authority to be expanded, but currently that project is not focused in this area.
And today we had the City of Tracy's comment letter 2 or something, which identified a portion of this area, potential area.
Yes, a portion of this is near Tracy, especially along Interstate 205.
Yep. Yep.
So as we get that information, it's wonderful to have a few more weeks so that we can incorporate this information that's coming in.
We're just here to make you happy, Gwen.
That's great.
She doesn't believe that.
It's better to
for
get
2 weeks.
Right? You're not yelling
2 weeks
at
of
us.
happiness is better than eternally.
Exactly.
promise that can't be delivered.
Well, that helps with my question, because obviously the concern that was expressed, which was legitimate, that it's, especially when it's in the regulatory side, is that you could have a chilling effect. And I appreciate your explanation of all the work you're doing to get it to be defined and the players that are already involved, so it won't be a surprise. Because I know that one of the pushbacks we're going to get on everything we do that's in the policies versus the recommendation section is about we can't be vague and we can't be unfair and we can't be all that. But this is clearly an important arena. So
Well,
thanks. That was actually very helpful to me.
Yeah, and I thought Tracy's comment today where the city manager indicated, yes, they support floodplain to the east, although not in an agreement on precise detail, the general configuration is one that I think the council had not previously in prior years adopted. They'd kind of just let it go, and that's pretty important. I'm pretty comfortable with this, the way we're approaching this part of the chapter. I think it's good.
Good. Okay. Well, then let's jump into the two recommendations in this section. These are recommendations that basically are recommending that the Department of Water Resource and Central Valley Flood Protection Board continue their investigation in this area that we just spoke of, and should fund and continue it. We do understand that funding has been an issue in the past. And then also, the next one is about the dredging program that has been established by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and has gone through multiple levels. It has a full programmatic EIS that was adopted several years ago, and each year as they go forward with it, they have a separate environmental assessment. EPA is very involved with that, as are the State Board, Regional Board, Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife.
Ms. Buchholz, is part of one of our functions, which is to prod state and federal agencies who already have authority to do things and want to do them, but to prod them to move faster. I've never heard us discuss the need and the urgency for the recommendation number one. I mean, is there, I know there's a need for everything, but you can't do everything, and this is a significant study, but it's also focused on Paradise Cut, which is a reoccurring point of tension.
Well, it connects back up to the third bullet above,
right,
which is the policy to protect that area, and the other two bullets already have ongoing studies, and so this is why staff thought maybe we could put this.
The regulation and the recommendation work together.
Right, and that was why maybe we should make a little more note to that of why we put that recommendation in. But that was the concept was, even though we understand there's funding issues obviously on every project anybody does, including the Yellow Bypass and the McCollum, Cassundas McCollum. This one had not started yet, and we've heard a concern that there might be an issue with respect to getting available funds to do that area. So that was the reason, but maybe we should either make it broader to make sure they fund all of these things. If we could do that as an option.
Yeah, it's kind of like my question. I mean, one of my questions on that was going to be, are there others? I mean, sort of, is there a recommendation for other places that they should be looking for them as opposed to already existing
Well, like
ones? And you know the
McCollum doesn't have core funding right now. They're sort of stuck in limbo with the federal budget.
Yeah, why not?
So, Gwen, all we're talking about here is that they fund the investigation.
That's right, because we don't know. We're not trying to be pre-decisional on what the recommendation would be, because they've never done that study.
I mean, is it worth making a recommendation that there should be an overview, or I don't know if you feel confident to do it. I don't want to exclude other places where this might be.
Let us check into that. I don't know of that right now, but I don't know if Eric does or not. Okay.
Okay, any other questions on this section? Okay, I think we're now in levy design. I'm sorry.
Oh, I do on that. She just hadn't talked about the LTMS, and Joe and I talked about that. I think my signature's on an earlier version of the LTMS strategy from the 90s, and we just might want to say more about this, or say that, or expand what we're talking about, because I think unless you were there, or unless you're involved in it now, you're not going to understand why we're recommending. And actually, I'm not clear what we are actually recommending them to do other than to think about it more. So I think a little more specificity would be helpful.
I agree, and actually my signature is on this one, and I think we should expand what they're doing. They're focused on the ship channels. I think we need to ask them to look at other areas in the Delta beyond just the ship channels.
Gwen, this is more form than substance, but on line 2 for
which page?
Policy 1, page 89. At the very top of the page, we talk about RRP1 referred to emergency response policy 4. Could we summarize that?
We could put, we've gone back and forth whether we should summarize it or just put the reference
in a few
in.
sentences, and then maybe put it in the appendix. The policy.
Well, the policy is actually in chapter 5.
Oh, it is. Okay.
But we could, what we probably should do is put a reference to make sure that everybody remembers it's on.
Yeah, something like that.
We could at least put the page number so people
if it is in the plan.
Right. No problem. And it's odd today because we're out of order on how we're taking these
out of
comments.
chapter order.
Out of chapter order. So. Oh, no, definitely. Okay, I'm going to move to page 90.
No.
Delta levy design criteria. And 90, 91, and 92 are the 3 pages that cover this. We're actually doing a lot of work on this section, and based on both the comments and also some things that we knew we just didn't have in this
Right.
section. So they're both. I'm going to be quite honest with you. We knew that we had it incomplete when we put it out in third staff draft, because we still needed more information from different people.
I raised it earlier in the meeting on this methodology of risk-based calculation and so on. And I was hectoring Mr. Nickel yesterday by email on this. The PPIC portion on just kind of their flood management portfolio in their latest book, I thought was a pretty, as this stuff goes, was a pretty clearly organized and state-focused statement. And I particularly was interested in the methodology used for planning purposes and the criticism they made in the book that the current system is, well, they were very plainly stated. Current system is anybody who thinks they need money gets to ask for it, and you kind of roll it out, and you're not really getting a bang for your buck. You're satisfying urgings, and if and I guess that's called frequency-based flood management, whatever it's called. I thought that was an interesting way to talk about it, and might be something you would want to consider as part of these diamonds that really kind of are a first attempt to lay out conceptual elements and approaches, because we don't clarify other than through the chart right now, and the chart itself is not, it's an operational chart, or whatever engineers would call it. It's a chart an engineer would want to look at to get some concept, but we also need a problem statement solution, I think, that gives the context before we get to it.
Right.
And I don't know whether the PPIC stuff's the right approach, but it appeals to me, I must confess.
Well, this section, certainly anytime you talk about design criteria, there's a connection to the investment that you are going to use.
Which is in a different chapter.
Which is and that's an investment prioritization of available funds, or when funds become available, of allocations. Right. This section is ones that are set up associated with a level of protection, a level to provide a level of risk protection against floods. And so it's really set up that if you go on the bullets on page 90 from the FEMA hazard mitigation plan bullet to the 200-year urban levee protection type of design criteria, you decrease risk associated with that. You certainly increase financial investment, both from the standpoint, as was said this morning, not just of the capital costs, but also of the maintenance, because levees do require maintenance. It's not a one-time deal. And to continue to maintain that level of design criteria, could become more expensive in some areas and others. Doesn't have to be. It would depend on soils and all those things. So what these criteria on page 90 have been actually developed have already been developed. They're already in the public arena. This is the way different people utilize these criteria. What's slightly different on this process is the application of these criteria to different areas of risk. And one of the things, just skipping ahead to the policy in table 7-1, what this really does is that it's saying that for areas that are of agricultural areas, that it would be the minimum is what's called the HMP, or what's referred to on page 90 as the first bullet, the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Plan, which is why it's called HMP. And on that process, that's the one that you need to obtain be eligible for FEMA disaster grants and assistance following the levee failures. And so that's in general what you'll hear people trying to strive for as the minimum.
Well, there's also a footnote B to that discussion, which I find all these things kind of interesting, but explain footnote B to me and the policy it represents, please.
If you want to jump in, Eric.
Page 91.
Okay. On footnote B, the islands where Class 2 levies are, let me read it. Islands where Class 2 levies are appropriate include those after adequate considerations that are judged to have no specific statewide interest and may not be reclaimed after levee failure. So what these were islands that not only just are just agricultural islands. This is a critical policy for you guys to think about. Is it would say that on agricultural islands they wouldn't necessarily need to have anything more than HMP, and this also could be utilized for islands if in the future there was a failure, and people would say when we start looking at islands that may not represent statewide interest. So for instance, there are islands that have flooded in the past and they have not been reclaimed. Mildred Island off of Middle River is an example of such an island. It was decided, and I don't know why it was decided to be not reclaimed, but I know it's not reclaimed. And those would be the type of things if people said this didn't have any infrastructure on it, didn't have a state highway, didn't have a pipeline like Jones has, where it has the McCollum Aqueducts, or it may not have a transmission line on it like Sherman. If that may be something that they would say is critical. There is no map currently that says if this levee goes, go fix it immediately. That is not a public map. That is not a developed published map.
And there's no way that this body is going to be able to make that kind of engineering and scientific determination. But I read this and I said, that's kind of interesting, because I believe the legislature's told all kinds of agencies to establish a levee priority program that assumes some definition of what levees are important for state interest. And all the locals, of course, who own property believe that it's a domino theory. Any one levy goes, all levies go, whatever it is. But it really comes back to the question of who pays for what level of protection. And I read this to mean that HMP recommendations might imply that the legislature would continue and the state would continue its discretionary funding for non-project levies in that situation. But it was not a commitment to go beyond that, and not a guarantee. Matter of fact, a declaration that is not a promise to recover any island that meets HMP standards. And of course, meeting HMP standards is desirable because you can get federal money. Mm-hmm. And that's the prime driver, as a matter of fact.
And the non-guarantee is consistent with the stated prioritizations for subventions, DWR subvention program or levy improvements program. That is consistent with that. I will say that we received quite a few comments, and in quite a few being more than one, from communities that said, and reclamation districts and representatives of those areas, saying that they believe that the PL 8499 should actually be the minimal design criteria, not the HMP. And so we need to wrestle with that at this point. Yes.
Marcus.
This is more on the chapter as a whole because it's in little chunks. And I know we may come back to it, and maybe I'm just not finding it. But I know that there's a mention, of course, on the first page in one of the sentences, sort of as a subsequent clause, is this whole issue of salinity intrusion from a catastrophic failure, particularly in the West, which we talk about in emergency response. Why aren't we talking about it here? Why aren't we suggesting, for example, a stronger, as a recommendation maybe, what are the options or measures to protect against that kind of a particular failure? Because these standards go more to, maybe it's subsumed in these 4 criteria, but is something in these 4 criteria make it so that those Western islands won't fail?
They're not, no, that is not in the criteria that stands right now.
That's one of the issues I think we should be addressing. I mean, it seems, when I think about the issues that have popped up that we can shine more light on than the existing agencies appear to be doing, that pops out to me as one of the top 5 things we would be shining a light on and making recommendations on that aren't being taken care of in a way. I mean, right now, I'm sort of a belt, suspenders, and flying monkeys, whatever it takes thing. So you have this entire multi-million-dollar process going on where we're considering alternative conveyance because of that possibility. We should also be thinking about, well, what do you do to either armor those islands or do something else? I've heard all kinds of engineering things that I don't understand, but we got to say something.
That's important because the reality, as BDCP says, and when we were doing our panel at Aqua yesterday, risk is not primarily the function of BDCP. Yes, things to get taken into account, but BDCP, big political deal that it is, big engineering deal that it might be, is not everything in the Delta at all times for all places. But the Western Islands offer, which are not exclusively but predominantly publicly owned now, offer ecosystem opportunities that have been identified in our ecosystem chapter. This is a place very much like floodplains where you think about the Western Islands. I do not know, although people tell me, oh yeah, those Western Islands, it's the plug that keeps the salt from getting into the Delta. It may be true, it may not be true. I think it must have some merit, but I don't know that for sure. But I think what your suggestion goes to is there a way comparable to what we did on floodplain development to begin constructing some salinity protection that might match with ecosystem benefits that might fit in this notion of actions that could be done within the next 5 to 10 years, so that out of this plan, apart from everything else, comes some real actions
in the short term, right?
Yeah, that's a very important point.
And we could do that because that study doesn't exist per se now. There's been some sensitivity runs that were presented at through the BDCP steering committee that are out in the public to look at. It's an issue. It's certainly an issue at any time. It becomes a major issue in the future with sea level rise.
Right, exactly.
Because
earthquake or
currently, with the sea level elevations that they are now, there is a potential that it can be recovered. The water quality at the the South Delta intakes can be recovered. But as it moves forward in the future with the sea level rise that we'll see not just in mid-century but also at year 2100, that may not be the case. And that's certainly what the models indicated that were presented at the steering committee at that time last year. So I think you're right that we could put it in. We don't know those islands right now. There have been various studies, but not the definitive studies and definitive analysis, but maybe that becomes a recommendation.
What I'd love is just to talk about that issue, the way we framed it, partially what I said, partially what the chairman said, so that it's a big part of what we're talking about, because that's the state interest.
Yep.
So not just protecting itself from having to pay for flood damage, but that's why we're here in part, and why all that other stuff is happening. So it just seems it should be happening in parallel, in addition to the longer term comment. So we need a description, and then I'll leave it to you to craft some sort of a recommendation that encompasses good public policy, thoughtful thinking on what we might do in the short run.
Joe, you had your mic on. Did you have a comment on this?
No.
Okay, all right.
I've got a quick comment, Glenn. On page 90, the very top, line 1, we make the statement, the historical performance of many levees in the Delta is poor. Well, that's kind of inflammatory. I mean, it's a little vague. It's not really specific. And I'm looking upon this as an integrated document. You know, that you really shouldn't be able, if you want to learn about levees, I guess there's a question, where do you go to learn about levees?
Now?
Right now, I mean, you pick up the document, and I'm really concerned about levees.
Oh, in this document?
In this document, and I pick it up for the first time, and I want to learn about levees. You know, are they at risk? You know, I want to learn about some of the factors that make them at risk. Where would I go?
As we stand in the Delta Plan right now, we don't have that details. We have had those details in the white paper. We have them in the EIR, but we don't have it now.
The references to this chapter might arguably be expanded at a minimum to do what Mr. Nordhoff suggested.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if this is the levee chapter, I looked through it quickly, couldn't find anything about subsidence. And it could be another place in the plan, but if it is, we ought to reference it.
No, I think
for a more detailed discussion, and we ought to put more specificity on that statement. You know, so many levees, X number of levees have failed in the last X years.
No, we have all that information, and it's always just that understanding of how much detail you want. And
but here we're talking about the problem.
Yep.
You know, and I think, you know, before we talk about how to mitigate it, we ought to understand the problem a little bit better.
Not a problem. And we'll have more graphics, too, that those kind of things are.
Yeah,
Ms. Marcus.
I was thinking, what happens to those great white papers?
The white papers and the comments on the white papers are being used, specifically, I'll tell you, they're being used as the basis for the existing conditions and the no action alternative, or excuse me, no project alternative in the CEQA document.
Have we thought? I'm sorry.
No, absolutely. Go ahead.
Have we thought about using an appendix and referring to the appendix as appropriate for more detail on some of this stuff?
If that is your pleasure, we can do that.
But I mean, people don't have to read the appendix. You know, it goes back to the executive summary. You know, trying to make it easy.
Yeah. You did such good work there, and then I know it's real. There was the reason I was smiling. It's really because I know I was the one saying not too many words, but it's hard to figure out how you want to bring in enough to justify what you're doing, and so it's a hard balance. But maybe you can eventually do a read through for that and import more. But also, if we have an appendix, then the people who really want to understand this stuff have this really valid.
And then it really becomes complete. Yeah. You know, the casual reader can read it and get a good understanding of it. Maybe just through the executive summary, somebody else, and you can get as much detail as you want.
We're just, as I said, it's just attention. It's not that we've even written this, so it's okay. I'm always cringy when I see it should be no more than 20 pages, and we're already at 120 without the graphics. So I go, oh my gosh.
When did you answer the question of subsidence? It's not in this chapter?
The area that we do have a section in here that is referencing to the exact title of it. It's towards the end of the document, subsidence, reduction, and reversal. This part of the chapter focuses on levee design criteria for the future levees, and also basically saying what that type of risk would have to be for a covered action to be implemented, and if that covered action should have less risk. That's really sort of where the policy is that the covered action should have no more risk than what would be provided by the design criteria in Table 7.1. So that if a covered action was constructed, that it would not have more risk than would be allowed for that.
In terms of what this does, this really just says, essentially, this is current law. So it doesn't change the law at all, but it kind of puts it in one place where everybody can see, if I'm going to do this, this is the standard I have to meet. At least that's what I understand.
And the only part I'll say again, that's in addition to that is, and on the FEMA, on the rural areas with less than 10,000 people, currently Senate Bill 5 requires new developments for communities with more than 10,000 people to provide a minimum of 200-year flood protection. there isn't one thing that's specified outside of the basis of the FEMA work, or even if you had a couple residences, 10, there's not a real number that I'm aware of, that might be on a mostly agricultural island that would then need more than HMP, or even maybe PL 8499, depending on where it's located. The question would be, and this is what the proposal is from staff, is do we require areas that have less residents than 10,000 to, and we don't have, we've played around at staff, should there be another column that says something with up to 100 and then 100 to 10,000, or up to 1,000 and 1,000 to 10,000. But we're basically requiring additional design criteria for areas that would be more rural residential or even less than urban. It's actually could be. So that is in addition to what's currently being.
How does that fit with the Delta's Place Heritage Town concept that everybody's wrestling with?
What this would do is that in those communities, because they're residential, development in those areas would have to be protected by basically 100-year flood protection. And some of those areas would be, just as an engineer, and if we were just doing engineering feasibility, not financial, et cetera, some are going to be easier than others. Some of those towns, like Locke, are sitting on the river, and it's going to be difficult to provide that full protection to those structures.
Pat?
So the example of Locke, it's an old community. What standard would apply if one house or 10 houses or 100 houses were built in that community or adjacent to it?
If this policy was adopted the way it's presented here, they would require a 100-year flood protection for the covered action to be consistent with the Delta plan.
Because of the 10,000.
Because we have two columns. One is above 10,000, which is the SV5 current,
right.
And then we have another grouping of everything less than. And right now we don't have, the way we've brought it to the council for comment is that we basically have less than 10,000 and more than 10,000, or equal to and more. I guess we should say equal to and greater than 10,000.
Well, I don't know that we can make the law in this area, but maybe we can. But restating this as if it's a level of protection that's adequate concerns me, that anything less than 10,000 size community, it's okay to pursue new development with 100-year flood protection. I mean, is that what we're saying?
That's what would be the policy if it was adopted the way it's written.
Well, if it doesn't comport with the science or the exposure of the state, for instance, right? So you could have in theory at least, a new development of 5,000 residential units that the state might be held liable for, and we said they could be built with 100-year flood protection?
Which is, yeah.
I think that's current law.
Yeah,
and
no, I understand.
So you're right.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying to the extent that we, I'm just raising it. I think Gwen said, or you said, we're organizing this material into one place, but it's current law.
Yeah, and Gwen corrected me. She said, no, we're actually requiring a little more than current law, which I hadn't understood until she said that. Mm-hmm. But we're not requiring as much as you're asking. We're sticking with current law with the 100-year protection for communities less than 10,000.
Well, except we've got a caveat for legacy towns in footnote C. Mm-hmm. And if I understand the caveat for legacy towns, its protection should be determined based on site-specific needs and financing. I'm not sure what that means, but at least it reserves the issue.
Well, it might reserve it downward.
It might
less is required.
Yeah.
One of the concerns I have, as I recall, and it sounds like we need to do more research probably over lunch on this. Cities and counties must agree in order to be eligible for FEMA response during an emergency to live within certain standards. And that meant, for example, that the city of Sacramento, when they fell below the 100-year flood standard, they were not allowed to issue building permits, period.
Moratorium for
And
X years.
as I understand it, moratoriums will be in effect for most of the Delta based on that.
That happened in Stockton, too. You know,
yes.
Everything was threatened to come to a halt unless the city got above 100-year flood protection and had a plan. And
so for the city of Locke and for any of the
But for the smaller communities, wherever they may be,
I think it applies to smaller communities too.
I mean, I get if you have a rural area and people have a right to build a house and you have occasional houses, or you have
I think it even applies
housing.
in the county.
Pardon me?
I believe that it applies even in the county. So Supervisor Natoli the other day was talking about there were people that were trying to get projects built in the Delta before the new flood maps were certified. So, and that wasn't in any town, it wasn't in any legacy community. It was out in the Delta, and I believe those rules apply. That's why I was thinking that these standards were essentially current law. And because the cities and counties all have signed an agreement that they will not permit development in areas that don't meet those standards.
I believe that for a new facility at that point. I'm not sure all activities that we would have considered a covered action would have been different.
But
that's all I was saying.
New construction.
Okay, if my understanding now of this chart is that we've kind of said add up to 9,999 people with really low standards, it is directly in conflict with the next policy recommendation that if state investments are involved for levee improvements, it should reduce risk of loss and not result in an increase of the number of people at risk. Now, I don't mind choosing one or the other, but you can't have both. That's Pat's point, which I didn't realize.
And we can talk about some of our comments on either continue on with this and then take this as a grouping if you'd like. We had on that one, and I don't, or do you want to stick with this policy first?
I don't, Hank, you.
I had a different point, I think.
Okay.
I mean, it seems like when we started, we figured that the levees were probably the most important component in the Delta for both environmental and for reliable water supply. And if this is the chapter on levees, we all decided we have to develop some criteria to prioritize. I guess one is to find out where are the weak levees, and then two, to get a prioritization of repairing them. And that seems pretty critical for this whole process. We know, we read earlier in this chapter that there's an investigation about floodplains and flood paths and all that. Is there such an investigation on individual islands and levees and trying to categorize their level of safetiness?
On a large portion of them, it's undergoing with Central Valley Flood Protection. It's still not all of them, but there's a large portion of them under that. That report was to be utilized in accordance with our statute as part of to be informative to the Delta Plan process. Unfortunately, it's not complete at this point in time, and so that's one of the things we recognize in the development of these recommendations, that has to come forward and needs to be included at least in the next 5-year update for Delta
Do we
Plan.
have any idea when it will be completed?
I believe it's
Mr. Grindstaff and I had a conference call yesterday morning with 2 members of the board and staff, and I think it's some distance off.
Does that mean years or weeks?
Sometime next year, I believe.
Next year? Should one of our recommendations be that this thing be expedited? more resources beyond there? Because
they've already gotten a statutory exemption extension from the legislature once. They were supposed to have this done by 2011, and they got that extended to 2012, I think.
Maybe 2013.
I didn't hear a guarantee that their report's going to be finished with levy standards and identified risk property by then, but maybe I didn't hear it correctly.
The plan is to have their draft report complete by the 1st of January for consideration by the Flood Protection Board, and the Flood Protection Board plans to have the final report complete by the end of June next year.
Should we do a pro forma in here? In other words, say we expect to have this information. With that information, we will then use these criteria to prioritize.
We could add something. I can figure out if we can add something like that.
I mean, we can't do everything now because we don't have the requisite information.
Well, I'm a little skeptical that they're going to be able to produce a state prioritization which is interpreted by all property owners.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying they will give us the raw data. You know, these are the weakest levies, these are less weak levies, these are okay. We would have to come up with the criteria to prioritize the repair work.
I don't know what their status is.
We are, I think, going to, later on we'll talk about the direction we want to, the recommendation we want to make to the Department of Water Resources, and Eric's been uncharacteristically quiet, but he's written up a quite extensive revision that he was planning to put into the next draft, and when we get to that section, I suggest we talk about that. And Eric, you'll have to talk some about that. Our levy investment section is where we were going to make a recommendation about what DWR should be doing and how they should get back to us with prioritization and actually give us that information.
So they're going to do the prioritization, the criteria?
Well, they're at least going to give us information that we can use, and they haven't done that. If you'll recall, probably it's been almost a year ago when DWR came and appeared in front of the council.
Well, and it scared the whatever out of us, and so that's why you're getting this reaction.
They actually talked about the ability to potentially produce a map. And we've had several times, the chair bet me they would never do it. The chair was right.
That's my second dinner you owe me.
They said, yes, we can produce a map, and then they committed to produce the map, and they've done that a couple of times, but never yet produced the map. And they told me, frankly, when I had a private conversation, that they were worried that we would misuse the information. We would probably post it on the web and
it become public knowledge. And but look, the real fear is it's anger from elected officials and anger from local residents, and an assumption the state, once identifying state interest in levies, is obligated to pay for their maintenance in full. The lawyers, all of whom believe that the Paterno decision was evil, wrong, not supported by the law and everything else, will also tell you don't discuss any of that in public for fear that whatever you say may be used against us in future litigation. I mean, it's a real problem. Yeah. And I don't know, Mr. Stevens is sitting forward, which usually means he is about to tell us that although we could receive information, we'd actually, before we'd attempt to use that information in a regulatory format, we would have to examine it with care and find it substantial and so on and consistent with policy.
See, he doesn't even need to speak anymore. You've got him so well trained that you don't have to say anything.
Exactly.
Was he accurate?
Wait, I have a question for Mr. Stevens.
Oh, yes.
Given the prohibition against gifts to public officials, would Joe have to pay his debt to Phil by cooking him 2 dinners?
Oh, my God.
You can't buy them?
Yeah, that's a scary thought, isn't it? But in all seriousness, I am in support of having a rational basis for what we do in any respect to the plan. But, with what we're talking about here, I assume that with the chart and other things that we have been talking to DWR, we've gotten comments from the Flood Board through our regular interagency coordination. And I'm assuming that even though some of their deliverables aren't on track right now, they are making valuable and substantive comments to the extent that we can incorporate those,
Yes.
maybe you can talk about that.
And we, a lot of these, this table also came from Delta Vision Strategic Plan. Right. And my understanding is the Department of Water Resources and others provided a lot of input to get to that point. And it is still evolving. And we got a lot of comments continued on this process. So this table is as I said, we have a lot of red on this table today.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I guess all I'm saying is this is such a critical point that we ought to, if we don't have the information at present, we ought to lay out a pathway,
okay.
For what's going to happen, who's going to do what and all the rest of that.
Okay.
And the decisions that will be taken and the action that will be undertaken as a result.
Right. And then if nothing else, and then we can put that through both as a concept of the policy, but also as a recommendation.
Ms. Gray.
And I spent a lot of time with my former colleagues at Chugai Pharmaceuticals, Japanese pharmaceutical company, earlier this week in New York, and they had one plant that was shut down. I mean, it just shows that this stuff is real. It does happen. They've counted 15,000 people dead as a result of the tsunami, and there are another 15,000 missing, presumed dead. And this brings us to loss of life and protection of property. Right. We talked before about having a recommendation or a policy that each home have a life preserver for every resident. We talked about life rafts and all the rest of that. I think we ought to address that somehow in here. I mean, it certainly would have saved a lot of lives in Japan. It's going to be a different sort of a threat. A flood is not going to be as dramatic and, as violent as a tsunami, but not dissimilar.
Ms. Gray.
Thank you. I'm just listening to all the comments around the table. I'm concerned about whether or not we're meeting our obligation in the plan, because the plan says that we have to set priorities as it relates to investment in levees. And so if we're waiting on a report from the Central Valley Flood Protection, and we have not set a deadline for that, I think we should in the plan. I think we should say by X amount of time, this information needs to be included in the plan so that we can set priorities. I would hope that there's some coordination with DWR and the Flood Protection Council or the agency to come up with a date that's reasonable. Because I agree, this is a very important section in terms of what we do in the Delta. It affects people, it affects everything that happens as it relates to our co-equal goals. So I think it should be a plan that says by X amount of time, these reports need to be in for the council to set priorities in terms of investment in levees. So I know we haven't gotten to the flood management investment section yet, but your policy P6 should reflect some kind of timeline, some kind of plan identifying exactly who does what and when the council will use that information to set priorities.
Well, maybe this is a good time, if I can, Mr. Chair, and the council members to go to directly, because I think policy 6 on page 93 is integrated, very much an integrated process in this levy criteria point. Right now, it is set up in a very simplified manner. I'd like to, since we published the third staff draft, Eric has been working, Eric Nickel, to my left, has been working very closely with Department of Water Resources and other agencies in their comments to try to come up with actually a substitute language for this. And I'd like to have him outline what he's picked up from current documents, actually from the published documents from Department of Water Resources.
Thanks, Glenn. Yeah, I think as Gwen has mentioned and Joe has alluded to earlier, we've substantially, or in the process of substantially rewriting this policy. I think some of the items before you from the third staff draft we're still taking into serious consideration as to how do we weave those into the framework that we want to develop. But just to set the stage, as you recall, our statute does direct us to divide or define efforts to promote strategic state investments in levee operation, maintenance, and rehabilitation. And to that end, we've been talking with folks at Department of Water Resources in part, and they are drafting what they're calling a framework, and a framework for investments in levees. And so we don't have a specific date as to when that will be finalized, but what we're doing as we're redrafting this policy is calling out some of the specific broader issues that we would like to see included within that levee investment strategy. And they certainly include things about prioritizing based upon human safety and loss of life, protecting the water supply, critical infrastructure, ecosystem values, defining state interests better, as well as actually adding a methodology for identifying the status of delta levees, data collection efforts, as well as ongoing data collection efforts so we can understand how the conditions of the levees are changing over time with those operations and maintenance and rehabilitation activities. We're also asking for methods of determining the costs of these activities and a few other items. And so if you look at the bullets that are in the existing P6, those are critical items that we're, again, attempting to weave into the fabric of the revised Policy 6. But you won't see that, again, until you see the fourth draft. But, again, I think overall, working with DWR and perhaps the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, our intent is to make sure the issues that we're directed to address from the Delta Reform Act are reflected in the framework that they develop.
One thing I'd love to see, and it should come out of the DWR study, are the criteria they use to classify the levees, and use those as diagnostics, and then apply them from time to time.
Yeah, and I would add, on DWR's behalf, they have spent many years and a lot of staff effort in developing criteria and methods they use in their current processes for disbursing subventions, special projects monies. So they have a lot of experience with assessing.
It'd be great to codify those.
Okay.
And say, these are the measurements you use, whether it's a pipe to get a core sample, looking around for burrows,
okay.
Looking around for subsidence, whatever they are. It'd be great to have them.
Okay.
Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, I didn't want to interject to this particular point, but I did on this on some of the policies. I think as Eric talked about number 6, I wanted to. We didn't skip over 5 yet, and I also, if I could, just for a moment, but I want to make sure you're done with this part of the conversation about the levy prioritization and what data we're going to get.
Don, before you do that,
yeah.
I did have a question.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah.
If you would,
yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
I mentioned a date. Can you have that conversation with DWR and Central Valley to see what date may be reasonable to come up with?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been working through and thinking through some dates, but we will definitely specify a date in this policy.
Okay. Yeah. A couple of general things, and they're certainly interwoven into these policies, but I need to raise them certainly from a level, I think, kind of the ground level, the local level, and that is first being this call for until the state comes up with certain standards of having sufficient area for setback levees, and what that means to, and it goes back to covered actions and the discussion we've had about that. So there's, again, it weaves itself in through the plan. And if, in fact, building permits or use permits, other types of maybe it'd be low level, but may not be the category of ministerial entitlements or covered actions, you have potential here, even in the legacy towns, but certainly in areas where you drive through good portions of Delta, and obviously the houses and the farmsteads are up against the levees because that tends to be the higher end of the higher elevations in the islands or the areas that are protected by levees. I want to express that concern. I understand what the from the previous discussions what was intended here is to not foreclose options. On the other hand, this in effect could potentially just shut down normal activities in the areas covered by the Delta Plan, particularly the covered actions as relates to the primary and secondary zones. So I wanted to put that out there. The other piece of this that, as I was having a chance to review this, where encroachment, both in floodways and other defined areas, includes vegetation. And so I guess my question that I want to put forward as it relates to vegetation, you have legitimate farming activities, and that's vegetation. And they may have orchards, they may have vineyards, and so forth. And so if those are areas that come under the banner of actions and are by definition of encroachment, then what you do in areas where you may not want structures, you preclude certain types of agricultural activities as well, if you use that definition as encroachment. And so I raise that issue. And I guess the last one is that, and just as it relates to some of the policies in this levy section, is that I want to express a real concern about what it does to even agricultural pursuits, because a lot of the islands are largely agriculture, and the reclamation districts are supported by those landowners in large part. Obviously, there are subventions and other funding streams. And if you require not only additional geological and engineering data and then setbacks, I think we heard this from some of our panelists a few weeks ago, that some of the most fertile grounds oftentimes lie closer right where the houses and farmsteads are. So you have your orchards and some of your vineyards, and then some of the soils that may have higher groundwater retention or more central to the islands and protected areas. And so I guess I'm concerned that what's intended here is kind of going towards the risk reduction and don't build encroachments and won't put a hotel in the middle of the floodway and so forth. On the other hand, I think it can have a very dampening effect if we don't kind of think through some of these things. I know you've given a lot of thought to it, and I appreciate that, but those are things that, I don't know, again, I've kind of cited 3 different examples, but they seem to be very real. And as we're looking at this 4th draft, I think that, again, recognizing that there's concern about risk reduction, about levee stability, and how we're going to kind of protect the future. I think you can take the present and really, again, use my term before, kind of squash it, because in not intending necessarily to do that, I don't think encroachment was designed to necessarily define it, but it says vegetation very clearly in our subtext 10 on page 89. And that could even be on levee. It could affect environmental restoration. If you're doing environmental restoration, you say you can't do that in the floodway. So then you got to look to other areas potentially to mitigate beyond. So it pushes you further into agricultural areas or whatever. Again, I don't want to carry it too much and get into hypothetical, but and so several of the policies, as we've kind of woven them to look at development and protecting the future, I think really do have an immediate effect. And if that's what's desired, then we ought to be upfront about that. But I didn't get the sense that's what we were trying to do here. And if it is, then I guess we ought to have a further discussion amongst council about if that's what direction we really want to go in.
And I think those are good things, and we do need direction. Let me just take the easy one first, okay. And that is on P3, which is the encroachment on the floodplains, where we have, specifically there, we have the 3 areas that we talked about. We immediately, as soon as this was pretty much published, got a comment from both Yolo Bypass Wildlife Management Area and Yolo County, who brought that exact thing up. And they said, well, that would mean that we couldn't do our ecosystem restoration, which we're planning to do in the floodplain, the whole purpose.
As soon as we lift the moratorium on it.
Right. It's the, and it's like, it would be a covered action, and the whole point would be to do ecosystem restoration. And we went, good point, need to fix those words. And in Yolo Bypass specifically, there's another example for them, is that they have agricultural operations which are approved, and it's actually part of their funding stream to support the wildlife area. So if something happened, like let's say they brought up the fact of a culvert needed fixing, or maybe a new culvert, because we wouldn't have to deal with the operation maintenance issue. A new culvert because some other reason, that would be a covered action that could be precluded, even though you needed it to continue the rice operations. And I was like, that's a good point. So we need to fix those kind of things. We definitely need to fix in the language, or you're right, everything is. I do think there is, though, that I would direct back to for input from council, is associated with the other issues on the setback. Right now we've talked about just setback levies. One of the comments we received from Department of Water Resources on policy 5 on page 92 was it's So this was very directed to setback levies, and we get into the discussion that setback levies aren't really appropriate for every location. There are many places they could be used. They aren't used because of funding aspects. They're more expensive. That was the initial intent of staff when we put this policy together, that it was something to encourage the use of setback levies in areas and making sure that you didn't preclude them by putting in permanent structures in that area. Subsequent to that, we've also received comments from the Department of Water Resources that it may also be prudent to have another policy, a recommendation, that in some areas you may want to, again, think about, especially if the levees are to be improved in the future, you don't want to preclude that so you're not in a situation like, like North Natomas, where they're having to acquire properties, which were constructed years ago. I know that. But if we can think ahead, and the one thing we get from all of the engineers is that that area that you need to keep open for those levee improvements can vary from 50 feet to hundreds of feet, depending on the levee itself and the location. And so we're attempting to try to do something that would not preclude future levee improvements and the need to acquire people's property or houses or even businesses. And that was the basis of this. So I guess understanding that it could affect potential activities. Certainly if somebody said they're going to expand something in an area, maybe that's a tough one to work with. But I just wanted to let you know why staff was thinking of it, and specifically on the other one, we recognize the ecosystem and the ag ops.
Yeah, and I believe you offered that explanation, I think, before about the Natomas example, and certainly very familiar with that. But again, I just use legacy towns up and down the Delta, and where you've got towns that, the footprint of a setback levee, the size of what's being used in Natomas, could wipe out the entire town just about. I mean, if you came in 200 or 300, 400, 500 feet into the area, you could, you'd take out, houses, businesses, and so forth, and some of those, again, may very well be covered actions in the future because they're all very Delta-centric. And I know that I understand your intent is not to maybe compound that, but so then you freeze in time, and so then it goes to the whole thing about the economics of it is that, things that you respect and want to preserve, they get caught in a catch-22, and there may be ability to make some findings, but you make the hoops so high to try to get over that or get through that, people just, they find reasons to walk away from things, and so over time, or you find the inability, and this is real, folks trying to finance. It's one thing, maybe they can get their local approval, but then they got to go to a lender and they got to certify certain things, and people become familiar with this Delta plan and its impacts, insurers as well as financial institutions, and the next thing you know is people can't borrow money to do it. And we're seeing some of that impact even with the FEMA regulations already, but proposed regulations in some of the areas. And so again, I don't want to carry too far, but on the other hand, if we don't, again, understanding maybe what the intent was, I don't know how you thread this needle necessarily, but and if you don't say anything about it at all, then maybe you get into a worse situation in some areas. On the other hand, if you say too much about it, or it comes under this covered action subject to this future interpretation, boom, it can have a very dampening effect. So.
Yeah, and so I think this is something would be good to have. We have some comments already, and others have comments or comments from council.
I'm going to continue with members' comments through this section. Then we're going to take a 30-minute break for lunch, and then we're going to come back for the rest of the chapter. So this is through the flood management investment stuff. Just observations, Gwen.
Mm-hmm.
We need to, of course, see what you and the staff are thinking about in terms of language. But for me, I've always known that lurking out there is something that has to be done with legacy towns. Now, we're waiting for the Delta Protection Commission, which is on a time schedule that will give us some information later this year. But really, the dilemma on legacy towns is clear and obvious. The towns are mentioned in the statute. We know where they are, and the real question is, should the state urge a higher level of flood protection for the legacy towns, which is another way of saying, is that a legitimate state investment regardless of the cost-sharing ratio? We can argue about that later, which raises the concurrent point of whether the state is promising to the locals that they can also expand the number of people at risk in the legacy towns, which will increase the people at risk and the property values at risk if the state's going to cooperate. Now, that's a tension, and frankly, it's not where I would go. I'll just let you know, I am thinking that down the road, protection for legacy towns. Footnote, Bethel Island is a unique circumstance. It's not really a legacy town as Isleton and Locke and some of the others are, but it's mentioned. I'm open on the question of even a declaration that the state should participate financially. That's a recommendation, of course, not a policy. We can't adopt it for the state. I'm not interested in seeing expanded exposure to risk, because a 100-year, a 200-year, a 300-year levy in an inherently flood-prone area in the center of the delta, including primary zone, is, I mean, you can't buy enough protection, and I do not wish more people exposed to it. The other thing is, Don's point on being careful that our recommendations do not allow for floodplains, accommodation of agriculture is a good one, because my gut instinct is where we're headed is to a delta that emphasizes agriculture, but trade-offs are, of course, in the area that you can't have unlimited economic development and expect agriculture to survive, but you could expect, I think, at the end, some kind of rational state investment. That's a combination of a few policies, but more recommendations. That's where I'm coming from. I'm puzzled by Pat's point where we've set this 10,000 person, and I must confess it's my fault. I didn't realize the implications of it. It bothers me that we're doing something that appears to be growth-inducing. That's not what, personally, I would want to do within the threatened areas of the Delta.
I want to talk some about that, because the policy 4, which has those standards, says you have to meet these minimum standards, which I believe are essentially current law. But policy 6 goes beyond that and says you have to reduce the risk of loss of life. So, for example, if you have a city that is meeting either the 100 or 200 year standard, if the standard is reduced risk of loss of life, that would mean that if more people were going to move in behind a levee, you would have to reduce the risk of levee failure enough so that that multiple of risk times number of people that are at risk decreases overall. The second bullet there says not result in an increase in the number of people at risk would mean you couldn't put anybody else behind those new levees. And I don't think the second one really is something that's viable. I think the first one actually says we're going to meet the minimum standards, but we're going to go beyond it. Everybody has to meet that standard of 100 year or 200 year, and if you're going to do something, you have to reduce the risk of loss of life, and that's not something that has happened before in the state as far as I can tell. I think that may in fact be a good policy, but as I described earlier, I think where we really need to be going is not what are the minimum standards so we have a race to the bottom, but how do we figure out the higher standards economically and raise the standards throughout the Delta and throughout the state so that they work for people over the long run. So this policy, I think, could be used if recrafted to improve levee protection beyond what's the minimum in policy 4, and I just wanted to make sure that you kind of understood at least how I understood what staff crafted.
So if on the reduced risk of loss of life, I think if I'm stating this correctly, what Joe has just said, is that it would mean like in West Sacramento, where they're currently upgrading their levees for new areas for 200-year flood protection. But if they further grew within the city limits, they may have to increase the protection beyond 200 years.
And that is something you need to think about. Is that something you want to impose as a requirement? Because this becomes a regulation if we put it as a regulation on all of the cities. Stockton, Sacramento, everybody. It may be good policy, but is it a good regulation?
if I could just, Mr. Chair, just ask a question too. As Joe's put this forward and reflecting just momentarily on it, that reducing risk, does that what does that equate to? Because I'll just tell you from Senator Johnston recalls this when we had the whole question about Clarksburg and about whether they do the levee along the Sacramento River up to a 200-year standard, but then you have remaining portion of the island behind it. So if you carry it to the extreme and you've got large geographical areas, you can do something that might reduce the risk in one sense and I think be legitimate. But if your argument is that you got to get a higher level of flood protection in the overall, I mean, it's almost a non-starter, because in a lot of cases, unless you got a heavy urban influence on it, because otherwise the islands, miles and miles and miles of levees, and you don't have any control over it in a lot of cases. If, you have a project proponent or a small development, whatever it might be, they might be able to do something or contribute to helping reduce risk. It may be minimal, but it begins to chip away at it at least. But if the reduction risk is equated to a higher level of flood protection in the overall, in most cases, unless you had an Atomas or a city of West Sacramento that has that, the carrying capacity is not going to be there, and so it's just
the way this is written, this is a high standard.
Right, and it would include all the island, but in addition, I think that's the other point we want to make sure that's in there. That, for instance, back to the West Sacramento example, they're doing 200-year. My understanding is they're designing 200-year levees right now. If they grew further than what they were planned for right now in the next general plan update, let's say, or even 20 years from now, they would have to increase that level or reduce that level of risk by improving their levees to be 300-year or some X year more than 200.
So it really does. I mean, it basically it freezes you. I mean, again, there might be an urban situation where you could afford to do that,
and that's why we're looking for other suggestions on this language.
Pat had a question.
Well, I think they're two different things. One's the small community, and one's the big community. So, but on the smaller one, I think, Don, if I recall, in the Clarksburg case, the county and the project proponent were willing to adhere to a 100-year standard, which Clarksburg doesn't currently have, as a condition. This would essentially reaffirm the current standard of 100-year levee protection, but it would allow a substantial increase in the number of residences or businesses as long as it adhered to that. And I don't really see where the policy 6 affects it unless there's state money involved. Is there?
That's true. If there's no state money involved.
So if there's no state money involved.
But there is in terms of maintenance of levees on the islands. There's state money in most cases.
Just one other factor that is in play here, because it certainly meets FEMA requirements, it may not be the intent here, is that, another way of protecting it is to elevate the structure. And, you can have roads and other things that at different grades, but it's to get the physical structure, which certainly, addresses, some of the risk to life and to property. But, you get like arguments, well, does that really work if you raise, the habitable portions of the structure up, or even you have structures so that they withstand the wave action and so forth, and you get the habitable areas of that structure out. In some cases, it doesn't mean you have to mound up. You can build up, and you can see examples throughout the Delta. I mean, is that sufficient? Because this talks about levees, but that doesn't get you can do a width on the levee, but you could build up and still have your streets and other infrastructure at ground level. Now that's still subject to inundation and so forth. Right. But
yes.
Could we say Jason Peltier has to raise his existing house by 40 feet? Is that what you had in mind?
I wasn't planning on putting individual names in here. But I do, yes, we have the concept that, well, in on policy 6, we have one of the thoughts about that it could be evaluate the investment in alternative flood management strategies, comparing to levee upgrades, including flood proofing, relocation of infrastructure, flood insurance. But that's on the investment side. But we could add that same part over towards the table.
Why don't we construct several alternatives? You've got differences of opinion on the council. Why not have you, as you've done on a couple of other sections in other chapters, give us some alternatives we can chew over in the next draft? And Mr. Nordhoff, the reason why none of this evaluation and standard setting gets done is because of the discussion. It's damn tough. All interests intersect every place.
So, Gwen, on that policy 6, were you saying that if the state contributes any money to maintenance of a levee, that's a state investment for levee improvement, and therefore any time money is transferred from the state to a local reclamation district, there has to be a measurable improvement in the levee to better protect people at risk?
It could be interpreted. I know most people are thinking about the way the statute discusses it, which is about the capital cost, but the statewide levy investment, if we take the word strictly at it without any additional definition, it could be looked at for state investments for levy operations, maintenance, and improvements in the Delta. Now, if it's a pleasure of the council to limit it to capital costs, we can do that too.
When you do the options, if it's not immediately apparent what they mean, could you explain it? Because as you described it, if I have it right, it's a perpetual standard that's being raised every time any state money is being spent by any jurisdiction to do anything on a levee. And I'm not sure that's even what you meant, but
well, we were looking back at section 85-306 of this statute, and maybe we've misinterpreted the and Terry reminds me about the covered action issues associated with levee maintenance.
Yeah, they all have to be covered actions. Pat's point's absolutely right, though. I mean, I don't understand what the intent of it has to be a definable covered action. So unless we can,
an example might be a DWR program to invest in levees over a period of time. That would be the covered action. The action of the local agency maintaining the levees is not likely to be a covered action. That's a local O&M, which is exempt. So what you would want to do is, as the policy from DWR is developed or the program is developed, that program that they're doing needs to be consistent with the Delta plan. So when we write these, and we haven't obviously finalized this because we haven't got it all figured out. We need to think about, okay, what is it we want DWR to do when they develop those programs as they're handing out money, and do we want to have a policy that says these should be the requirements that DWR or additional requirements.
So then policy 6, you would want to specify this applies to the state.
Yeah. I mean, it always applies to the state and local agencies, but in that case, it would apply because local O&M, at least, is not covered, not a covered action. It would apply to the state. It could apply to a local agency if they're getting state money for a big improvement. Say they got a $5 million grant, and they're going to go do a big improvement.
So maybe some clarity on that.
That'd be fine, and we'll work with Section 85-306.
On the other issue, which I know we got to move on, and I think Don and I and others probably want to noodle on that, the small community issue. It's one thing to say that the current law says that 100-year flood protection is what applies to communities under 10,000. It would be another thing, though, to inadvertently encourage the notion that urbanization or increase in residential expansion in the thousands is an acceptable state policy just because you're above 100-year flood protection, particularly in areas that are inherently flood prone and where the state is presumed to have substantial financial exposure. So I'd like to revisit whatever options we have there.
Okay. Other questions? All right. We're going to come back at 1:20, and we're going to resume the discussion on page 93 of Chapter 7, which is Emergency Preparedness and Response. We're going to get through Chapter 7. We're going to have public comments, and then we are going to march through Chapters 8 and 9, and we got to complete it today because we got to complete the review tomorrow as well. And even Mr. Stevens will look grim if we fail to proceed apace. Yes. Thank you. Okay, meeting's in recess. Please, take your seats, please. Okay, the Delta Stewardship Council is called back to order. We've got a really important guest joining us. Hiding and trying to look innocent in the audience is Mr. Mike Valines right there. Raise your hand, Michael. Former Republican Assemblyman from the Fresno area, now on the Central Valley Flood Board, and knowledgeable in this area, and one of the folks in the legislature who actually like to look at problems and do difficult things, and a trait much appreciated. So, Mike, we're happy you're here, and I promised not to bring him up so he can promise when the Flood Board is going to deliver its full report, but it was a temptation. Okay. Yeah, he already did. Okay, members, we're back on Chapter 7. Emergency Preparedness and Response is the section we were going through. Ms. Buchholz, is that yours?
That is. Okay. We're on page 93.
Page 93.
And in this section on emergency preparedness and response, that we have not included any policies in this section. We do have this section, emergency response and preparedness response is actually completed by many other agencies within with the local and state agencies and even federal agencies that participate in these in this area. So many of the things that we're talking about here are really something that we could be doing, that we recommend to these agencies to complete or to expand their ongoing programs.
Somewhere either in an earlier draft of the Delta Plan or the white papers, and I think it was the white papers, there was a notation that only San Joaquin County had completed its Delta-specific emergency plan. Now, I think that's what I remember.
Yes.
What's the current status of that?
That is being completed with respect, and others have looked at it. We've actually talked to the Corps of Engineers, who likes it very much, and other people who have been very impressed and have said maybe this should be considered as an example or a template for others to use.
Don't we need a sentence? I mean, there's no statewide, Delta-wide emergency response plan, but why wouldn't we want to say that San Joaquin County has one and the other Delta counties don't, even if you modify it by saying they'd really like to work on it or they're waiting for money or something? I mean, it's not just the state problems, it's which will or won't be worked out. It's the local issues too, because the locals are the first responders to the emergency stuff.
We'll add that more specifically, that the status of the San Joaquin County plan, and also the fact that others are working on things. And it's not like they don't have
well, they have
emergency preparedness projects.
But there are no Delta-centric plans, and the Delta...
Excuse me, I'm going to take my phone and put it at the table in case it's me.
All right.
Yeah, but having, I mean, they've been working on a multi-hazard plan, I thought, in the Delta. I mean, there was some legislation required that, and I know the Delta Protection Commission was involved working with the emergency response coordinators, and it may not be the same level of specificity that San Joaquin County has put in for their own county, but it seemed to me that there was good coordination, and it may not be the same planning level, as the chair said. Obviously, you got countywide plans, but hasn't there been some effort by the 5 counties to not only coordinate, but to have plans that match up pretty well?
They're not complete yet.
Not complete, but there is work in progress. I mean, as I recall.
And we can expand on that reference.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, there was some news story recently that Yolo County finally got some additional money from DWR for emergency communications equipment, which was one of the early action things that Mr. Fiorina and I had heard about. But the Delta has such a relatively small population in the rural areas, and it's like Yolo County can be as much as 20 miles, maybe more, from one end to the other, that their main attention is elsewhere, but the threat risk is very high down there. Okay.
I'm actually going to have Eric go through this because he has been actually working with Kalima and the counties and DWR on this part of the plan extensively, and also has a couple recommendations for further additional recommendations.
Okay, Mr. Nickel.
Thanks, Gwen. I just wanted to address your comment directly, Mr. Natoli. The last bullet on recommendation 3 that we added does make specific reference to the SB 27 work that's been going on. So we can possibly consider expanding that out to make the reference a bit more understandable. There's a lot of really good work that's been going on that was coordinated by Cal EMA with the locals. San Joaquin County in particular participated quite extensively. And I think they had just finally produced their final document very recently, within the last several weeks, perhaps a month ago, and I believe it was supposed to be elevated for signature by the governor. I don't know what the current status of it is, but we wanted to make sure we made reference to it. So I think there are some very good planning efforts that are going on with respect to the state and the locals that are Delta-wide. And also I would note that DWR has plans that perhaps aren't considered Delta-centric, but they do have some definite documented methodologies for dealing with Delta flood risk, flood issues, emergency preparedness and response issues.
If I just very briefly add that I know that, and this is from Sacramento County experience, but that after the events 97, 98 floods and elsewhere in the county, but when we had the threat, the Sheriff's Department worked with the Reclamation District, certainly with the emergency responders and your OES, and I think that at the local level, and I think other counties may have already implemented or are implementing as well. You know, there's much better preparation, a staged approach depending upon, you know, the nature of the particular event that you're going to be potentially responding to, and that there's documentation as to, if you have to call for an evacuation and whether it's voluntary or mandatory, what routes you use, and it is countywide, as Chair Eisberg said. But again, the Delta, because there are less routes in and out, and you've got some circuitous ways of moving people, particularly on land. I know there's a pretty big binder of information, and some of it was drawn from experience because there were some voluntary evacuations in the late 90s. And again, it wasn't because things got flooded into the islands, but there was potential. And so, but even in the upland areas on the other side of I-5 that did get flooded with lower level inundation. But there's been a lot of work done, and I know other counties likewise. And I think that that can be reflected. Obviously, the Kalima document may very well reflect some of that good work.
Right. And we have some of that in the land use or the emergency portion of hazards portion of EIR, and we can just bring it over here like we talked about.
One of the more interesting charts in the PPIC study was the one that traced from 1978 to 2008 or 9 flood insurance coverage in California compared to the rest of the United States, and it's just startling. It is just startling. It peaked in the 1997 floods. It's been on a faint and gradual rise, but it dropped off almost immediately. And it's back to the 1994 level, and it's way below the national average on flood insurance. And it's one of those things you look at and you say, we all live in this area, why don't we do it? And in Sacramento, which you'd think ought to be aware, I don't think we're even still more than 25% carrying flood insurance policies. And that is a direct issue for financing of other water and flood activities, because if people don't carry flood insurance, they want the public to come in and, it's a really difficult problem. Okay. Anyway, Mr. Nickel, please go ahead.
Okay, I think the two other key areas that we could bring your attention to in this section are, we're suggesting that DWR should consider expanding their emergency stockpiles of materials in the Delta. And we've received some comments on that, so we're working on crafting alternative language that reflects comments we've received recently. And I think that's on the bottom of page 93. And the other one on the very bottom of page 93 is dealing with suggesting that folks that own and operate infrastructure within the Delta should prepare emergency response plans as well.
You're outrageous for suggesting that.
Indeed.
Yes. Well, what's new here is you mentioned specifically regulated utilities, who will not like this mention at all, but that's railroads, highways, pipelines for gas, oil, water. Yeah. Hard to imagine they shouldn't.
Power transmission, et cetera.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Questions? I'm sorry, Hank.
On page 9, when we talk about no published emergency action plan exists, and that would be addressing the consequences, the economic consequences of an interruption in water supply. And then on line 16, we again mentioned that no Delta-wide emergency response plan exists. I don't know what a golden guardian is on line number 30. Maybe we don't have those in Southern California.
If we can get you back up here next week on Tuesday and Wednesday, you could. Mr. Nichols, I think, going to be out on the. It's supposed to be a DWR-sponsored multi-agency flood response training action.
And CalEMA too, I believe.
Should we describe it then in the text?
Yeah.
Oh, we can continue that. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And although we say that despite the vital importance of adequate preparation, no Delta-wide emergency response plan exists, it's not in our recommendations. We talk about individual, agencies and states doing it. Should there be one coordinated plan for the Delta?
What we should do is improve the writing of the first bullet to include that.
Okay.
Use those exact words.
Okay. Ms. Marcus. Microphone, please.
I'm incorrigible. The same point I raised a little bit earlier. One of the things when the officials from CalEMA and USGS were here and they were talking about their Golden Guardian exercise, et cetera, we had a conversation about there's sort of two, they're not distinct, but two sort of ways of looking at planning for emergency response. One is what's in here, which is the Golden Guardian is looking at not the catastrophic failure, because that's a low probability, high risk event. They felt with their limited resources it was more important to prioritize high frequency, still high impact, but less high impact events. I want us to say something about the catastrophic here and to say that they should have a plan for that too, because that's again where the state interest is. I mean, the state interest is obviously in protecting life and property where it happens, and that can be done much better, and it ought to be. But when we're talking about overall Delta-wide planning, we're talking about the major catastrophe where you've got to prepare in advance for having people whose job it is to deal with those, either the Western Islands or whatever it is they're doing, or the certain stockpiles, and figuring out how to do it in a way that doesn't just destroy any hope of the ecosystem ever coming back. And those are different people than the people who have to prioritize property and life at the local level and figure out how to do it. So I think it's similar but different, and I think we ought to be making the point that they have to do that too, somehow, as a recommendation.
Heartily agree with that. I think it's a great idea. Maybe that's how we can throw in the life preservers.
I think the life preservers have got to be in here somewhere too. I haven't figured out the right place, but I mean, we got to figure out a way to get in that level of planning, because you could make requirements. I totally agree with you. There are sort of basic requirements you could make that wouldn't be onerous on people who live within a flood zone that would actually end up being the most hailed, brilliant things that ever happened in the world if we had this catastrophe. Hopefully we'll never have it. We won't know. People could make fun of us for overkill up front, but man, when it happens, yeah.
Okay. If there's no other questions on that, let's move to the next section, which is the limitation of liabilities on page 94.
Right.
We, again, have no policies, but our two recommendations in this would be, the first one is that the legislature should provide specific immunity for public safety flood protection activities similar.
And the immunities that are provided under the law now is for what? Is it blanket immunity for anything they do? It can't be that.
You know, I am not familiar with the police and correctional activities as we've written in these.
I recommend you at least have somewhere an explanation of the current law that you're recommending be emulated for public safety flood protection activities, because you shouldn't assume that the reader, I certainly don't know what the existing law is. I'm not opposed to it, I think, but
yeah. That's we can basically further define what we're recommending.
Okay.
Just one comment.
Oh yes, Ms. Craig.
I know we're looking at this section, and just the statement limitation of liability. Is there any way to talk about accountability?
Accountability with respect, this one.
With respect to what agencies, what should happen?
Why don't we, I'll try to figure out how to work that into, it may not be in this section, but we'll think about how we can work that into other sections about, especially in our performance measures.
You could do, just as a suggestion, if you don't mind. I mean, in some places we've given deadlines, and we've been more prescriptive. And I was just thinking, I was sitting here, and I know that we have one of those larger questions about what's regulatory power and what's recommendation. And in my head, what came up was be cautious with the regulatory, but be really bold with the recommendations. Right. So there's no reason not to push the envelope for what we think ought to happen in the recommendations. And on the regulatory, we need to just think about it, because we need to think about our ability to implement or all those sorts of things.
Yeah, I was just going to add that absolutely great suggestion. With regard to liability, I think we also have to make sure that we get in the next draft an important provision from the Delta Reform Act that in effect says nothing in the Act expands the state's flood liability. Paterno or whatever it is, flood liability, because you remember in the Act we're supposed to come up with recommendations for state investment for project and non-project, and one of the arguments has always been, well, we can't talk about this in detail because we've got this potential looming liability issue. Definitely not the way to do it. In fact, our Act says we're supposed to go out there and figure out a way to do it. So we've got to make sure that we include the language from our Act that says that it doesn't expand the state's liability. And I think following on that, it would be a statement that any agency that relies upon any of these policies that we put out here that are based upon our Act, also, by virtue of them relying upon it, don't expand the state's flood liability. Now, that leaves the issue of Paterno, which is a constitutional inverse condemnation type driven liability issue that's out there. I mean, whatever we do, we have to do it with care. But we shouldn't shy away from doing what we're supposed to do under the Act, and I think expressly providing that up front is important.
I think that's right. And then another way to look at it is we don't have to just do it as a disclaimer. We should just come straight out and say, hey, if you live in these areas, you're at risk and you should cover yourself. I mean, you could do one of the things I think is most important for this plan that's a departure from business as usual is what's said. That we're going to say more. We're going to say it transparently. It's not this That's why I love it when Hank keeps saying, explain what this is, because this draft is one that's got to be readable to my Aunt Charlotte. And as opposed, we're opening the doors on what has been sort of a closed-door series of conversations, some very good closed-door progress and good people and everything, but it's a mystery. And the problem with the water issue system in California is that it's so convoluted, and what's not said and what we don't have compared to what other states have is shocking to people when you actually talk to them. And so I think we should call as much of it out explicitly as we can, and that'll be doing a service in and of itself. Paterno's I keep going football whenever you say that. I'm having, I know, it's really hard to not go football on that.
As a result of the Paterno decision, did California start to insure themselves, or are they still self-insured on this?
You mean individuals?
No, the state. They're holding the state liable for the results of a levy. They were not.
The state is self-insured. So when the state lost, it came out of the general fund, and we're paying it off over time.
So that's self-insurance.
And self-insurance.
Yeah. Well, actually, I remember there was a time in the 80s, I don't remember the reason, but we actually had a committee hearing somewhere in the Assembly about umbrella insurance policies for the state of California for something. You were chairing the insurance committee. Was it you?
I was chairing it.
I mean, but I can't. The ultimate decision was that the problem for a governmental agency as big as California, if I remember correctly, the cost of getting an umbrella policy for a state institution whose total spending now is, even in this depressed economy, is like $300 billion a year, all money, all funds, all sources, is so astronomically high that you don't wind up considering it. Although I believe there are discrete programs the state runs that might even have targeted policies. Pat?
Well, I think the Earthquake Insurance Authority, for one, has layers of reinsurance, and so they lay it off in Europe and elsewhere to date. So,
yeah, and that approach is the one that's been advocated nationally for disaster preparation, never adopted.
Well, can't the federal government help out? I mean, if we had a catastrophe right now with the state on the brink of bankruptcy, that would tip it over. There's no way it could make good any of those claims. And wouldn't the feds want to intervene or at least help out a little bit?
When we have catastrophe, if you have a declared emergency, the governor declares an emergency and the president declares an emergency, under federal law, the federal government typically makes up 80% of the costs.
Not of everything,
not
of
everything,
specified
but
activities.
of specified activities to respond.
20% of whatever it costs would still.
20% is still there, and if you'll recall the earthquake back in the 90s, the state legislature came into session and passed a special tax in order to pay for the state's 20% to pay for the things that we had to pay for. So that's typically how it works. It's not the best system, and one of the problems
it's not a great system, and when people don't buy their own insurance to protect themselves against one, so it's a reasonably high risk, it compounds the problem.
Well, I mean, it really just points out the importance of fixing the levees.
Yeah,
it does, and
because that is something that's affordable and all the rest of that.
I want to point out, even
certainly nice alternative to having the state go.
Flood insurance is
absolutely bankrupt.
Flood insurance, the program does not pay for itself, so the federal government right now is subsidizing the federal flood insurance program, and it would be like the earthquake insurance program, which has relatively low buy-in by people because it costs a lot more, because it tries to actually be self-sufficient. It tries to actually count the risk and calculate all of those
The only
things.
good thing, maybe one of the few good things I did as a legislator, I carried the repeal successfully of the first earthquake insurance program in California, which was deliberately underfunded, commitments were given to people, but the cost of it was not being recovered from the people who got the insurance for all the political reasons. You know, you want to give people good money for free.
And it was set up to have first dollar coverage as opposed to a catastrophic insurance. And when we redid it, we made it catastrophic. So you pay for all the cracks in your walls, but when they figured out what it would cost to pay people for all the falling plaster and anything else that they filed a claim on, it would go broke. Now it's a catastrophic fund, which is better for people, but since it's never been tested, we really don't know whether we have enough money.
That's right.
Yeah.
Do we know how many people have flood protection insurance in the Delta? Or
probably less than that level shown in the chart nationally in the state of California.
Yeah, they have updated numbers too on the FEMA, on the NFIC.
Do you
website.
Remember?
You know,
even ballpark?
we put it into the. I
think it was in your white paper.
And I know
it was in the
there,
white
and
paper.
I just looked it up and had it for the EIR. I just put it in a couple weeks ago.
Can I suggest if we do a recommendation on level of flood insurance, which I favor, as with other things, I think we have to have a paragraph narrative explaining the proportion of, to the extent we have information, of what number of people threatened to actually have insurance.
Yeah, that's the one problem they don't do, is because it's a statewide issue and there's a lot of people that don't live in a floodplain.
I understand.
So
you live in a high fire zone.
I live in a terribly high fire zone. Yes, correct. I do. So the next part is an R5 is the level of flood insurance. So that is the requirement, a recommendation for the legislature to require an adequate level of flood insurance for individual businesses and industries in flood-prone areas. One of our comments that we received was to define the word flood-prone. So we'll probably...
Who made that comment?
Department of Water Resources.
Did you reference them to the existing law creating the Delta Protection Commission, which defined the statutory delta as inherently flood-prone?
We could use that reference.
Perhaps tell them to talk to the author of the legislation who included that language. Well, this is done.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, you know, and this is a real current reference, and a point you made before we had the lunch break, that, you know, where we've gone out to the citizens and property owners in areas where we're trying to get assessments approved to provide the match for the federal dollars to do the flood improvements, and they're not putting forth the argument that you shouldn't continue to carry insurance if you get the level of protection. But folks find that they aren't required to carry it if they get that level of protection. And so oftentimes the argument to go forward to get people to pay for is that you get up to an area, into a level of protection that would, you know, clear you from the FEMA requirement to have to carry insurance, and then people are given a choice rather than being required to. But part of the very frankly, part of the measure to sell it sometimes, even though it's not built into the message, is that you've got these high rates of insurance. If you get this level of protection, you assess yourself or tax yourself, then you can reduce that cost. It would come down anyway, but you still have a minimum cost for insurance, and I think that may again influence some people's decisions. They get to a level of protection, they may pay through some measure, local measure, but it does reduce the rates obviously to well, I don't know what the minimum now is, $300 or $400 a year or $600 a year, I think is the minimum rate.
You know, I don't know that yet.
But in some of these areas, the insurance can be, you know, an order of magnitude of 3 times that.
Yeah,
and
we received comments that some of them were several thousand a year.
So, okay, yeah, and so if you ask, so that's the kind of the thing too, is that you ask people to step forward and provide some local match.
But where's the trade-off? If this relates to, because the issues are, if we don't want to require people who live in the flood-threatened portions of the Delta to have private insurance, the state and arguably federal government, county government, city government have to step in to pick up related cost. And at the same time, we're arguing that flood protection should be increased at statewide, nationwide public cost, but nothing should be mandated for individuals being, I mean, and we want to, some of the local agencies want to increase the number of people at risk, albeit meeting minimum standard. I mean, how does that all work together?
Well, and I think you pointed out many times, and I think that's part of it. Well,
more than I should.
No, but it makes sense to the degree that I think that if But if you tell them you got to do everything, if you say we're not going to have any responsibility for it, and yet you still got to carry insurance, and you got to make sure you raise the levies. And so if there is that participation, then I think you know how you shoulder that is important. But I mean, part of the conversation now goes to you buy insurance, you pay for levy upgrades, and guess what? We're going to distance ourselves as far as we can, either through legal defense or otherwise. And so then you really leave it on folks without having that. Shared participation, whatever that level is. So.
I don't know whether the county of Sacramento does it, but the city of Sacramento, and I believe most cities, require that residents who own property with a structure on it, where people can live, have garbage collection. And the argument is that, not having trash dumped around is against public health and public safety. But the arguments against it, as we learned when we wanted to containerize our lawn and garden clippings, is there are a group of people who say, I compost everything, I don't want to pay for any garbage, and there's some resonance and sympathy to that argument. But we mandate that. We mandate that if you drive a car in California, you have auto insurance. Because the failure to do that imposes obligations on everyone else, or increased obligations. So I'm looking for a rationale, and I'd be open to a rationale that said responsibility for flood control is totally at local discretion, as in neither the state nor the federal government should participate. I don't think I like that, but I'd be open to it.
I certainly wasn't arguing that.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? A button, please.
I may just not remember because I think we talked about this during the white paper process. But can you remind me what the Galloway Commission did on the Mississippi about flooding? Because that seems like a good reference to bring in. And I think we even talked about bringing Jerry in, and I think I may have dropped a ball.
Galloway was hired by DWR to do a report in 2007, which I think is one of your references. Mm-hmm. I know it's in the white paper, and I can't remember if it's here.
I don't know if it's here either.
Yeah.
Do you remember what? Because didn't they say they were going to not give? But they were providing flood insurance, and they were saying they weren't going to do it anymore.
They provided flood insurance in some areas. In some areas that would continuously flood, they actually moved structures.
Right, so they actually took a more active
right, and
role.
that would be the same kind as an active role of levies, where that would be it was cost effective. You're figuring out which of the options you have. You can flood proof, you can move the structures, you can fix the levees. Yeah, all of those things, and there was a suite of options, but it was very proactive. It was because they had been flooded multiple years, and one of the problems is under FEMA is that there's usually a limitation of how many times that you can have the insurance payments.
Right.
And so for like in 96, 97 floods, there was a big issue because the floods were back-to-back years, but some people said, well, wait a minute, you're not supposed to have 2 or 3 times, but of course nobody could have fixed it
by then,
by that time. So those are the kind of things that we see.
Is there stuff in there that's relevant that we could consider here?
Let me go back and look at it in that.
I just think that was that was sort of path breaking.
Mm-hmm. No, it was. It's very much so.
Okay. Any other questions on this section? If not,
so we'll continue with those recommendations at this point. The next one is the financing of the Delta Flood Management Assessment District, or the Delta. And this was this is a district, and the primary sets of, we've talked about this in the past council meetings. We've set out a set of authorizations for this district on page 95, lines 5 through 19. And the concept would be that this district would be Delta-wide, that it would provide both flood control protection and emergency response capabilities. It would look at, one of the big things it would provide the venue for a mandated survey of levees every 5 years, because the levees do need to be checked every 5 years. Some of them slump, some of them subside. And it also then, and it provides notifications to all the residents annually, sort of the similar thing like you have with the water districts. You get a notice from your water district to talk about drinking water quality. would develop emergency procedures, and it wouldn't just be evacuations, but it could also be things like emergency drills or whatever else that could happen. The key here would be that it would be able to share the allocation of the benefits across the Delta. And so that this wouldn't be an island by island reference. And we did have some, we may need to provide more information on that, because we got comments that was a little, they were asking questions like, well, you may have one district, but does it have like subzones, and so the island X would only pay for island X's
They want to negotiate the terms of a piece of legislation as opposed to a concept, which is what this is. Admittedly,
this is just a
recommendation concept paper only.
Right. So those are the types of comments we received from others. Some of them also said we were already doing this, and coordinating between the counties.
Yeah, I think it's my view is the locals are both interested and nervous with the idea. Sees potential, sees problem. But by the way, I liked the generic and relatively broad way you described things. I think that's the right thing to do on a recommendation like this, where we're not writing specific details, and it's very complex in any event. Okay, questions? Hank.
One question, we talk about the problem statement. And just the only problem is that it's not well coordinated.
Yep.
Is the funding adequate?
Not for some of the smaller areas.
Shouldn't we put that in there too?
I think we just need to take some of the parts of the white paper and other information, including PPIC's report on lack of effective coordination, planning, and other things, as a kind of an introduction to the problem statement.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think, Gwen, because of the importance of levies, you know, I mean, the financing is less than a page out of probably over 100 pages, well over 100 pages. And then the description of the need is probably a page, maybe a page and a half. It doesn't seem like it's given enough attention. So if you could buttress it with any more facts or any more, without being over-alarming, at least, you know, some of the situation, I think it'd probably be good.
No problem.
Because I would think that's probably the first place we start, is with the levies.
No problem.
Mr. Chair.
Don.
Yeah, just a couple quick notes. One, I believe the Delta Protection Commission is going to take up some discussion about this particular recommendation at our meeting on May 26th. And so, again, I don't have the benefit of that body's comments yet. But
with our new time schedule, you haven't heard about our new time schedule?
I have. Yeah, so
that new time schedule allows us to get your...
Right. So we have some more feedback. I've gotten some, different comments, and some people have not embraced it. Others have, expressed some interest in it. But I did want to note that one of the comments I did receive, and it goes back to something we talked about earlier about, it just says authority over state infrastructure, but it doesn't talk about the other parties that may have infrastructure. I mean, we talked about this. You mentioned them before the lunch break, railroads, utility providers.
There's a separate financing recommendation that the Public Utilities Commission include regulated utilities for both immediate plans of their own to protect the infrastructure that crosses the Delta at their own expense, and two, impose a fee on them to participate in flood entities, and I think even some language that some or all of the money be funneled through the regional district for that purpose. And there's one other provision. For state agencies, we request, I think it's in the financing plan, we're suggesting the governor issue an executive order to state agencies with infrastructure that crosses the Delta to start setting aside money for flood, emergency protection, and so on. But, yeah. By the way, Gwen, just a note on that. There were many other provisions in the financing plan other than the dollars, and you might want to expand that little reference on page 95, lines 18 and 19. Note that the council in other sections is describing to pick up some of these other things, just to make it easier for the reader.
We will do so.
Okay.
That's one of those things we know. That's why we wanted that extra time, so we can get our chapter-to-chapter interfaces.
Oh, yeah, no, that is really important. Another way to do it, and I should be able to give you a recommendation. I can't. This is about financing, but it's actually about more than financing. because it's about doing the stuff that needs to be done. So I don't just note it, and it's always an impossible task to organize something like this. So I leave it to your capable.
It's almost financing and implementation of regional. Maybe that's what it is. It's financing and implementation of regional flood management activities.
Right, and it plays into my refrain about the state interest and the larger interest in looking at the Delta as a whole with a catastrophic collapse, or how do you deal with multiple places at the same time?
Right.
Yeah, and that would be a place that we could put that in as part of the problem statement as a catastrophic defense.
Good. Okay. Let's go on to the subsidence.
Subsidence reduction and reversal. Again, we have no the policies here. The issues being that we have areas of and we want to make sure that when we write this too that we're not referring, because we can obviously we still are not being as clear as we need to be. We understand that the entire Delta doesn't have subsidence, and so we want to make sure.
Well, you're actually going to include a subsidence island map, or at least you're talking about.
Probably one of the graphics, right? And so this one is for the areas that have subsidence. Many times what's happening is that there'll be areas that are, especially that are purchased by the state, and they may be purchased for ecosystem restoration in the future or for some other reasons. And there's some of the areas, like on Twitchell Island, the state is actually doing a huge pilot study to reverse subsidence.
Right.
And that's been ongoing for several years. It took a couple years to implement, but it's ongoing. There are other areas that don't have that process, but the continuation of agriculture activities, which they need either for funding purposes or just to maintain the land areas, that, or just to fully utilize the land, could lead to further subsidence. And so what this one was, we've modified it over the last draft, is state agencies should not renew or enter into agricultural leases. And we changed it to agricultural leases because somebody brought up, actually State Parks brought up, the fact that there are a lot of leases out there. There could be a lease for a marina. There could be a lease for a vendor that is a seasonal recreational, sells food type thing. And that doesn't necessarily lead to subsidence, but then if we strictly put that in there, this would have been, somebody would have had to measure the fact and report on the fact that that vendor didn't cause subsidence. Well, we laugh, but it's there.
Joe?
Yeah, one of the key things here is there is the potential for a market when AB 32 is implemented, and if you can get DWR
carbon sequestration.
I'm sorry. When you do subsidence reversal, there's a potential for a market where people could earn hundreds of dollars per acre if they're doing this. But in order to actually validate it, you need to do some large-scale carbon sequestration. The demonstration projects that have been done have been on small parcels, and so this is a way to get state agencies to actually step up and initiate that. The hope is not that the agency does it themselves, but that they lease it to somebody and that somebody else tries this.
Here's a point where, I'm sorry, Hank.
I was just going to say, this is reversal. This is building the levels up again.
Yes, it is.
How do you do that?
What they're doing on Twitchell Island is they're actually farming, well, they're doing two things. One is that you're inundating the land so that you're not oxidizing the peat soils at the high rate that they do when you're exposing them to air, like through agriculture or other land uses. And then the other thing is they're growing tules. And so,
doing what?
Tules. And so by
Tule reeds.
By tule reeds, like you see in wetlands. And so you gain multiple benefits. First, you're inundating the land, so you're stopping the oxidation. Two, you're growing the tules, which as they continue to die off, they actually add a mat, which is how the Delta was formed in the very beginning. So we're going back to those pre-European conditions almost. And you're getting ecosystem benefit from that process at some level. So that's the type of thing that they're doing on that, and they're trying to determine what the rate of reversal is right now in the different pilot studies.
When you're growing this plant, you can't grow anything else, I presume.
No, that would be the purpose.
Okay.
But it would be the purpose of doing that. And I've heard, and I don't know, this is not happening on the pilot studies, but I've seen reports on others, and in some cases you could maybe harvest a portion of that crop, and tules are also biomass for biofuel.
This is a case where I think the problem statement has to be expanded. I mean, it talks really about agricultural practice, but the fact of the matter is, the issue is one of subsided lands, threats to levees, and the risks that go with it. Water reliance being threatened by salinity. This is Ms. Marcus's point about western islands may being a barrier, and then carbon sequestration and agriculture tend to kind of all blend together. But don't you want to also urge non-publicly owned subsided lands to either participate in as you describe it here, subsidence reversal or reduction programs?
So we can add a recommendation for the non-publicly owned
I'm just
land.
thinking that it makes sense to establish a program that's not initially restricted to government. In this case, it's state lands, when in fact feds own a bunch of property, a lot of nonprofit owned property, and so on.
And add in, if you can, the description of some of the methodologies used for subsidence reversal.
Yeah, it just happens to be one of those things I've done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
The last set of...
Mr. Can I just ask a question? Kind of interesting proposition, though. So at Twitchell and Sherman, the state owns most of those islands. You got 13,000 plus acres owned by the state. And if the pilot worked out and you decide you want to grow tules on all of Twitchell Island, so you still have to have the levees. So if, depending upon water depths and so forth. So basically you have a tule marsh inside levees. Is that...
that's what they have on that area, and
just the plot that they have, right? Yeah.
The way they start looking at it too is that in a lot of those areas with tule marsh, they're too deep to be tidal marshlands. So one of the things is to go ahead and grow the tules on them, so that eventually, even with sea level rise, then maybe we'll have an area that in the future we can use as tidal marsh. And then there'll be other parts of the island that wouldn't have as much subsidence or just naturally or at different elevation, and they could be open, the breaches could be there with what they call barrier levees. So those portion of the island could be tidal wetlands, a portion of it could be in tule wetlands for reversal of subsidence there, and that could be subsequent tidal wetlands in the future.
So has the state, and kind of goes back to conversation when I got here this morning, that we're talking about which levees and how you categorize them. So the state, in looking at their, again, different department maybe, but DWR looking at their levy categorization, because Twitchell and Sherman just may not have only suffered from some subsidence, but I mean there are also, there's a net effect. If those islands were to go, or you were to let the levees go and you had large bodies of water, then what is the impact, certainly to the east, but also to the north and elsewhere? I mean, all that consideration, but right now the state's position, I assume, was, for all those that are maintained by the state, all those levees, whichever ones they are, then they will respond and go in and repair levees, right? I mean, it's not a do not resuscitate position down there, even with the inland.
Absolutely not. It's
right.
What it is an attempt to make economic the process of building the islands back up, and theoretically, if this works the way we think it may work, you might, after 50 to 100 years, restore the islands to sea level or above sea level. And if you keep doing it, you may actually create natural habitats that could flourish and go up with sea level rise and once again provide that natural function and no longer be the flood risk, and you no longer have the worry about the island failing and salinity intrusion and all of that.
Well,
but you need the
long ways.
But you need the levees. You're going to need the levees for that period of time.
Until that happens.
It depends, and I think that's one of the, if I may, that's an example of one of the things that's currently being evaluated, because you've got programs that say, what do we need to do to protect the water quality in the South Delta if the South Delta intakes? And we've got that aspect. We've got a lot of projects that DWR also is working on for ecosystem restoration in the Cache Slough, Sassoon Marsh, Sherman, Decker, Twitchell Island area along 7 Mile Slough and 3 Mile Slough too. And so all those programs are out there, and they're all being completed at the same time, and they're starting to be integrated more appropriately. And so the ecosystem restoration program that Department of Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife, and National Marine Fisheries Service worked on, that includes that area. The key being on specifically on the subsidence reversal that I spoke of on Twitchell is it's at that point too, one of the things they've talked about is the fact that right now, if that island, if you breach the levees or the levees failed, that area would be too deep to be tidal wetlands. And certainly will be too deep in the future with sea level rise. So if we start building the tules now behind the levees, get that up, then we could use it future for tidal wetlands with sea level rise, or for future tidal wetlands, or might be other land uses. And so this is a pilot program to see whether this tule farming process could actually help. And as Joe Grindstaff mentioned, the carbon sequestration is a huge issue because the carbon emissions from these oxidizing soils and the greenhouse gas implications are extremely big.
One other thing I just would point out, and it's the present setting, but you would hope that in the future, and even with this state parks report a few days ago, you look at the availability of marinas, and you look at particularly Twitchell. Sherman has them as well, but Twitchell, you have marinas, and so but you have to have road access in a lot of cases to almost out of necessity to support those types of opportunities. And so again, it ties back into what you may try to achieve with the environmental restoration, and then but what happens over time, either to the interior of the island or to 7 Mile Slough, where you have a number of marina along that section there. And again, those people contribute to, at least in part, to levee maintenance requirements and so forth. And so, I mean, long term, how these things may play out, but I think wherever you have a action, there may be a like reaction of some sort, and I think that's part of the the path that's going to have to be at least envisioned is going forward, because you could some of those marinas would not, if they didn't have road access, they wouldn't be viable, and then you'd lose the opportunity for, particularly closer to the bay, for some of those berths and other activities to support other recreational activities in the delta.
Agreed. No, it's very integrated.
That is true. Okay, next item, reoperation upstream reservoirs.
Okay, this is also a recommendation.
I think it's got to be explained better, Gwen. Because I know the white paper talked about it, but the couple paragraphs that just explain flood control implications are intimately tied to upstream reservoirs, and they're based on old assumptions, and the federal government takes 170 years to change its operating procedures. I mean, whatever the rap is. Well, yeah, that's right. But I mean, the point is, the conclusion, I think, is the right conclusion. Although I would probably suggest you might want to say and meet the co-equal goals as a clause in addition to precipitation, water supply operations. I mean, which is our stuff. But the conclusion's right, but the narrative doesn't explain much. And the problem statement probably ought to have something a little more oomph to it.
Okay. We will take care of that.
Okay. Oh. Felicia.
this is another place on the recommendation where I think more oomph. It needs a date or something.
Okay.
By my mind, and I agree with the discussion. The other thing we should consider, and I'm not sure how to frame it, so you can just dismiss it if it's not possible, is some sort of date and some sort of note about an open process about it, because this seems like the black box to me, and I know this is one of those issues, along with others, that when I left this world 10 years ago, we were just about to do this, and 10 years later, here I am, and we still haven't done it. So to me, there's a need to push it.
Right, and there have been various studies started, and are in.
Yeah, let me list. Someday I'll sit down with you and tell you all the things that we're just about to do at the end of 2000 that still haven't been done.
I understand. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
So continue.
One other question is, if anybody, before I finish here, does anybody have any comments on the performance measures? We've heard other comments before about tying this to specific policies, and we will take care of those. But is there any other thoughts on that right now? Okay. Because if not, we probably should wrap this one up.
Okay. Page 96. Any questions on performance measures? All right, our chair will be back in just a moment, so we'll keep moving here. If there's any other questions about this section before we go to public comment? Okay. All right. Thank you, Gwen, and Eric and Terry will stand by. We've got folks that wish to address the council. Jessica Ludy. Jessica. Followed by Jim Ravoon and Eric Regelberg. Good afternoon. You could.
Thank you.
And if you were looking forward to sparring with Mr. Eisenberg, you can kind of.
Should I wait?
No,
that's okay.
You filibuster for a moment. He'll be back. So.
What should we tell him?
I can spar with others. Whatever you want, it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jessica Ludy with American Rivers. Just to pick up really quickly on the reservoir reoperation suggestion, I believe that sort of the key component that's missing from that is, regardless of what the rules ends up being changed, you need to also couple that with expanding floodways below so that you have the ability to safely release more water. So that's something to keep in mind. Not sure how closely you all have been following the flooding in the Midwest. We definitely have been. But on last Monday, the Army Corps of Engineers dynamited a section of a levee to activate the flood relief program, which was called the New Madrid Floodway. And it inundated an area about twice the size of the Yola bypass, but the carrying capacity is about the same, so 500,000, 530,000 CFS. And then so that directly reduced the flood stage in Cairo, Illinois. And then over the course of the last few days, 10 days or so, the Corps has also recognized the need to open more spillways. Now, the consequences sort of for all involved, we'll see it's still kind of, people are going to be picking up the pieces for a long time, but without the ability to utilize those spillways, the consequences would be even worse for pretty much everyone involved. And so I bring this up just to highlight the need for really designating new bypass areas and expanding flood conveyance capacity through the Delta. And I'm not sure if the council has the authority to do so, but if they can't designate, then perhaps council could at least recommend some of these areas so that DWR and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board analyze them if you don't have the authority to designate them. And to answer Ms. Marcus's question from earlier, American Rivers has submitted comments, I believe, on draft 2, potentially even in draft 1, and John Kane talked about it a couple of months ago at the workshop, of some suggested areas that we have identified which could be analyzed for their ability to reduce risk and simultaneously restore ecosystem. So I suppose that would be about what I have to say.
Okay, thanks. Did you get any questions, Ms. Liddy?
No, that's why I asked the question. Okay. And did you have, someone mentioned earlier, did you have questions about the Lower San Joaquin flood bypass earlier?
If I may, Mr.
Sure,
is that we were just wondering if the additional information then was provided in that letter that we should be aware of to add details to this description.
Sure. Well, we, along with a pretty unique partnership, as you mentioned before, of the American Lands Conservancy, River Islands Development Company, San Joaquin Resource Conservation District, and a couple of others, we submitted a grant to DWR in March for land acquisition to begin pursuing the development of a bypass on the Lower San Joaquin River, and we'd be happy to send you that proposal. And then we also sort of have a more user-friendly, understandable proposal than the form that DWR gave us. So if you're interested, we could send you that.
We would be interested in any information.
Oh, okay. Great. We'll pass it on.
Just quickly, is the grant proposal essential to pursuing the bypass?
Well, yes, in the sense that the proposal is to begin acquiring the land. So ultimately, we need the land or the easements to go ahead and pursue the flood bypass. But if this partnership does not receive the grant funds and there are another way to get the funds to start acquiring the land, that would work.
Is money the major obstacle? Are there others?
Likely there would be others. A lot of it depends on the willingness of sellers. But yeah, and that would be explained further in the proposal that I could send along.
And what period of time is anticipated in order to develop a bypass in the San Joaquin, the lower San Joaquin?
I couldn't answer that question, but I can get back to you with it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Verboen. Good to see you again, sir.
My pleasure. I couldn't make it the last time, so I got to get back tonight, so I appreciate you accommodating me early enough. I know it's very difficult for this commission or council to make decisions regarding levies when you don't have an integrity report. Well, that's a tough one. And I would certainly encourage restricted or elimination of residential growth in the 100-year protected areas, because that's where you're going to get the growth. Otherwise, and pretty soon you're going to put more people imperiled as to what is opposite of what you're being directed to do. And Antioch stated a real interesting thing, that their pre-1914 rights basically were open-ended. Now, as pre-1914 rights, which were acquired under free-flow rights, simply expanded under storage rights? I don't know if it's this council's purview or Water Resources Control Board, but can you simply build a reservoir and increase your downstream rights? Interesting question, I think.
Yes.
That's basically the same thing I had. Next one. And then I'm saying those water rights need to be more clearly defined. And this seems to be the opportune time to look into that during the BDCP and the DSC meetings right now. That let's define what those water rights really mean.
Water rights are regulated by a plethora of court decisions, and the Water Board is the primary agency, as best I understand, on this issue.
And the difference between a junior and a senior water right seems to be predicated on whether it's a contracted supply or the rights existed prior to building the reservoir, because a lot of reservoirs have been built post state and federal project, and those have been allowed to increase their storage or their consumptive use of the water upstream of the delta. So those are just, I'm just giving some interesting questions. Maybe we might be able to come up with some answers. And reoperations of the flood control to reduce flood risk. It's an interesting concept, because I know that timing is everything when you release the water, so it gets to the delta at, hopefully at low tide, and not at high tide when it goes over the top. And is that going to come potentially at a risk to supply? Because there's sometimes that's a real touchy issue. I know water managers down in my neck of the woods, they're very concerned about that. And is there a conclusive evidence and facts that sea level is rising? I've never seen that, so I don't know. I'm just asking you the question.
Foot since 1840. There's some information you might want to check out. Our white papers on that, but also this PPIC book has an interesting discussion, a couple charts on that. The rate of rise is subject to great controversy, of course.
But not the fact that it's
no.
Okay,
no.
good.
No. And it doesn't happen everywhere in the world at the same pace. So there are all kinds of variations, but we have information at the sea level at the Golden Gate, so that goes back a long time.
That would be pretty apparent here. The subsidence reduction program, very interesting. Basically, if you build a corridor inside of the big levees with some smaller levees and kept water just inside of that would maintain the elevation of the levees and not necessarily put your farmers out of business. So,
maybe.
That's. I'll I'll give you some more written
Thank
comment.
you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Verboom.
Thank you.
Good. Mr. Riggleberg, local agencies of the North Delta. Here you are.
Thank you for the opportunity to make some comments. We'll be providing written comments as well. As I described earlier, LAND is a coalition of local reclamation districts in the North Delta, RD3, RD150, RD551, 554, and 999. And we have the oldest and the youngest reclamation district in the Delta, and we are nervous. We're interested, but we are nervous because the districts are ground zero for the implementation of these activities. And so what may seem sort of like a arcane word or a rephrasing that doesn't seem to have much material value, we have to implement it, and it does mean a lot to us. And the districts, as I think folks know, are not well funded. They're not well, there's not a tremendous depth of capacity for handling complexities, and so they end up having to hire people like myself as consultants. And we'd like to streamline this process such that what the proposed policies lead to strong and actionable elements, and the strong and actionable elements are something that we can actually implement on the ground. We're not caught in this web of frankly, conflicting bureaucratic policies. And so we have great hope for the actions of this council moving us in a good direction. So I'll go right to 88.
Page 88. Okay, which line are you talking about?
Problem statement, line 35.
Problem statement, line 36.
36, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
And as I said, we have numerous written comments. I just want to illustrate the direction that we're headed in here with this, which is potential future floodplain and bypass locations, in the first sentence there, in the Delta and upstream, could reduce the flood carrying capacity of the Delta. That's keyed on two new elements that Gwen articulated earlier. One is which floodway, which is a legally defined narrow band. Then there's the floodplain. And if you flip over to the next page at the very bottom, 11, and as identified by FEMA.
This is the footnote 11.
Footnote, thank you. Footnote at the very bottom, as identified by the FEMA National Floodplain Program, any land area is susceptible to being inundated by floodwaters from any source. And I think most people recognize that much of the Delta, if not most of the primary zone, is susceptible to inundation. So I'll give you an example. West Sacramento has, if one of their levees fail or they have to breach, as we heard about from the Mississippi, RD 999 gets flooded from the top.
Right.
And so legitimately, I think you could argue that item 11 covers all of our districts and all of the Delta, and therefore we're subject not just to the language that we talked about in the earlier sections, but basically that there essentially no activities, if you read this in the bald face, can happen because even if they're covered activity, there are other actions that are not associated with covered activity.
Do you have an alternative definition of floodplain you want us to consider?
I think floodway is a stronger and more legally defensible. So floodway refers more to the riverine environment rather than floodplain, which colloquially refers to the riverine environment. But in this particular case, since all the districts are essentially at sea level or below, floodplain doesn't have any sort of distinction.
Okay.
Okay. And then, so whether or not the council agrees with that definition, we'd be happy to work with them on it.
Without saying it, I want to think about it. I want our consultants and staff to think through the issue. The words floodplain and floodways are used elsewhere in laws, and I don't want to, by adopting just one word, lose any implications from the other. But let them look at it.
Yeah, understood. Okay. What we're trying to avoid is essentially double blanket coverage for any action that can happen within the Delta. I don't think it's implementable on your end, and I think, you know, in terms of just feasibility of looking at the actions, you need a narrower subset. Okay. But let's talk about that. So let's accept that we remove much of the area out of that definition. I think what Supervisor Natoli mentioned earlier, which is simple activities that I think everyone sees considerable merit of, such as fish passage, would be precluded. Riparian restoration is already precluded in many places, and agriculture that's compatible with the co-equal goals would also be precluded because the flood board says that roughness increases the flood stage. And so we need to find a happy ground in there where we can implement some of these other activities. We can model it. Teams of engineers are happy to show how you can actually reduce some of those flood risks by using the right kind of riparian vegetation, the right framework. But it's too coarse as it stands right here. Okay, and then is it possible to scroll up to the higher end of this table? So this is table 7-1 on page 91.
Okay.
And I just want to give a quick illustration. And just as a parenthetical, NA, when the county staff look at this, means not applicable. I think we should probably change it to something like unacceptable, or U, something dramatically different from what they're accustomed to seeing. Because we'll end up having to spend many hours trying to argue with county staff about what this actually means. I want to point out along the top line, Class 1, wetlands habitat is acceptable, and then agriculture is actually described as unacceptable in that, and I'm not really sure that that's really what was intended in that particular case. And I'll give you an example. If you were talking about the pre-peat, or the areas where you're trying to increase peat, you have to create a number of little internal levees. They meet Class 1 standards, but then that means we can't do agriculture because it's incompatible use. And so I would recommend you remove the NA for that.
Mr. Chair, may I ask just a quick clarification?
Please.
Are you talking about cross levies, or are you talking about external levies?
Well, external and internal levies, I think what we describe it as these will change dramatically in the next 20 or 30 years.
I could see cross levies, certainly, but I guess I didn't understand it for external levies.
And so it's not clear to me under, really, I'll give you any condition where you wouldn't want, where agricultural would be unacceptable within a Class 1 levy system. I just don't see how they're contradictory. And then it's not clear to us, particularly just move on down to Class 3. Most of our districts are actually within Class 3 or worse. And it shows infrastructure as being acceptable, but the residential, and so not being acceptable. And I think this council's heard quite a bit about that, but I want to use the illustration. In Yolo County, under one assessor parcel number, you're allowed to have 2 dwellings. It is the intent of this council to restrict the development of that second dwelling as long as it was compatible with all the other elements of this plan. And it's not clear to me that this council wants to be reviewing that level of development.
Council's directed by statute to reduce risk. And I understand the objection to anything that might suggest that people can't do whatever they want with their own property, or reclamation districts with property they own. But how do you reduce risk if development is to be allowed in areas subject to flooding? I mean,
well, let me clarify. So that's further on, but I'll talk specifically to address your question. The ways of reducing risk are manifold. So California holds that people are the #1 priority during a flood event, and therefore they have the highest risk.
Preventing loss of life,
right.
Injury. Yeah.
And then the way to mitigate for potential risks, since we don't have the dollars in the budget right now to fix all the levies to 200 or 300 or above levy standard, is that you have a concerted emergency response program, which is I'll give you an illustration. All our cell towers we have one company in most of the Delta. They run off of generators, and those cell towers are essentially at grade. So if there's a real flood, you've lost the main form of communication within the Delta. And so you're entirely reliant on understaffed sheriffs and a few emergency response folks. You've lost your #1 means of helping people, which is warning them of the threat, and then having them be able to evacuate if they're not aware of a threat.
But emergency response is first a local issue. The state may provide some discretionary funding for these activities, but I don't know of any place in California where the state substitutes for local agencies. They assist. And the local agencies that have talked to us have all said, we're the front line, we're the first responders. The state doesn't come in until later. Yes, we appreciate their help. We want more supplies rolled around. We want warehouses and dump sites everywhere. But it's us on the front line who do emergency response. And the counties and cities tell us they do the planning. Are you suggesting the state should do that?
I think if the state, through its policies, are going to create essentially a zero development, and development for us includes our infrastructure in here.
Meaning?
So our pumping facilities.
Do you design your pumping facilities to be
flood resistant?
Flood resistant or earthquake
Absolutely.
Resistant? Okay.
But it depends on the art of that is to which standard.
No, I understand.
Right. So, but let me explain. So if the policy here is to constrain development and growth, which is a statewide policy, within a reasonable framework, and we accept that reasonable framework, then the vehicle to respond to the actual risk is improved communication and all the things that actually this plan articulates well. These are the necessary next steps to provide risk protection in the Delta. But that doesn't mean that if you didn't have better communication, if you didn't have a better response plan, that you couldn't have more people living in the Delta, because the risk per person would be mitigated by the massively improved communications and emergency response structure.
So you're suggesting that it's not really growth and development that's the fastest way to protect life. It is spending money to improve the existing emergency response system to rescue people and stuff like that.
The fastest way? Absolutely. We can improve those.
Boy, why do I not think that is a compelling argument? I mean, I understand why it serves the notion of allowing both infrastructure development and urbanized or more intense development that exists now. I got that. It's desirable from that point of view. I can't imagine why the state would want to encourage increasing the number of people at risk, increasing the intensity of risk to people who are there, and increasing its financial obligation because people want to live in a risky area and have the state protect them.
Understood.
Is that an unfair characterization of your argument?
It is. What I spoke to specifically and narrowly was the ability to reduce risk. You can reduce risk tomorrow by improving our emergency response infrastructure at a nominal cost, a minimal cost to this state, less than repairing a cost of 1 or 2 miles worth of levee. If you want to have an immediate effect on public safety, that's the best thing that you can do at this time.
Well, I mean, that is so the levee subvention program should be transferred to emergency response. I mean, that is a plausible argument, it seems to me.
I think if we talk about the last section, because I don't want to get bogged down in here, I think the last section will get to that. In terms of prioritization of the few dollars that we have out there, communications emergency response, I think it is honestly, in my personal opinion, the best public good.
Mr. Chair, if I could get I think this class 3, and I came in just when we were on this page this morning, so I didn't talk to you, but I think Eric really focuses in on, and particularly with the rural residential, and I'm going to use a real life example that is happening in the very near future, where FEMA is coming in and they're revising their maps, and this is in the Sacramento portion of the Delta, and Grand Island and portions of the some of the RDs that I think are members of the group that gentleman represents, where the only thing that's changed is that the levees are a day older. They may even been improved radically from '97. There's been ongoing improvements and have met the 100-year certification, but the rules have been changed through experience, elsewhere in the United States, maybe here as well in California. And what this does, though, is after 2015, you may have levees that are class 3, and they might have very well been class 4. They wouldn't necessarily revert back to class 3 because these are the only categories. They may be a lot closer to class 4, but they don't meet that. But you basically say, and it's not for just people that want to live there, it's for people that may work there and want to live there. I mean, the examples I've seen certainly in recent times, in good part, have been folks that want to, for the next family member that's going to farm the next generation. Got old enough, didn't want to live in the house with mom and dad. Mom and dad are still alive, grandpa and grandma are still alive, but I want to farm, so I want to build me a house. But what this says is that if you don't meet this standard, even if you're on, and I'm talking about some of the areas in the upper Delta, I mean, obviously this pertains to the entirety of Delta, that if you fall out of FEMA 100-year category, that rural residential is no longer compatible after 2015. And I think it becomes very rigid, and I think that what it does is that you draw these lines, and I think there's some in-between in there, and it goes to the point about maybe how else you reduce risk, and I think that's an important conversation. And I know you try to find categories that this fit in, but this doesn't fit really neatly, and I think it begins to, again, work. It may keep people out of the Delta, may reduce risk in that sense, but it's the balance, and I've said this before over the last year or so as we've had a conversation, is you run the risk of the very thing you want to save, of making it either uninhabitable by the sense that nobody else is ever going to be able to live there outside of just backfilling with, in the residences there and so forth. And so the human aspect, you don't want to increase the risk and have hundreds of thousands of people living there. On the other hand, you got to find a way. And rural residential is not the same, and I think the counties have spoken to this, but I think not the same as having an urban development. That's why you have an urban standard. And so I know there's lots of different facets to it, but I just want to emphasize, because that NA, I think, in 2015 would virtually shut down the ability for both rural residential, but even for the commercial industrial that is supportive of agriculture, of environmental pursuits, and certainly of the livability, and not advocating that thousands of people come flocking into a new subdivision as soon as it gets built. I mean, and I think we need to, and I know we have thought and talked about this, but this is a real point. I think it's a real a tipping point, because that one category, even more so than the one in Class 1, I understand that, but that one there speaks to the livelihood, and it may be pointed out in the economic sustainability plan as well, because if that stays in there like that, I think it could have a very negative impact on something that's very modest, I think, in maybe increasing risk potentially. And you don't want, I understand what's been said here, you don't want to do that, but I think you begin to really hammer things down and make it very difficult for folks to continue pursuits that we find in other parts of the plan as being very viable and ones that we want to encourage. I think Joe. Yeah.
You say you wanted some level of new construction in the Delta, which referred to as at or below sea level, that it would be Class 2 in this chart?
No, Class 3.
Class 3.
That's the one Eric spoke to. That's where you have the PL 8499. I mean, you have some HMP. There are some islands too. It may not be the ones that are members there. But certainly with the Class 3, because you're going to soon have those that are in Class 4.
So it's not a 100-year flood protection level.
No, well, it might have been. In the cases I was using, there are recent examples where you've got islands. Grand Island, for example, is going to go from 100-year certification to something less than that, because the FEMA is going to decertify it. And so you're either going to have to build up, and this wouldn't allow for.
So what would be the acceptable floor, if anything, for new construction in a rural area?
I guess I want to clarify, because I think we're conflating, I think, what Supervisor Natoli expressed. We're not talking, the districts have no interest in having a large population incursion into the Delta. We're, as you clearly articulated, we are the first line of defense. We don't want significant new risk and challenges. We're looking at maintaining what we have in these communities. And my understanding
but what would be your advice? Should a home be built? Should 5 homes be built? Should 10 homes be built? Where the flood protection is less than the Class 4, and if so, what would be the level? There'd be no level, or there'd be what would it be?
I think the counties in 2 meetings ago spoke very clearly about what the rate of growth is, and it's essentially nominal.
But see, that's not actually an answer. That's an interesting observation. But
I can't representing the districts come up with an answer.
This is where it's like, is it smaller than a bread box or not? So
smaller than
you say, well, there's not going to be many of these houses, so it really doesn't matter. And besides, it's replacements or people's cousins who want to farm, and it's sort of descriptive in that form. Okay, but that's not a standard. And then for other people who own property, for whom the highest and best use is selling it for somebody to build a home who's essentially an urban dweller who lives in the country and commuting and not farming. So one of those is okay. Is 10 of them okay? Is 100 okay? And no matter how many it is, how safe does it have to be for flood protection? I mean, I hear what Don's saying, that if they change the description of what's 100-year flood protection for Grand Island and it goes below that, okay, that has a practical unsettling effect locally. But what standard should there be that the state observes for building, and what should be the minimum number that it applies to?
I think that's an excellent question, and you articulated it clearly, but I'm not in a position to answer that. That's beyond my technical expertise. That's a social question as to what degree of risk and what kind of risk you place people at. I'm not qualified to answer that.
But the staff suggested table pretty clearly is not what you'd recommend.
I think it's a degree more protective than I think it is beneficial for what we're trying to accomplish here. Within the tri-equal goals.
Joe.
Actually, just before you arrived, I brought up the example of building on an island, and what I thought was the law or the policy right now was that when a levy is decertified, that you, the county, because you have an agreement with FEMA, can't issue a building permit. So the question's moot. There is, even if you wanted to, because of your agreement with FEMA, there is essentially a building moratorium, and that applies virtually everywhere in the state. Is that not correct?
I don't know there's a moratorium. They can get above it. They could, elevate
40-foot stilt house.
Yeah.
Okay, they could do that.
Or mound up, and we've taken into account now wells and septics and some of the considerations there, but it doesn't put a moratorium. But you've got to then elevate to.
They have to get out of the floodplain.
Right.
And it's more costly, and people would prefer not to have to do it.
Which really, maybe it doesn't totally preclude development, but it really, really reduces it a lot.
It takes account of risk. It says if you're moving into a risky area, avoid it.
And you've got that in the lower islands. We saw some of that. I don't know when it was on the tour, but you can go down to Brandon Island or Andrews Island. You can see, elevated structures that are way up above, but it allows for it. But this says zero zip.
So what you're asking for would be that we allow for it if they build out of the floodplain.
Well, the FEMA standard, I guess, versus this is a higher standard. I mean, that's the point, because this basically says it doesn't matter how you could achieve it other ways besides the levy certification. And it goes to his point earlier.
We're going to get alternatives from the staff to look at.
Yeah.
And,
we could add the same thing about the flood proofing and as an option.
Okay. That might be.
Ms. Marcus. Oh, okay.
Thank you. And let me not belabor the point, but I think we want to identify that even if we had the money today, I'll use an example. Reclamation District 999 was decertified because of vegetation, and the district has taken a hard line, even though they're project levies, that we don't want to strip off all the riparian vegetation in our district. It doesn't make any sense to us at all. And as a result, that's one of the reasons why we're decertified. And so the unintended consequences of these is there's a moving target. The state of the science is moving. The levy requirements based on floods in other regions is moving. And what we don't want to do is preclude all activities out here in the hope that the science and the activities will catch up. I don't think they will. I think we'll spend the rest of our lives looking at changing policies in response to changing environmental conditions. So, and that gets to the next page, 92, RRP5.
Line 25.
Line 1.
Line 1.
Line copy, I'm sorry. This gets back to Ms. Marcus's comments, requiring that we wait until DWR adopts criteria could be a very, very long time, and I think it's imperative, if we don't set a timeline here, that we make it more broad so we're not entirely reliant on DWR. And I'll use an example here. We have a number of civil engineers. Our civil engineers are not going to stamp something that says that there's no possibility of a setback levy, and is it 25 feet or is it 300 feet as an adequate setback levy distance in order to provide for future setback levies. We can't get that. It's impossible to implement on our own. There's a number of proposals for areas that might be appropriate for setback levies, but it's essentially an infinite number within the Delta. So I would appreciate some further definition on that. Then your emergency preparedness and response section, as I tried to explain a little bit earlier, I think is a tremendous positive step in the right direction. And obviously I think it has to be a shared economic burden. I think the state has both responsibilities, but also in terms of maintaining the co-equal goals. I think adequate response protects the ecological benefits and then protects the conveyance side. And you have to have that and maintaining protection of the communities at the same time. they all benefit from the same protections. And then final comment, the financing of local flood management activities at the bottom of that page, line 30, actually 31. The districts are willing to engage looking at the DPC as a possible entity for doing that. What we don't want to end up with is DWR, which has a fairly complex and detailed funding mechanism, and then a new entity on top of that. I don't think that gets us anything. I think if there is going to be a new entity, we would support looking at the DPC as one of those entities that has the best connection on the ground and the ability to rapidly identify the funding policies and priorities. That's it. And that's it for my comments. Any further questions?
No, I think we got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Zuckerman. Members, Mr. Zuckerman gave us a letter earlier this morning on the first 4 chapters. That'll be posted on the web. You'll get an electronic copy shortly. This is on Chapter 7. Tom?
Right, and mindful of your time constraints, I'm not going to burden you with a long list of comments. They're going to come in by mail also. But I have one gripe that I want to repeat, is that I think we're proud of the progress that we've made with the levee programs in the Delta. And I don't think that the chapter that you've written here reflects that. There was a chart that we developed during CalFed days that showed what had happened. One line was the number of inundated acres by year, and the other was the amount of money that had been spent through the Delta Levee Subventions Program and by the local owners. And it was remarkable how modest amounts of expenditures in the Delta had reduced the incidence of floods. And I think that's something the state needs to be proud of. It's something they need to build upon, because these problems are not insurmountable. I mean, we can all imagine a situation like happened in Japan recently, or some huge terrorist event or something like that. It's very hard to anticipate, and that's life. But I think we're doing a responsible job of keeping up with whatever problems we've had, the increase in sea level over the last 50 years and so forth. We're responding to that. We will get you detailed remarks. We're working hopefully on a broad basis to deal with this section here about financing, wherever it was. And we've met with Joe and his people and stuff, and there's a serious effort going on to try to do something without trashing the existing programs, trying to figure out how to build upon them, make them more meaningful, make them more effective, and reducing the risks in the Delta. Not eliminating them, but reducing them. And we will get those comments to you hopefully prior to the time that you have your consideration. You gave us a little relief here. We won't take full advantage of it.
It's probably fair to say we gave the staff a little relief too. Okay. So
we'll try to get that to you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Renz, Aqua.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. First of all, my apologies if I'm being redundant to a discussion that I walked in the middle of. I had a prior commitment, but
for those of you who don't know, Aqua is having its 4-day or 3-day conference going on.
4-day for some of us.
So Mr. Renz gets 30 minutes every other day to do other business.
Yeah, thank you for indulging me. This is just an observation, and I may have overlooked it somewhere else in the report, but we're talking about emergency situations, floods and all that, and it seems like, and understandably so, it's been our experience, we're focusing on what I call pulse incidents, a flood incident, but since you alluded to our conference, there was an interesting panel of hydrologists at the Aqua Conference talking about the Sierras, and they were talking about the effects of climate change, specifically on the hydrologic cycle and what that might mean downstream, obviously the delta downstream. And I just throw out an idea that maybe somewhere either in this chapter or another chapter were more appropriate, if it hasn't been fully discussed, as at least a placeholder for future discussions, a recognition that if climate change occurs as some of the modelers are suggesting it may, that has significant impacts in terms of risk that you're talking about today, not only in terms of immediate incidental risk to human health safety, but we're talking about a situation if the hydrologic cycle does change, that we're talking about chronic risk, you know, because the hydrologic cycle is changing continuously, and over time, it's not like, all right, we have this one event and we can point to this exact date. It may happen in more years, given that our system is not designed to respond to that type of hydrologic change, and maybe worthwhile having a discussion and thinking strategically about how do we address that, both in terms of protecting property, humans, and the environment in the Delta, but also what it means for water supply too. It can alter that water supply down the road too. So I just wanted to bring that up as possibly something to think about as we're going to the next version. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rentz. I'm sorry, Felicia.
That also for Gwen, in terms of the keeping this short, that you've done some good stuff on that in the white papers and stuff. So I think this is just another case where both by appendix and by importing a little of the summary, the whole thing will come together better.
Yeah, I agree. Mr. Gilbert Snyder from EdBud. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Paul Gilbert Snyder with East Bay Municipal Utility District. I'm just here to, I want to say that East Bay MUD supports the concept of creating the Flood Management Assessment District. We believe East Bay MUD has contributed significantly to the islands that our aqueducts cross, more than $15 million in maintenance and repairs to those levees. And we think that the Delta levee system in general would benefit greatly if all the beneficiaries participated financially. And
who did you have in mind that we haven't included in this recommendation?
Well, in this recommendation, it's a good question, because what the recommendation says is for the regional benefit of participants within the Delta. And we would, our specific recommendation, rather than participants within the Delta, we would say all beneficiaries, including landowners, infrastructure owners, and other entities that benefit from the maintenance of the levees, such as water exporters who rely on the levees to protect water quality. There's an awful lot of emphasis on infrastructure here, but there's more than just infrastructure that these levees are valuable for. So I think that's an oversight that this does not capture, and that's what we were trying to specifically capture in our comment. And then also on line 8 in that, let's see, page 95. So the comment I just made was line 4, and then in line 8, we would simply insert where it says "and owners of infrastructure," we would insert "and other interests protected by the levees."
Okay.
That's all we had. Thank
Good.
you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Moran, Delta Wetlands. Oh, I'm sorry, Andy. You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't even look at the chapter. My apologies. Do we have any more on Chapter 7? Okay, members. Other follow-up questions? Okay. Gwen, anything else you know? You don't need anything from. You need us to finish reviewing the damn third draft so you can get back to work. Not that you said that, or even look like you wanted to say it.
And we would like to, and I will say, Mr. Chair, we would like to have the written comments as soon as possible from.
Just a reminder to everyone, if it's one thing to say it here, but it's a lot better to supplement what you've said with written comments. And if you have particular language for us to consider, that makes it miles easier. If you annotate it to the page and the line number, that just makes it possible. We had to review over 1,000 of these comments, and it means it's more likely yours gets attention. Okay. Members, we're going to move on to chapter number 8, which begins on page 90. Well, go to page 100, which is the first content. Delta's evolving place. Ms. Buchholz.
Okay. In this case, we basically we divided this section up into 3 areas. One is economic sustainability, one is land use and resource management, and one is natural and agricultural cultural heritage, consistent with this statute. I'd say to start off this discussion, this chapter is, at one time, in first staff draft, and even in second staff draft, this was by far the longest chapter in the document, by 3 or 4 times, to the point that it was incredibly hard to read. But then we realized that a lot of this sections were really addressing issues that were going to be addressed in the earlier chapters. So ecosystem issues, water supply issues, flood issues, and water quality issues. We're not taking away from the fact that they are part of the process to protect and enhance the Delta as an evolving place. But that, on the concept of becoming more succinct, we have moved those discussions into the previous chapters. And so this chapter, being almost the last chapter, has become shorter and shorter. So we received a lot of comments about how short it has become over the different drafts. And I just wanted to sort of give that as background of why that had occurred.
Okay. Can I just make one observation?
Yes.
On page 100, 4 Delta people have come to me and said, well, you didn't include deliberately and maliciously Public Resources Code section 29703.5, I think that's the one, that highlights the unique cultural, recreational, and agricultural resources of the Delta. And the reason why is it doesn't include natural resources as a phrase, and they thought that was significant, and they think that they have argued to me that this language is the controlling language for the unique Delta. I think they're wrong, but they've argued it, and so they'll want to see the code section reference there. I'm agnostic on the subject. But note that as a possibility, please. Don, you've undoubtedly heard that.
Actually, I've heard the discussion about values versus resources, but not that specific one that you just referenced. So I guess I'll have to. I heard what you just said, so I understand
okay.
it. But I hadn't heard that until you just said it. So.
Yeah, and I think we used to have that. I had it in an earlier one. We added this one because it had the words natural resources.
Yeah,
so.
I understand.
That's why I remember that discussion. The other thing that is, I think, more unique about this chapter is that and this is my interpretation of reading the Act, is the fact that there was supposed to be a lot of input into this Act from other projects that are still underway. And so many of the things we have in the recommendations, and it highlights initially in the economic sustainability section as an example, that we didn't look at any policies because we really feel that the staff feels that the economic sustainability plan, we want to make sure that we have the opportunity to utilize that before making any regulatory policies associated with that. And that is not going to, the current program is not going to be completed, I believe, until July of this year. And so we're seeing inputs to that program. The recreation report came out, the agricultural report came out, but again, at this point in time, we've just got recommendations. And then we've provided recommendations in the recommendation 1 of items we thought might be appropriate to be included in the economic sustainability plan to inform this Delta plan and future Delta plan, and also the implementation of this Delta plan. The one thing we also looked at is the recommendation 2 is the funding is a little unclear, that there is a secure funding source for the economic sustainability plan. So that was a recommendation to the legislature to fund implementation of that for the Delta Protection Commission. And that the next part was to consider reasonable payments in lieu of taxes to replace the lost local government revenues resulting from removal of properties from the property tax rolls due to ecosystem habitat or water supply purposes. Because when programs especially go out into agencies to ownership, frequently those areas do no longer have the capability of paying property taxes. And that affects both the counties and many of the special districts.
Don. A good start just be by making good on what they already owe. You know, that's, I don't disagree with this. It's just, it's one of those things where it, you know, the level of priorities doesn't get funded fully, and the pilot returns to the counties. And again, I think this makes sense, and you know, reemphasize it. I wish we could make it a policy. I don't know if there's anything we certainly can govern, but it is an issue, and it's a resource issue for the entities within the Delta.
Well, it's an issue for everybody everywhere.
It is. I understand.
Yeah. And we received some comments specifically on recommendations 2 and 3 from
recommendation 2
and 3 from Department of Water Resources, with some other wording to expand that. And so we're going to be including that as appropriate.
Expanded in what way?
They had some additional.
Not the details,
okay,
the concept.
They were basically just provided more appropriate words that would
achieve the same result.
Better. Yes.
Okay, got it.
I just want to give them credit because we appreciate those types of.
Right.
They spent some time working on those, I'm sure. So we appreciate that. If there's no other questions, I'll keep. The next part is the Land Use and Resource Management Plan, and there's a couple places I forgot to mention that we will go back in and fix on the top of page 102. We needed to add a reference to Land Use and Resource Management Plan, and also change the tense of the verbs about the parks and the agricultural reports that they're already completed. This one is, again, just two recommendations. The first recommendation is for the Fish and Game, Department of Fish and Game and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to develop rules to do voluntary safe harbor agreements with property owners.
Explain what that means, if you would.
Frequently, a property owner, especially if it's an agricultural property and they're adjacent to, frequently this will come up when you're adjacent to ecosystem restoration or you're managing the land in an eco-friendly way. This could contribute to populations that occur on the if like an ecosystem restoration program occurs in one parcel, on the adjacent parcels you could also have benefits for the populations. And the adjacent property owners need some certainty, so they develop what's called the Safe Harbor Act. In return, they operate frequently in these, and these are always negotiated on a site-specific basis, but frequently those Safe Harbor Act agreements will include certain kinds of operations on the adjacent properties that are not adverse to the populations protected in the ecosystem restoration.
Do they typically involve some form of compensation to the property owners too?
No, that's not the ones I've seen up on the Sacramento River.
They're really just trying to guarantee nobody's going to come back and sue them for activities that might be inconsistent.
Well, it's lawsuits, and it's also identification of that properties for areas of additional protection because of the presence of special status species. Frequently, that's what it is.
The ivory-billed woodpecker is in the reserve. It flies across the creek. It lands in a neighbor's activity, and Joe Grindstaff comes in and says you have to close down that farm to protect the ivory-billed woodpecker. Last seen in 1943 in Arkansas.
But it may not. But it generally.
Sorry, last seen in 2007 in Arkansas.
Last rumored to be seen in 2007.
But it also does. It protects the species too, so that if it did that. Right. You can't go shoot the bird.
Well, I don't. What caught my attention was safe harbor because I wasn't quite sure what we were talking about. But it sounds to me more like the notion of a coherent management plan for an ecosystem as opposed to isolated, specific species-developed plans, which often lead to endless. And I favor at least that's to me what
it's more of a Good Samaritan sort of analog, which is to say, if you're farming your property in a way that's actually beneficial to the species, we want to let you keep farming. We don't want to hammer you because you did something good. Because it's the kangaroo rat's one of the ones this came up with, but others, it's just to say what you want to be doing, if sustainable conservation come in, is you want to be saying to farmers, farm your land in a way that's conducive to species, but unless you give them a safe harbor, people, if they saw one of these things, they'd want to shoo it off their property immediately so that the regulatory agency can't say, found, now you're clamped down under really strict rules.
Phil, you may recall this when we had the Stone Lakes discussion about the whether it's been with the snakes or other four-legged critters that they roam the area, and if they're protected species or whatever, I mean that status is still there, but that the farmer then somehow gets jeopardized because he's on the other side of the fence, and the snake doesn't know any boundaries or the whatever it is, and doesn't give you this freelance ability to just go out there and destroy, but it certainly recognizes the farming activities, and they're and that somehow you don't. Everything around you gets encumbered by all that. So I mean, you know what the agreement's structured like, but I think it makes good sense that you try to encourage that and recognize, obviously, value of the activity that's adjacent.
And we did get letters of support on this. This does take money, though, for the agencies to do it. There's no question that that's an issue.
Right, but always, I mean, that's true of so many of the innovative things also on the parts per million side. People see as a burden only because they don't have the resources. And the issue is, unless you encourage it, you're never going to get the resources. So it's sort of agencies roll themselves on things they'd really like to do all the time. But this one, my point is that there's, and maybe I'm channeling what Hank may say in a moment, is that I think it's a great recommendation. There's nothing in the problem statement that justifies it. So again, from an editing standpoint, so the reader knows why it's there, that would be helpful.
We'll do that, and this may be another opportunity for additional information in the appendix.
Okay, Don?
Yeah, just on the problem statement, I want to be sure that the reference is in that first sentence, lines 19 and 20, says there are growing concerns that increasing urbanization adjacent to the delta and within the secondary zone may adversely affect resources in the secondary zone.
It's the other way around.
And the primary zone.
And the primary zone.
Yes.
Okay.
We must have received 10 comments.
Oh, did you? Okay, I'm sorry. All right.
You probably say the statutory delta or something like that. Yeah.
Well, actually, we probably also should start adding Sassoon Marsh, and it's.
Yeah. Okay. You already have that. Okay, that's all right.
No, I apologize. That was. As soon as I started reading the first comment, and then I got to about the 10th, and I went, okay, we really blew that, so I apologize.
And I'm sorry, I had one other thing. This talks about land use and resource management. In the commission, there's reference to it, but it has a land use and resource management plan that's adopted. It'll have to obviously be reviewed to make sure it's consistent with whatever comes out of this body's actions. But there might be an opportunity here to talk a little bit more about that. You may have cut it down. Maybe it's mentioned elsewhere, but I mean, there's going to be important linkage, and I think that's one of those, the tasks that the commission has and will have within the primary zone, and that, resource management plan and, the land uses. Again, there's going to be consistency that's going to have to be achieved at all levels, emanating obviously from the Delta plan, but I just think that it would be important to maybe give that a little more opportunity to be understood in reading this section here. So, thanks.
On recommendation 5, this is a duplicate.
Yes.
And have you guys decided to use this approach? I've read this back and forth. The flow criteria appear in 4 chapters. The management district appears in 3. Finance, delta as place, and levies. I don't care how you do it, but my instinct is the technique you used previously where you referenced to the finance section earlier language, it wasn't a recommendation because it's a repeat, might be the way to handle this. So under recommendation 4 or somewhere in this, you just say, see discussion of recommended or policy flood management assessment district found in the citation, as opposed to making it a new recommendation.
Okay.
And when I added it up, I thought, I was telling Joe, I thought we had just 12 recommendations. He said, we do have just 12 recommendations, but 4 of them or 5 of them are repeated.
We like more. Does that sound better? Okay. We have 20 policies that have regulatory effect. Isn't that better than just 12? No, I'm kidding.
Okay. All right.
We'll
Natural, agricultural, and cultural heritage.
Right. And this is, again, we don't have any policies. Going on page 104. Our We have the one that the council supports the designation of the Delta and Sisters Marshes as natural heritage area. We know that studies are being done by the Delta Protection Commission. We, with the spirit of what we've talked about to date, will expand on that discussion. And then the next one is the supporting of the Delta of the major gateways to promote the Delta's identity. We need to cross-reference this a little bit more with the information that just came from the Department of Parks report for gateways. And we actually had some comments on the gateways issue, so that we're going to try to answer some of those about whether or not they'd actually be structures or how would you choose them. I'm not sure that we have a lot of information on that, so we'll probably put that back up in the beginning part, and then rewrite this a little bit differently if we're seeing that Delta Protection Commission or others might emphasize this.
Yeah, I'm sure we recommend you defer to the Delta Protection Commission.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Questions? All right. Let's get public comment on this chapter. Mr. Moran? Oh, I'm sorry. It is Chapter 9. I don't know why. Sorry.
Can I make a couple comments,
does anyone want to talk to us on Chapter 8? Chapter 8? Okay.
Phil, could I make a couple comments before we begin?
Yes, sir.
This is probably you've heard before, but if it's going to be a plan, it really should have actions and completion dates and who's responsible. And we're sometimes good at this and sometimes not. Going back to the performance measures on page 104, the completion of the Delta Economics Sustainability Plan, line number 15. Is that going to be the DPC?
Yes. And Don they will give us I guess a draft by what month, Don?
I think what's in July. Yeah, that's
July.
Yeah.
And then the finished product, I think, is October.
We're shooting for or early fall. Yeah.
You know, if we knew those dates and if the agency agreed, it would be good to put them down. You know, there we could have the responsible parties, DPC, and the first draft by the state, second date. And just thinking of some of the natural beauties of the place, is it possible to put down a resultant criteria like number of bird watchers going in a given weekend in the summertime? You know, rather than try to count the birds or whatever, if you get a lot of birders there, that means that, you know, that the birds are there, they're being viewed and all the rest of that. As an off-the-wall statistical measurement.
You know, I was going to offer a similar annual visitor days for, you know, it was visiting for bird watching, for kayaking, for, you know, whatever it is. I think that could be a measure.
Number of rowboats rented.
Well, sure. I mean, you know, again, show, you know, activity that, you know, portrays, you know, people participating in one way or another.
Well, you look at the recreation sections, both in the current and the previous recreation report done for Delta Protection Commission had a lot of information that they had compiled at that moment in time. People are collecting it, but it's not necessarily compiled. But
yeah, that gives us some measurable things too, some quantitative measurements.
Right. We'll work with the group that does that to get that done.
If I could, Mr. Chair, just to piggyback on Hank's suggestion that in talking with Commission staff on this, that a couple of other, just food for thought, but that might be other performance measures would be, one, looking at the maintenance of population range of businesses serving resident business and visitor needs. So you do this inventory of marinas, you have an inventory of, you know, so there's some measure. Again, it's only one measure, but it gives you an idea of employment. Maybe it's, you know, wineries, maybe it's you know, visitor centers, whatever they might be. And I think along with that, kind of with the day-to-day life, another measure is kind of the health of the Delta would be your essential Delta public services, where you struggle, and it goes back to some of the conversation we've had all afternoon about population. You know, how much is enough and what's too much or not enough. And your schools, your ability to provide law enforcement, fire protection, EMS, parks and recreation facilities, both state and local, and just, you know, how you're doing on the service level. Because if counties struggle or communities struggle, then it may be a reflection either of, allocation of resources by the bodies that do that, and or there's something else that's contributing to that. And if it's not, and some of this may come out in the economic sustainability plan that may give us some better guidance, but as part of the measures. And then last one might be preservation and enhancement of historic resources. How are we doing in that regard for those things that we've either in this plan stated as being important and or recognized as important features, and whether it's in the legacy towns or elsewhere. If those aren't thriving or they're declining or going away, then and why is that? And so I think that, again, just as we're looking at measures, food for thought, I don't see we have to include all of those, but I think that more measures as it relates to some of the activities that are good indicators would be useful.
The other question I guess I also have for the council is the recreation plan that was developed for the Delta Protection Commission that just was published, I believe, last week. I think was the date. They had some.
That's Department of Parks and Recreation.
Department of Parks and Rec, yes. They had some recommendations for improving visitor use. We might want to look at some of those recommendations to include them in this last section of the natural, agricultural, and cultural heritage.
Randy.
Gwen, in your research, how are records kept in terms of agriculture, acres in production, crop types grown? My experience has been that the county ag commissioners all maintain those records, but is there any group or place where the delta, the legal delta, you have to extrapolate from all 5, maybe 6 counties?
Right, and there's, different agencies have different ways of doing it. We're trying to resolve right now I can tell you for the existing conditions, I've got 3 tables with different numbers in them for the same time frame.
I wonder if we should recommend that the DPC be in charge of collating all that information, because if this process goes away, who's going to do that?
Yeah, I mean, it is, literally this week I was sitting down with the team and saying, how come these ag numbers are different for the same year? And it was all because different people. One did aerials, one did something else, one did ag commissioner.
Well, it certainly falls into the charge of those things that were given, by statute, but also I think is, embedded in the resource management plan is agriculture is, one of those primary elements. And I know that the ag commissioners, again, they compile the data, but they may use different, there are some standardized approaches, but if you're going to have a good measure, you want to make sure that you have some consistency to doing that, and that it, gels well with whatever data you're seeking to get, and it maybe stands up against other numbers that people might use a different methodology that may not be incorrect, but I think that would be acceptable. That's not
just to note, we've talked before about data gaps. And it's not just restricted to Delta, it's restricted to water ecosystem. I mean, it's just a whole bunch of information. We talked at one time about I think somebody fantasized on a chapter and decided that didn't make any sense. But it might make sense to talk about Delta-specific information, because to the extent things like a regional flood district, emergency response district, and more focused attention on the Delta come about, we're going to need more specific data. That'll take a long time to do. But secondly, we might want to remember to reserve a spot for a more coherent statement in the entire Delta plan about needed information somewhere. Tom, you wanted, Mr. Zuckerman, excuse me.
The Department of Water Resources collected comprehensive crop use information on the Delta a few years ago. I don't know whether they're continuing to do it or not, but they were interested in looking at.
Gwen actually talked to them about that data set.
That's one of our data sets. We have
but I don't believe. But I don't believe they've been continuously calculating.
No, they
have
do.
They?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay,
they do it
good.
they fly it and they do it every year, because we get, it's every 2 years, I believe, or every 3 years. No, my concern is that we've got 3 different agencies that I know of that compile it, and we're sitting there with tables that look. So if it's confusing to me, it's going to be confusing. Maybe it's just me, but I think it's going to be confusing to others.
Well, maybe your local ag commissioners through the DPC might be a good way if people are comfortable and confident with that, approach. And then, if there's any inconsistencies, certainly the counties could take that up through the commission conversation. So, okay. So let me know what you think about that, and I'll get the count, thing.
Okay. All right, anything else on this chapter? All right, let's go to the final chapter for today, Chapter 9, the Finance Plan Framework, which starts on page 107, I believe. 107. 107. Okay, Mr. High Street's joined us. God, you're all dressed up today. I know, you got to, this is kind of like your armor for battle here. Good to see you.
Thanks.
Okay, who wants to start on the finance plan?
I'll go ahead and get us started. First, I probably want to question Gwen when she said who had the longest chapter, because I think initially this finance plan certainly had the most tables. But when we started the preparation of the finance plan, we'd hoped there'd be a lot of information that would be coming together from other studies in terms of the cost of conveyance, levy improvements, even looking at recommendations we were making as part of the Delta plan itself. Well, we're not there yet. So what you're seeing is a transition from a finance plan to really a framework for a finance plan. And so basically what's happening, the focus has really come more to be on the guiding principles and general recommendations. We don't really have any policies in this section. We don't have enough information yet to get that detailed.
Right.
And one of the benefits we have actually with this being delayed a couple of weeks, we had a chance to actually look at some of the comments. So I wanted to talk in general about some of the comments we got. First of all, we went through this. In our recommendations, we have some dollar amounts in the recommendations. And because we had taken out a lot of the previous tables and everything we had before, we've got numbers in there that really kind of come out of nowhere. And so there was a lot of comments in terms of what was the context for those numbers. So we have to do a better job of getting some of that information back in. Another overarching comment from many of the commenters were there's concerns about one of our recommendations that stressors pay. There's concerns about how that would be implemented. There's concerns that, are we going to have the background, the data to do that? And that'll have to be put together. So, and also there's concerns that there might be overlap with other agencies when you do that. So we'll have to write that up a little bit better on how we do that. A lot of the comments are absolutely right. We do need more information in terms of what that background is. Do we have a baseline that we can set up these fees on? The concept itself is certainly justified. A stressor pay or polluter's pay is out there and used across the country. But we'll certainly need to do some research and explain what we need to do here. So I think we can handle several things that way. We also had several comments in general about some of the examples we had in the funding sources part of the write-up. And quite frankly, since we're not using that part of the report, you may want to consider just having us delete that.
Well, I want to walk through the chapter in order so we can make sure we cover our bases and before we jump ahead, if you don't mind.
No problem. Okay, so those were kind of the overall. There was one other comment that was related to trying to define the boundaries for the Delta Flood Management Assessment District. And as we move ahead, we'll have to get more detail with that, and that also overlapped with some of the other chapters as well.
Just from my point of view, if we were proposing a regulation in the financing section, the need to be explicit and as clear as we can make it is obvious. But many of these are policy, all of these are non-regulatory. They are policy recommendations. So I'm more interested in a coherent and understandable expression of a notion than detailed precision. I understand people contact you and say, okay, now Alan, did you mean that next year my proportion of the operational budget that I've earmarked for this is going to be subject to that? Well, that's stuff you do when you draft an actual bill. And I'm not interested in that. I am interested in, I like the idea of an approach of guiding principles. I like the idea of a background discussion. I've got questions about the details. I like the idea of a listing of possible options, although my instinct would be that you not delete it entirely, instead it become an appendix, because the fact of the matter is people are going to look for ideas and they're going to look for some explanation of alternatives somewhere. And if we delete this completely, we'll have to, we or they will produce it out of whole cloth. But it may deserve an appendix as opposed to a chapter entry. Can I ask one question on the starting chart and the information?
Absolutely.
Okay. Which is page 109, table 9.1. The paragraph before it said we spend $40 billion annually on water supplies. I suspect we spend not too far from that, but something tells me the number is a little too big, or maybe significantly. I don't know that. Questions on the chart. When you identify State Controller 2010, I assume you're talking about the annual reports filed by cities, counties, redevelopment agencies, special districts.
That's
as
correct.
The source of the document. And those reports, if memory serves, are 3 years old. So a 2010 report is 2007 or 2008 information, right?
Yeah, in this case, it was 2008 information for those districts.
And the big three cities, counties, special districts for water, wastewater, and flood control are the ones in top. I think you ought to code it for the year of the data. And then the question ought to be, if the goal is to say, we spend billions of dollars every year for water, which is, nobody doubts that, on the federal, the state, and the local level, when we get a number figure, the years have to be standardized. So even though I understand the first three entries are the big dollar items, the fact is the California Water Resources budget at $3.6 billion for the year 2012 is different from what it was if you're going to standardize it back to 2008. Just as a technique, I think it's always better to try to use the same year for all the categories of information, if at all possible. By the way, there was actually a critique of the Controller's report some years ago by the Public Policy Institute of California, Mike Dardia. And to all of our astonishment who read it, he found that the reports were complete, accurate, and consistent with subsequently developed information. It was almost like an audit. And they have since then achieved a level of usefulness unlike any other governmental report. He wouldn't say anything like that about the school reports or anything, but got a long history, 40 years or more of this kind of reporting. Right. And they're terrific documents. They give you an immense amount of information. Randy?
Well, the public water systems have a unique accounting system, particularly those that answer to FERC. So it's very highly organized and consistent across the board. Alan, in this chart, does this include operational and capital expenses?
Yes, it does.
Is there an easy way to break that down?
Yes, we should be able to break that down pretty easy.
I think
different columns is what you want.
Yeah, I think that would be very, very useful, especially if we're going to go year to year.
And informative. Yeah, that would be helpful. That would be very helpful. By the way, I think legislators would be, by and large, surprised to learn the magnitude of our annual investment in a water system. I mean, I don't know why, because it's comparable to education investment and transportation, roads and highway. I mean, but these are so big.
But not as high as prisons.
Oh, that's, that's not true. The cost of the California prison system is approximately $9 to $10.5 billion annually.
Cost for education?
For education, it ranges, state or,
state.
Let's see if I remember correctly, $36 billion, about as big. That's operational cost, though. These dollars include operational and capital. Yeah.
I thought that we were spending more on prisons than education.
Higher education. The argument is, it's higher education. And there, the prison spending has now exceeded UC, CSU, and the community colleges. For years it didn't. It was close, but it didn't. Yeah. Anyway, I think a modification, separation, capital operation to the extent you can, and standardizing the years, if at all possible, would be helpful. And then whatever you find out gets reflected in the text. One other thing, I know when information gets checked around the Capitol, the places they check are the state budget and the legislative analyst's office. You've got one citation in here on annual Delta ecosystem restoration, and I believe that was from their report either earlier this year or last year on water spending. Did they come up with their own figure on annual spending? I just don't remember.
They did.
Do you recall?
Not right off the top.
Yeah.
But
well, the point is, if you can try to get as close as we can to the sources we know that are out there on this fiscal estimate, we're better off, because otherwise you spend hours explaining why it's 3/10 of $1 billion different. So, okay. All right. Thank you.
Phil, to get back to your point, and these numbers are big, but it's hard to see how they relate to other expenditures. Could you put in, as an example, that, our educational budget for higher education is X, just to see how these numbers compare, to give them some proportionality?
The Analyst does an annual report, and I'm trying to remember, they have comparable categories of spending for collected local agencies and state government by subject area, generic subject area. It may not be perfect, but it's close. And we might be able to just lift those charts as illustrations.
And don't put them on the table, but maybe put them in the commentary below the table. Just to set the table. This compares to something else.
Okay, that we can do.
Okay. All right. Anything else on the background section? Well, how about guiding principles? We didn't get to that. Questions on that section? Felicia, I'm sorry. One point, page 108, line 26. Existing contributions for closely related activities should be considered for crediting. Yesterday we got some contributors. Right? These were the upstream guys. We're contributors. We're not stressors. We're not beneficiaries. We're contributors. I'm not sure that's the right title, but this is the kind of thing that would try to give account for activities that are beneficial to the Delta, but don't occur immediately within the Delta, as I understand it.
Correct.
Under the guiding principles, I'd like beginning with line item 22 about targeted finance plans developing for the different aspects. Administration should be in there. And where does science, the ongoing science work, appear? Should that be part of the financing plan as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we could add that
next page.
Okay.
Felicia?
Yeah, I had some comments on the stressors pay thing, just because I think it's so difficult, but I'll wait till we get to it's also one person's stressor is another person's something else. But I like the thought. I like the concept a lot. It's just application. Just back to 107, line 14. The Delta plan includes policies for da-da-da. We don't have storage in there, because I always think of storage and conveyance. It just seemed missing from that list. Maybe there's something else, just as Randy picked up some of the things that were missing on the other, on the guiding thing. And then, well, I'll stop. Side comment, I'll wait.
I'm sorry, back to guiding principles, page 108, lines 11 through 14, the beneficiary stressor pays. The fish license stamp fee doesn't really fit the model of stressor pays.
Right.
A fine does, but the traditional stamp fees, which are money given to promote the species, and so that's a beneficiary fee, but it's not a stressor fee. And is there just think about how to phrase it, because it's confused. It gives you pause to read it.
Okay.
When you read it, when I read it anyway. Okay. Anything else? I'm saying, Hank.
On line 29, under the guiding principles, I'm really fascinated by the statement. I mean, its implications, power is amazing, but I'm not sure I understand it. When you say volumetrically based, how do you mean?
Basically, for volumetric, we're just trying to get something we can measure, as opposed to how much water is being used. Now one of the things we have, for example, in agriculture, that's one of the challenges that they're going through when they're implementing their water conservation plan is, they're putting in a lot of new ways of measuring water, across the state. It's not it's not very uniform yet in agriculture, but for the most part, what we want to do is have fees based on the amount of water used.
Is it the same fee per unit, or does the fee accelerate as the units increase?
We haven't discussed at this stage if we were going to try to tier those fees, or
I mean, the second would be interesting. The fee would be the same up to a certain threshold, and you can measure it however, and then they go up maybe geometrically as opposed to arithmetically, because from a farming standpoint, it will be really a measure of how efficient you use the water. If you're very inefficient using it, you should pay an awful lot for that water. And the same thing for household use. If you're using the water to water your plants over and above the threshold to wash, clean, and drink, then I think you should be paying a lot for it.
I can't help but remind my fellow council members that there are some areas of the state where agricultural water application recharges groundwater for urban use, and it is the most efficient and cheapest way to recharge the groundwater that the cities or the communities have no way to do on their own. So every region is going to have different needs, and volumetric pricing in agriculture refers to per acre foot. And most districts that I'm familiar with have a tiered pricing approach, but when there are opportunities to use water for groundwater recharge, that generally receives a pricing structure that encourages that to happen in those areas where it's necessary.
I would like to remind my fellow council members, particularly those steeped in agriculture, that we have tried on numerous occasions to try to get some idea of how much of that water that is used for agricultural is actually returned and is available for reuse through groundwater, whatever. And we have not gotten there yet. I think you think it's about 80%. Well, that's what you told me. Of course, that would depend on the region,
it depends
and the amount of sunshine and wind.
It depends on the application method. If you're talking about drip, micro sprinklers, very little is used over and above what the plant uses. If we're talking about flood irrigation, it could be as high as 50%.
Yeah, and it'd be great to get those figures based on the percentage of usage with each methodology.
Yeah, that would help.
How much is used for drip, how much is used for flood, etc.
Okay. Can I just raise a point on page 109, please, lines 6 through 13, particularly the last couple paragraphs?
Before you go there, can I
sure.
suggest that it be this particular line that Hank and Randy were talking about, you can explain that a little bit more in that statement, because reading it. Right.
Okay.
Explain it a little bit more.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, page 109, lines, whatever it is, 9 through 13. The state's issued close to $20 billion in GO bonds for water-related purposes, blah, 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 which is fine. The next sentence, however, says, a benefit of financing water projects with general obligation bonds is that any cost allocated to the public good, such as ecosystem benefits, or repay taxpayers, the primary beneficiary. The problem is that does not describe the way we've used general obligation bonds in full. When we allocate money for regional water system efficiencies, it is not statewide efficiencies we're financing, it's local efficiencies. The criticism of general obligation bonds is that because we're a diverse system, we tend to tack on individualized either local or regional projects financed by the whole state taxpayer, which the benefited regions like a lot because it reduces their share and arguably indirectly leads to benefits. But the fact is, GO bonds, although they looked attractive to cost share recipients, are likely to be less I believe, less frequent in the future, and revenue bonds are likely to be much more utilized. If that were the case, don't you have to at least mention it? Because the interplay there is the interplay of, on the fundamental question is really the state or the federal government going to be the source of a vast amount of money for infrastructure, water infrastructure in the future? And the answer is they'll probably be a part of it, but they're hard to imagine we're going to get another $5 billion for flood control in the Central Valley, mostly in the Central Valley, out of a GO bond anytime soon. I could be wrong.
The thought when I put this together was that, you know, in the past when we've used general obligation bonds and they've gone through cost allocations, when we use water, you know, one of the things in water, if you look at the state water project actually has some of their user charges that pay off some of those bonds. So it's not all going to the taxpayers.
Right.
But the costs that are allocated in their cost allocation process to either recreation or ecosystem, some of those for different projects have essentially stayed as part of an obligation for the taxpayer. So that was really the thought.
I don't doubt that, but like the water bond that's on the November 2012, the ecosystem portion of it is $2.5 billion. The balance is out of almost $12 billion. And I'm not even opposed to allocating money that way, but we tend to mush up the financing because in government, everybody has great ideas, and the second thought is, who will help me pay for it? And that's what we do with projects, state, federal, and local. We're always looking for funding partners. I just think it needs to be fleshed out a bit more than that. Okay. All right, next section under financing needs. Tell us about this section, please.
One of the things that this was a section that got several tables taken out of it over the time. But what we were looking here is there are kind of two things we were looking at. One was the immediate needs. What do we need for the ongoing operations just over the next couple of years? And when you look at our immediate needs, first is we need to get some expenditures in place there for the water reliability and ecosystem protection. So we need to put some dollars in place to get moving. The next is we have our funding for the Delta, the science program, and for the ISB and actually the state share of the interagency ecological program as well. And then really looking at ongoing funds for the Delta Stewardship Council itself.
And the Conservancy and and DPC.
Yeah, so some of that's been laid out, for next year, but nothing beyond that. So immediately there's some needs that have to take place there. So that's the immediate need, and we're trying to get some cost estimates together so we know what those are for each of those pieces. And when you're discussing some of those other sections and what goes in there, then we'll have a better idea of how we come up with that number.
Okay, Felicia?
No, I'm just...
Okay. Joe, you've been noodling this around, and of course we've talked about it before, and I like the idea of whether we call it immediate needs or something else. The reality is if BDCP proposal was finished tomorrow, which has no chance of occurring, but if we're finished tomorrow, most people say it's 15 years before you turn dirt. What do we do in 15 years? Just sit back and wait for a miracle to happen, or do things like floodplain and ecosystem and protect the existing conveyance, whatever. So I like that concept of some short-term stuff. Any further thoughts on how it gets fleshed out? I mean, our floodplain discussion is clearly multiple purpose being served by some activity. Water resources needs it too.
We have gotten from finance the spreadsheet showing how much is available in all the different bond funds, and Eric's scheduled a meeting for us with the Department of Finance. I think next week, I don't remember. Pending, okay. So anyway, we're going to have that meeting, and we're going to try and work with them on what is specifically available, because we have a number of recommendations in here for where money should go. We need to figure out where it can come from in order to say where it should go and what the competing interests are, and see that it's available. Try and So sharpen up our recommendations so we really know for sure where we want to recommend that it come from. And I think probably the key recommendation that's in here is that as we move forward, we recommend that the legislature give the council authority to develop a fee program. I think I agree with the chair who's told me he thinks it would take 3 or 4 years to develop and many years of legal fights before you ever actually get something in place. In the meantime, getting advances from a fund that actually has money is probably as good a way as any to get funding underway, particularly when you're talking about science, because we have this right now. Our science program is unable to fill vacancies, both financially and because we have a hiring freeze. We have that general problem throughout the agency. If you really want to make the council work and allow staff to do the kinds of things we need to do over the next 10 years, we need to do that. The same is true for Delta Protection Commission and for the Delta Conservancy. So we need to figure out what we can do while we're working on the longer term solution. I don't think the long-term solution is taking money out of the general fund or continuing to take money out of bonds. Probably 3/4 of our budget right now is bond funded. That's just not sustainable.
Yeah.
Question. I have 2 questions, and I can answer them any time. It may not be the right time to ask them. One is, and I didn't read the appendix, so maybe it's in there. I mean, how is what you're recommending here relate to the financing legislation that it died last year? I don't know where it is this year.
Summidian bill?
Is it Summidian?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be curious, just so that we're not...
It's a beneficiary stressors. It's in the same subject area. We'd look at it, and we would obviously benefit should it pass. None of the water districts are for it because they don't want to pay any more fees to anyone. And it's going to be a 2-year bill anyway. It will not move this year. It's gotten out of its first committee, but it will probably it might get out of the Senate, but but if it does, it'll sit in the Assembly until next year. And it's being viewed very much as a discussion piece as opposed to a finished product.
All right, so we just watch it in parallel. I just didn't want to, just to the extent we could at least use some of the same language or get as close as you were all comfortable in recommending, that kind of made sense so that you didn't have to complete.
My expectation is what this council recommends
will influence it?
Will be a very important factor in the discussions next year, and I do expect next year to be a key year because we have a water bond that's supposed to be on the ballot next year. There are a lot of factors that I think will cause people to start saying we need to address this issue.
Great. And I have a second point, but I can save it too. Well, we're sitting here talking about immediate needs, and we have this nice paragraph about all the things we need to do, and the chair referenced it'll be a long time for BDCP. And it just leads me to the suggestion as another thing we need to do before the next draft, if possible, is we should pull out more of this immediately. I don't think we've painted a picture of life without BDCP or before BDCP gets done. I've had conversation with Joe where I think our storage and conveyance section is a punt. We've got to have more in there to describe the system and describe what the options are and what's happening, as well as if we can get to some recommendations for, again, that aiming high and steering. I think it's important. I was sort of stunned when I got there. And in all of those, whether it's smaller fixes of plumbing or anything that might work, that's what you would spend. But right now, when I saw that, I just wrote, really? In the corner, because I don't think we have a list. We haven't painted the picture of what the immediate stuff is that could be done. And I think we need to do a lot of other things, but I think we do need to do that before we're done for this to be a relevant plan that people are going to pay attention to. And I know the chair has a bunch of ideas, and some of them are in here and some aren't yet.
Well, I'd like to have in the Delta plan and available for legislative consideration a conceptual approach. And this chapter is not regulatory, it's simply recommendations. I think the legislature, they'll argue about anything we recommend. First of all, that's the starting point. But if you lay out a set of recommendations that are of the range of possible, and you start with the fact that nobody cares about government operations and systems and us. They care about water reliability. They care about ecosystem. They care about emergency response. They care about the substance of what government is about, not the process of government. So for me, I'd like to try to figure out a way to lay a course of action out in the next 5 to 10 years, which is whether it's waiting for BDCP, does happen, doesn't happen, doesn't matter. What do we do in the meantime?
Right.
It's fiscally constrained by reality, which means we are not talking about vast amounts of money over a decade. So this is probably wrong, don't hold me to it, but if I was thinking of a spending program that might be big enough to start moving on the Cliff Dom proposal of significant ecosystem restoration, tied to other things we're recommending, including, for example, floodplain or work in government-owned lands, tied with doing something to protect the existing conveyance system against catastrophic failure, and hopefully in the process get a little benefit. So, and consider this purely arbitrary and not firm. A decade. $1 billion. That's a lot of money, but if we're right, if we're anywhere close on how much we spend annually on water systems in California, we spend 40, and it is not much. I'd like to see if we could lay out some elements that reflect the co-equal goals and create the possibility people could look at and say, oh, we know everything's contentious, you can't do anything in the Delta without an argument, but these at least come close. They would be receptive to that approach as long as it's relatively modest in monetary terms and spread over a decade. And then if you lay out the elements for a larger picture, they will or they won't pick it up. But Joe's right, the time is right. Also, for the state share, the lion's share is likely to be already authorized but uncommitted bond funds, whether they're bond funds for flood activity. It's the notion of redirection. I think our discussion earlier today on risk, and particularly the floodplain stuff, was very, very interesting. And my instinct is that the legislative types would be sympathetic to the notion of things that have some institutional support that would play it out. So that's kind of what I look for next year in setting the stage. But the rest of the stuff is also explaining overall how big this system is, because we're just the tiniest part of an immensely complex system. And I just give you my impression. I was unable to convince Joe on the subject, but the fact of the matter is the odds are very high that we will be continued as part of existing water fees, in my opinion. It's not going to be bond issues, because it's one thing, you can do a bond to develop a plan because that's a one-time activity, but the operational cost of covered actions and so on are probably not financeable by bond financing. So it's going to be operational costs. But we ought to provide value by starting to move this whole process forward to show that California can do some things consistent with the legislation that got passed and the co-equal goals, but do them comparably. That's the other thing. It's not just picking which one to go forward first with. Let's see if we can inch forward simultaneously. Not magic solutions, not perfect solutions. So, anyway.
Just to kind of follow your thought through. I know Felicia talked about it. I'm trying to clarify kind of what you said.
That is a temple bell.
Right. But the point about assuming DDCP is approved later on down the road, but looking at those things that we need to finance. And I know there are a list of funding recommendations. And my question is, are they in priority order? How do they fit in with, the short-term approach in terms of what do we need to look at first? Are these in priority order, or are they just
somewhat, in the sense that most of the recommendations are there to cover things that we can identify right now, so some of those immediate needs. Things that aren't in there right now, for example, are some of the mechanisms for some of the levee improvements other than the regional assessment district. Things for storage, some of those other things are not in here yet. We don't have a recommendation in terms of how we bring that in. So most of our recommendations are focused just on what we describe here, and that's one of the reasons that this write-up on the needs is a lot shorter than it was in the second draft.
And when you come back, would you put them in some kind of order?
Well, yeah, I think at the least you'd want to group them by subject area. And if I were doing it, I probably wouldn't start out with the Delta Conservancy, but that may be okay. Your subject areas are ecosystem. Most of them are flood, emergency response, flood, levee combo of recommendations. And then, you know, one is user fees, stressor fees. I mean, it needs an internal order, which may suggest to you priorities. But I also think that when you get down to this order, Joe, you're going to wind up concluding that some kind of short-term action has to be consolidated on one page for programmatic stuff, as well as the details of, which is mostly the emergency response flood management stuff.
That is true, and some of what we did was what's changing based on our recommendations. There's a lot of ongoing activity that we didn't cover here, and we really need to find a way to integrate that so you can see the whole picture, not just these few things.
Alan, two questions. Where you first begin talking about the financing needs, line 19 on page 109.
109.
When we talk about immediate needs and near term, when you throw in 5 to 10 years, you add 10 years to today, that's 2021. Then you're talking near term through 2025. I think we can have immediate, maybe midterm and long term. And maybe immediate would be under 5 years. And again, you can wrestle with this. Midterm would be 5 to 10, and longer term would be over 10.
I agree that that's not very clear.
Okay, and then the water conveyance from the BDCP. What is the capital cost for?
I'm sorry?
The water conveyance table on page 111.
Well,
table
yeah, that's going to have to be revised, but the conveyance costs are estimated, and this is, Joe, this is based on what, the 2010?
Yeah, that was the November.
The Department of the Resources Agency summary document.
There was a summary document of where they were at, and so that.
Now, was that for the tunnel or the peripheral canal or something like that?
That was for the 15,000 CFS tunnel.
Something.
Tunnel. Okay.
By the way, I do think, for understanding purposes, the BDCP discussion and funding sources probably ought to be on its own page or pages screened. And the reason is it's a unique case. It's not really under our direct authority. We have to incorporate it once it's completed. Otherwise, it appears that we're reaching these conclusions. And it seems to me one of the most important things, because they haven't completed the process, is we have to clearly indicate information from BDCP as of the date of preparation or adoption of this plan is as follows. Because we're not making these estimations ourselves. We're just simply referencing whatever's public that's out there. And you can be absolutely sure these will change. God knows what ways.
But wouldn't we have to be in a position to make a case for a tunnel if that's what the recommendation is going to be from the BDCP?
It's a different subject, but it's the question of what within the Delta plan should we say about major elements of BDCP, if anything, and when and where. Remember at the last meeting or the one before, we've had so many meetings I can't remember when we said it. One option we were thinking about is a letter simultaneously with the conclusion of the plan that would be a BDCP, because then that would be under our responsible agency role, CEQA, to provide comments. You haven't resolved the right format yet, have you?
Well, I think what we're going to recommend, and it's part of the discussion tomorrow with ecosystem, because it is a conservation plan, and so that's where we put it in the Delta plan. What we were going to recommend is that we actually send another letter, that we continue sending letters rather than put something specific into the Delta plan. And we'll talk about what we should say when we send those letters. The legislation gave us 3 roles. Responsible agency said that BDCP was to consult with us as they developed BDCP, and then lastly that role of an appeal So in the consultative role or the responsible agency role, I think we should send letters saying, this is what we understand is going on, and these are recommendations we have for you.
If we were finalizing this tomorrow for public comment,
yes,
what would you put in there about a tunnel?
What I would say is that they need to analyze a wide range of alternatives, that they need to make sure that when they do that, they think about and analyze what happens long term, not just over the 20, 30, 40 years or even 50 years, which is the length of the time. I'd say they should be.
So you're giving directions to the BDCP.
This is what I would recommend. We wouldn't say it as a directive.
The responsible agency is a responsibility, Chris, correct me, to comment. You can make recommendations, but to comment on another agency's process. But that other agency, for our purposes, is Department of Water Resources in its role of being the lead state agency, PDCP.
And I guess I would say that it's really important that they get it done, that it's important for the state, that as hard as it is, as difficult as it's going to be, and I'm assuming we send this letter, we would send it to Jerry Merrill and Mark Cowan.
So this would be a combination status report and forecast of what's being done, when it will be done, and what shape it will take?
We could tell them what we're doing, but it would be more, what's the council say? And we'll talk about what you guys want to say. I know the vice chair has ideas.
Yeah, Randy.
We're bouncing back between financing and water resources chapters, but in the water resources chapter, we give them until 2014 to complete the permit process.
Right.
And the policy currently states that if they do not, then we will do something. My recommendation is that we should ask them now to be prepared to provide short-term and interim-term measures for our consideration prior to the 2014 or later completion of the BDC permitting.
I think it has to be that way because it impacts everything, particularly the financing.
I like that idea too. I don't want to do that in lieu of suggesting a possible short-term package we might put together out of our work, similar to the discussion a few minutes ago. But the notion of asking them for their list, you build it in the whole thing. I mean, for example, they're not going to easily go to flood control, floodplain stuff, because that's not really where they started and so on. And that's logically where we've moved as one of our major elements and recommendations. So there's going to have to be a balancing because our role is a little bigger. What do you think?
I think that's fine, but as far as conveyance, the conveyance component,
I'm sorry, excuse me.
They are going to be so much further ahead than anybody else. We need to benefit from their experience. And even if they don't have something permitted and ready to go, they'll have some ideas about some short-term measures, such as siphons to prevent reverse flows in the San Joaquin River, things like that. That would be investments that wouldn't be wasted, but would enhance the system while we're waiting for a longer-term fix.
Well, without getting too simplistic, if there is a catastrophic event in the Delta, I mean, wouldn't this peripheral canal tunnel be one way of ensuring a reliable water supply? Wouldn't it be the only way?
Arguably it would, but
not the only way.
If there's a catastrophic failure, it'll still take 7 to 10 years to construct it, even if you waived every environmental law.
I'm saying if it happens after construction, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, part of the rationale for a tunnel newly developed is the increasing awareness of seismic risk and sea level rise, which makes a surface facility, albeit cheaper, perhaps more vulnerable. I'm not sure. I think that's the argument.
Yeah, I think that's right. But I think this issue of shorter-term steps, smaller things, I appreciate the discussion. I do think it's a good idea to ask them because there's a lot of knowledge there and they're thinking about it. I also think, apropos or going back to the discussion about risk, that if this is such a huge risk, we shouldn't just be banking on one big fix. We should also be doing the armoring or whatever else it is, because if it's that important, we have to, because otherwise the other answer is increased flows, which takes water away from
Yeah, but it just seems to me that unless we address the repair and the viability of the levees as well as, something else like a tunnel.
Well,
I mean, we've done a lot of little stuff, but we haven't had the same impact that we should have.
But just to remember, if the theory we're going to take is we're doing this in stages, our program covers 90 years, and we can't really develop an alternative facilities plan unless BDCP collapses or they give us theirs, or we decide we can't wait anymore. We want to have it out. I like the idea of asking them for their recommendations on near-term, short-term, immediate needs. Forget what we call it, things that could be done. I think that discussion might force the federal and state agencies to give a little more focus to areas where they actually agree, but everybody's been waiting for the big other decisions to be made, and that's not going to be anytime soon. I like that, the feel.
Recognizing that it's a snapshot and that it may change in the future.
Yes.
I do too. Yes. I think actually you'd be surprised that they would recommend a lot of the things that we're proposing.
You know what we might want to think about doing, Joe? If there's a letter to be sent out that asks for their advice or suggestions on near-term, short, whatever it's called, that might be something we'd want to consider for the next meeting, which is June 13th. And it might also lead us then to say, here's what we're thinking about near-term actions. But before we do our final stuff, do you have modifications, suggestions, alternatives we want to think about? Now, whether they could turn that around, I do not know.
I'm actually thinking I'd like to send it before then so we could get the results back in time to incorporate in our next draft.
Well, okay, I'm not going to ask for a vote now, but just members, would you think about the possibility that we, based on this discussion and what we hear from the public, on that point and any other point, we'd ask staff to construct, and the last 3 letters have been your signature, Joe. All of our scoping letters under CEQA have been Joe's signatures, and we've done 3, and this would be another one. And then get that out. Now, if there's an alternative, I'm open to it. I don't want to call another meeting. I don't want to do our very first conference call voting session on this unless it's needed, but I would.
Can we get all those Aqua guys to sign along with us?
Yeah, right. I have actually talked with Jerry Merrill about the possibility of us exchanging letters, so this would fit well within. Yeah. We've talked about it a couple times in the last week.
No, that's, well, yeah, but he'd like to send it with at least our understanding. So not to make a motion. Let's get through the rest of this chapter as fast as we can, get the public testimony. Members, the next is a short page 110, continuation of near-term planning, science, and related needs. Just one thing, neither Chapter 2, which is our fundamental science chapter, nor this really defines with any clarity the scope of an ongoing science program or even puts a ballpark figure on it. Nor does it make an argument for its importance, although it's implicit in everything we do. I think we should make that argument. If the statement here is right, more than 50% of all of our operational costs are for the science program in the broadest sense. I believe that's probably true. Was true in the last stages of CalFed too. Well, that is unknown in the California legislature, I bet you. Just absolutely unknown. And we ought to clarify it here.
We will do that in the next draft.
All right. On the BDCP stuff, I think we've talked about it. I do recommend the screening of it so we can distinguish the thing. Let's go through the recommendation strategy with the understanding whatever is in their next recommendation will be organized in a slightly different way by understandable categories, perhaps. I don't know how you do it. There was a recommendation of $50 million pulled out of the air for Delta Conservancy commence implementation of ecosystem, and that grew out of ideas plus Don's comments that we're not using the Conservancy effectively, and by God, they got to start working because at least they've got local representatives, and we're tired of talking to just state bureaucrats. We want to talk to real people, and they're there.
Was that a paraphrase of what I said?
No, direct quote. Direct quote.
Okay.
Okay. All right. On that
Go back
point,
and look at the tape.
Anything Joe, you guys, anything you want to add to that point?
We just need to sharpen this one and talk about exactly what they're going to do with it and the timeline they're going to spend.
Yeah, I noticed their comment letter is they wanted to talk to you about the details of the money that is not
They
yet
like
available.
the money, but
yeah, right, and they want to start how to spend it, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think sharpening it would be in order. I'm not sure in a financing strategy I'd start with that one, but that's neither here nor there. The next, many of them are flooding and so on, but recommendation 2 is PUC commence a formal hearing to impose a reasonable fee flood disaster prevention of regulated privately owned utilities across the Delta, clearly within their jurisdiction. Clearly important and controversial for the regulated utilities, but important. Comments? Okay. All right. Second diamond point, page 112, line 3. This is a request the PUC direct all the regulated utilities to immediately take steps to protect their facilities in the Delta from the consequences of catastrophic failure. That's tied into language that we saw in the risk stuff, the risk chapter, Gwen, on PUC involvement, and it's also tied to some water resources need to plan for catastrophic failure, which is fundamentally a state, indirectly federal, is state action, isn't it?
The water resources is to plan for a 6-month interruption of Delta
that's right.
exports.
I'm sorry, that's right.
For whatever reason. But that would be catastrophic failure probably.
That's
something.
right. I'm thinking about the emergency response language about developing the state plan for catastrophic failure. I'm sorry, I'm misstated. Okay. Questions on that? Okay. Governor should direct state agencies with projects or infrastructure in the Delta to set aside a reasonable amount to pay for flood protection and disaster prevention. Mr. Natoli notes the Kutras principle of $99 of state money for one of local. No, he didn't notice that. 90-10 in an offer of harmony and peace. Well, the fact of the matter is an executive order can be issued if the governor wants to do it. There are a host of things in here, planning and coordination. He actually could consolidate in an executive order that would push the process not very far, but far further than it is now. Executive order is a useful tool, and this is one of the examples. I like the idea of thinking it. And telling state agencies they have to plan and set aside money will drive them nuts. I mean, Caltrans will be in here in 3 minutes. Okay. Pardon? One way to get them, yes, right. Okay, questions on that. Recommendation 3, Regional Management Flood Agency, we previously talked about, but this is a suggestion that you front some state money for the benefit assessment planning, which will be contentious and take a while. And then, Joe, you're recommending $100 million from existing funds to move it along.
Yes, after the plan is developed, the thought is that then the state matches 50-50. That's consistent with what you pushed Senator Machado into saying here a few weeks ago, and I think with good government principles. And it also, the $100 million is consistent with requests that we've received from the North and South Delta water agencies who think that that would be an appropriate sum that would make significant difference in being able to.
Because this is specific, it's the one time where I'd want you to think through whether or not you don't wish to state a cost-sharing ratio up front of 50-50 or something. I leave it to your discretion on that, but it's important not to leave the recommendation without noting.
Well, we say on a 50% basis with non-state funding, so that was my attempt. Maybe
did you intend that to be local or simply non-state money? You know these fights. You've been through these fights.
I know these fights, and I've gotten money from the state using federal money.
Yes, but by using unclear language while you were managing a water agency down south. I've heard that story. Needing and expecting only $30 million, he got $300 million by just asking.
It was a little more complex than that.
A miracle.
But
it's your turn.
Yes.
Well, sandpaper this to at least cater to Pat and my sense of fiscal prudence.
I should tell you the first time I ever met Pat Johnson was I was lobbying for Prop 13, a bond measure, and Pat stood up and made a speech against it on the floor of the Senate.
He was chair of the Senate Finance Committee.
Yeah, it passed anyway, but he was great. He was honorable, honest, and did a great job.
And he lost. Is that what you're saying?
We did a wonderful job with the money we got from that bond.
Okay. All right. Anything else on that? Okay. Recommendation 4 ties to the floodplain discussion we had in the San Joaquin, and this is take $50 million of existing 1E money, which is flood protection money, approved by the voters, and start to begin the process to acquire land for the floodplain. That is the kind of action that triggers the movement to see it done. Questions? Okay. Let's see. Continuous appropriation in support of emergency response planning. Anything on R5?
Just a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The word appropriate is one I use freely. Oh, sorry. The word appropriate is one I use freely. A lot of the time I'm not sure I know what it means here. It seems a little vague.
Consider a word different than appropriate.
Or something more descriptive.
Is this, okay, in the first appropriate, the first word in the sentence?
This was probably, when I was kibitzing, I'd say something like prudent, reasonable, adequate, and they said, oh, yes. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I want to raise a question, because it kind of goes back to some of the workshops we've had, and that is about, we've heard from different sources about how much money is available in bond funds, either already committed or potentially available for levy improvements, and how much is waiting for the locals to step up to have the money to be able to match it. Right. And I think that as we come back and have this conversation about, if we get to this to discussion about the priorities, we haven't had discussion, but if we get it, that there might be some element here where if there's a desire to try to see that priority list addressed, or to help facilitate that, and it goes back to the point a moment ago about a 50% basis. But if the money sits there and you don't have we're talking about putting more back to the locals and responsibility. Well, maybe as a part of a plan, at least in your immediate end of it, is that you've got monies that have been set aside. They've been chipped away at by other needs, and just because of the certainly legitimate things, but because of the financial situation the state's in. But if voters approve them for that, and they sit there, and meanwhile we're concerned about deterioration or not moving fast enough, maybe there's a way to incentivize this as a part of this plan, and have a window, along with all these other things we're recommending for flood insurance, and for them taking it on and doing their own assessment district and so forth and so on, that maybe there's a way to jumpstart the process, or at least recommend that through the plan, to say that, here, we've done this work, we've had the agencies come forward, you've got some inventory of the need out there. Now let's take this window and see if we can't catch up a bit, because otherwise this ongoing iteration of so many millions a year, and it may be all anybody can absorb, because you can't, reclamation just don't have the capacity to do it. Now, I'm not suggesting that you do that forever and all the time, but it would seem to me this might be an opportunity to, just as you jumpstart maybe the Conservancy's effort, but you've got these levies, you've got this long identified list. Maybe you really chip into that list a bit by having a window that incentivizes. So that's again, just a thought that's come out as I've listened to some of this discussion here today. And I don't know how that would work, how it would be structured, and whether it would even fit with existing laws related to the bond monies and existing legislative intent and or statutes. But that might be a way to get to some of the levy situation and take some of those, the worst first, and do it in a way that gives them a window to have a...
Mr. Grindstaff and our staff and consultants are going to chew over that and give us some ideas, hopefully. Please.
Okay,
please.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, recommendation 6 is a clear report on total spending for water resources in California. This is kind of comparable to what CalFed Bay Delta did, what did you call, what's that budget called?
We do a cross-cut budget, but this is quite a bit beyond that. This is really tough, not something that's easy to do. What we do with the cross-cut budget is we take state and federal agencies and identify the funding, which they self-identify as relating to CalFed, and we do that budget. It was required in the federal legislation, and we provide that.
And we're still doing it.
And we're still doing that, and it's an important service, but what this is, it goes beyond that quite a bit, and it would be really useful information, but it's not something that we could expect to turn around in 1 year even. It would probably take a year of meeting with people and figuring out what all is out there and gathering data to do to get one report, and then another couple of years to figure out how to make that a routine occurrence.
Randy.
Joe, this would include special districts, cities, counties.
If we, that's something that it's up to you. I think for the interests of the state, it probably would be a good thing to do that. I would propose that we just start off even doing everything that we know about with state and federal agencies, and then expand it.
So you intended this to refer to the State Water Project?
Not just to the State Water Project. So it's
to the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project?
Yeah, but they're the Corps of Engineers, for example, that spends a lot of money in the state, $200 million this last year on different water things. We spend a lot of money that most people don't see, well, a lot, millions in science, for example. USGS spends money on science. Our lead scientist is paid for by the USGS. EPA spends a lot of money in California, and we don't ever track that very effectively. The state board gives out loans.
Water board.
The water board does, and they know what loans they've done. But there isn't any place where anybody kind of looks at all of those things and synthesizes it and tries to present it in a way where it's understandable. So even what we have in this chapter, I got a comment back from Jay Lund. Wow, I've never seen that before, where we actually have all of the numbers for special districts for water and special districts for sewer, and how much DWR's budget is. So it would be a good thing to do, but it's not an easy one to do.
Well, it needs more work, obviously.
Yes.
To describe who would be submitting the information for this report, but I guess it begs the question, why? What's the usefulness of having that number?
Well, I think the usefulness in the long term, it's not one number. It's actually seeing what all the programs are and understanding how they all fit together, because it may be that when you actually have that information, you would recommend that you change and reprioritize things. Very often, in large bureaucracies, you get programs that were established in one administration and just get carried on. And the next administration comes in and they establish a new program. The old program's still running, but nobody pays any attention to it, and it's $2 or $3 million a year. And as you go on, those things accumulate, and that's especially prevalent in state and federal agencies, not local agencies. And so that's why I would start there. It's just, but I'm a little hesitant about doing it because I know how hard it's going to be, and it wouldn't be my top priority for the council.
What I just heard you say is that you would find this information useful to eliminate waste.
Yes.
I think there's a better way to get at it than to put everybody through a headache that isn't part of the State Water Project or the Central Valley Project.
First of all, I think it's within our authority to do that anyway.
It's within our authority.
We have the existing CalFed authority. I'm not even sure you want to make a recommendation. Why recommend what we have the authority to do? It's consistent with the notion of data gaps that we intend. We're doing the cross-cut budget, and the fact that we've incorporated the controller's report on local agencies in water, flood, and waste and rely on that report is probably the most important tool. I'm a great fan of being able to get blocks of information that at least tell you where you are, and our difficulty in assembling questions, how much water do we have, who uses it, how much money are we paying, is not unusual in water. It's true throughout big complicated systems. But I don't think it needs a recommendation, although I'd sure love to see a data gap, information, and continuation of cross-cut budget in the plan as a declaration by the council that, first of all, we have to do it because we've inherited the duties of CalFed.
After hearing this discussion, part of what we need to do as we implement the Delta plan is actually have what do they call it? The page on the web that actually shows dashboard. And for us, gathering that information is going to be a significant challenge. And what I'd like to do is start with doing that dashboard. And part of it ultimately should be understanding the finances of all these things, but I'd like to build the other performance measures, metrics and targets, and build that first, and then go to finances.
This is not something where I would see that, other than the requirements to meet federal law and the CalFed obligations, I don't want to issue, we're not a regulation to covered agencies or any of that, but I'd like to accumulate what information we have, standardize its format, make it available, so hopefully we can learn something from it, and the public can access it on the website and also understand.
I will reconfigure it.
Yeah.
It looks like Table 9.1 provides the information that you're asking for in FPR6.
I don't think that was the purpose of it. The purpose was not to come up with the total number of how much money the table is.
That's what the policy says. Yeah. Report on total spending.
Yeah, so poorly worded, but I think the intent was to actually be able to categorize spending so you actually understand it.
So the information is being collected by whomever provided this Table 9.1. So maybe the policy should be to ask whoever compiles that information.
We actually did that as part of this Delta plan. Nobody compiles that information currently.
Okay. All right, other questions on that? Okay, recommendation 7. This is the user fee, stressor fee stuff to support co-equal goals. Now, we can't do it by regulation. We're recommending the legislature grant us the authority to develop fees that would apply to the Operational Cost Council, Conservancy, Delta Protection Commission. And operational cost, one assumes, includes science program, right? That's a yes?
That's a yes.
Okay, he nodded his head and now has verified that. Okay, questions? Okay. The next diamond under user stressor fees is really a cost of operations of the council should be advanced for a period of 10 years. Previously discussed the unified budget of the new governance structure, approximately X million. And you had earlier drafts where you had dollars in and all that kind of stuff. What do you want to do with these next two bullets or diamonds go together?
Yes, they do. This is all one kind of comprehensive way of doing it. I think what I'm going to want to do is actually put real numbers in there and background information that says this is how we came up with that number. Right now, I'll give you a rough number verbally. Our science program, if we do it right, based on the planning, and actually a couple of years ago they went through and laid out a plan for science, would cost probably on the order of $27 million a year to do right. So that's a significant number. Running the rest of the organization, then running the Delta Conservancy and the Delta Protection Commission may push the total number up close to 50. I want to actually have something more detailed so people can see those numbers, so that you have the total there, and then it's the other thing we didn't do is say which fund we should advance the money from, and I have heard different ideas. I know the chair has his favorite, and I heard a suggestion the other day for another fund that's a possibility, and so I think there are some places where it's possible to do that.
Just so I can understand, so you're talking about advancing $500 million?
Yes, up to.
Up to. You're just using your rough verbal. No.
Over 10 years, yes.
It's
a lot of money.
So you would advance it annually, though, versus
$50 million.
I see.
Okay,
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I am obviously being careful to not underestimate the number, but I want to get it in the right ballpark.
And the 10 years is in lieu of fee authority?
Yeah, and the assumption is that doing fees, getting that all developed, would take up to 10 years. Obviously, as soon as you get fee authority, then you stop doing that and you collect the revenues and you begin repaying the advances. So it's not that you don't repay. It is repaid with fees, but it is you want to be able to go through what is likely to be a very tortuous process. I mean, we had the beginning of a discussion today on how you would do fees and assess people, and that's, believe me, it would be very, very contentious, very difficult to do. It would take significant time. With this council, probably faster than any other public body I've ever worked with, but still it would take significant time.
Joe, when we say fees, is this like a one-time cost or an annual cost?
No,
or is it
what we're talking
pricing?
about here are ongoing fees. For example, if we talk about stressor fees, if you're discharging a pollutant and that pollutant is having an impact on the system, then you assess a fee based on that, and you if you reduce your discharge of the pollutant, your fee goes down. If you withdraw water from an unscreened diversion, you pay a fee based on your impacts, if you will.
So this is assessed weekly, monthly, daily?
Probably annually. And
volumetrically?
Well, volumetrically is not just how much water. It could be how many pounds of the pollutant yes. It's complex.
All of the above.
All of the above. And so you have to, and figuring out how to allocate those fees fairly in a way that will withstand a challenge in court, and then withstanding that challenge in court, that's not an easy task.
Could be done.
Could be done, absolutely.
I mean, the cost to clean up the water as a result of that pollutant, and the overall natural cost of that, the harm to the overall environment. You could put a figure on that as well.
Sure. So it's diversions. It's
Chris will find a way.
He's the guy. So that is the proposal here, that it's beneficiaries and stressors that you.
Well, you're going to take this section and flesh it out further to make it a little more understandable, right?
We are.
Okay.
Alan.
But this is not the place to develop a full-scale set of recommendations.
No.
It's because we lack the authority to implement it now.
Concept.
It's the concept that's important. Randy.
Well, ultimately, there needs to be a linkage from this chapter to chapters such as ecosystem restoration, water supply reliability, and the stressor fee approach. It's going to need to tie back to the ecosystem restoration chapter.
Yes.
Very much. Okay. Felicia? No. Okay. All right. Let's see. Line 36, page 1. Revenue bond authority should be granted to implement the Delta plan should a fiscal partner be found. And that, I just, if I'm right on the notion that GO bonds are going to decline as a source of water financing, it strikes me that any agency involved in water, state or local, is going to be looking for revenue bonds or some comparable provision. And if the legislature wants to grant the authority, I'm like Joe. I think, as presently configured, we are closer to being an agency who might make some decisions in smaller scale projects in a faster time than others, but it would require legislative authorization to do so. This is one piece of it. R8, line 38, is the carbon offset. We had the discussion previously on carbon offset. I think you're going to expand this definition. Don's got some ideas, so on. Okay, R9, a local assessment authority for local water agencies. Gwen or Alan, will you just give a slug at this? I think I understand what it means. Prop 218, of course, is voter-imposed limitations on fees. There's been a Prop 26 since. It's harder and harder for water agencies, local governments, to impose fees. Why
don't I talk about this one?
Okay.
When I met with some of the water districts who are involved in overdraft groundwater management, they said to me, first of all, they hate the fact that the council would even think about saying anything about overdraft, and they're trying to be responsible and responsive. They said to me, one of the things you could do that would be helpful is actually help us get this authority. And so we put this in. We've asked them for more specific language. So it's really a thing to help groundwater management agencies do the job they want to do so that we don't have the problems that we're so afraid of.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next page, page 113 at the top, recommendation 10, the public goods charge. Who wants to take a crack at explaining that?
Sure. The public's good charge, actually, we've got a pretty good example that's out there already that's on the energy side that was created in '96. And
that's the Public Utilities Commission.
Yes, And so basically what we're looking for, especially in light of things we talked about, that there may not be access to general obligation bonds, you're trying to look at how could you generate some revenue to pay for some of those things that really have statewide benefit. Whether that's things like putting together the water plan, could be some ecosystem benefits. So you're looking for a new approach or new vehicle to fund that. So the public's good charge would be developed so you could pick some of those up, and you could have that set up so that, again, that's volume based. You could distinguish between urban and agriculture as we put it together. But again, we're trying to come up with a new financing vehicle in the water side. And again, we have the great example that was done on the energy side. So we've got a starting point. And in fact, folks are looking at that as well. There's other studies going on as we speak on putting in a public good charge for water. So,
Randy.
On the electrical side, the public benefits charge is 2.85% of the retail electric bill, commercial electric bill. That money stays in the district or in the utility, and then is reapplied to promote things like solar energy, wind energy, to compensate low-income billing and so on, lifeline rates and things like that. You said this would be like that. So the idea behind this is the money would not go to Sacramento, it would stay at the local district?
No, essentially the money would be looking at trying to pick up some of those things that really have statewide benefit. Now, it's similar in the sense that the things you talked about, anybody that's putting in solar and kind of trying to get off the grid, you could say really has some benefit to the state as a whole. So as we go through this, I mean, there's a lot of things that have to be worked out yet as we go through this. But as we go in there, we'll have to decide how we're going to impose it, what it's going to be used for. A lot of the comments that we've gotten so far are very specific in terms of how that should be used, and we'll have to take that into account as well.
Don?
Yeah, my question is this used, because it doesn't sound like it's being used in California, used the parallel with energy, but is it being used in other states? Do they do this with water?
Not that I'm aware of.
So this would be the first in the nation where you actually take water and apply this?
Well, some states do impose some kind of surcharge for specific projects. Joe, you told me about something months ago, maybe last year. What in the dickens was
I know that some states do have charges associated with water to fund things like their departments of water resources, and that's something we need to do more research on to bring back examples. I'm not sure, to be honest, how the public goods charge ends up working. I know that in California on the power side, some goes to the Water Commission.
Can I make a suggestion on how you want to phrase this? I think you want to have subset. This is, first of all, we're not asking for authority to do it ourselves. No. This is the legislature ought to consider and establish. You could have a sentence that likens it to the public utilities allocation method, where as I understand it, the PUC has the right to set the rate on the regulated utilities and to, in general, categorize spending, but the accounting puts the money out in geographical or district region. That's my recollection. That's one approach. The other approach is closer to the Schwarzenegger proposal of a couple of years ago of a statewide surcharge on water to be just, administered for general purposes, and then later Joe Grindstaff said half of it should go to locals, and that didn't sell anybody. And so
having been part of that proposal, I thought it was a wonderful proposal, and I got killed by all my friends in the water industry.
Well,
I thought it was terrible.
The point is, rather than try to develop what a plan should look like, the goal here is, if you have a recommendation like this, is to preserve the idea. You may wish to illustrate different approaches without, the legislature is going to do what it's going to do anyway, and it's probably a sensible idea to at least give them a couple of alternatives.
Mr. Chair, because you sent us any background information you have on this, not Annie, but something that would summarize.
Sure.
Randy obviously had a good understanding of how it works in the energy field. I'd be interested to learn a little more about it. So there's some reference material you can reference. And I would just say one thought occurred to me. If you're tied this back to the Delta plan, rather than just put it to a California water plan update, you either leave it with the locals, or if you're trying to decrease reliance on the Delta or do things to improve the Delta, if you get the focus there, you do it in ways that incentivizes, again, back to local areas to do more with their conservation approaches, their water management plans, recharge, storage, whatever it is. It seems to me, rather than just do more plans, if you're going to, if this were going to be, and again, the legislature is going to do what the legislature does, but assuming if you're going to offer some suggestions that you tie it back more than just this broad, put it back into the state system so you can do more planning, well, that's all well and fine, but does that really get you where your desired result is, and tying it back to some of the things we've talked about and continue to talk about in this plan? So, again, I think it's interesting, but I'd like to learn more about it.
Okay. All right. Members, my suggestion is we not go through the funding source item by. This was just a categorization of ideas that Alan developed. I don't think there are any revolutionary items here. There are controversial items over every page, but there's not a revolutionary idea worth of note. But I still think this is probably an appendix to the Delta plan for purposes of illustration. I'd like to get public comments, if you don't mind, on this chapter. Mr. Moran, now Chapter 9. My apologies for making you wait.
We'd like it in a musical mode.
Yeah, if you could sing that, please.
He can.
Thank you.
Well, and thank you for calling my name 3 times. I take it that means I get 3 times the comment time. Actually, I just have 3 comments, so I'll be pretty brief. The first is on the suggestion that you include the white papers as part of the document. I see the value. No, we didn't say that. We said some information in the white paper should be included in the document. That may help. What occurred to me is that when you developed the white papers, you received a bunch of comments on those. They were not incorporated into the white papers. That's right. But those comments plus the white paper are going to be. Well, in fact, a lot of the narrative and textual discussion that you see in this third draft, if it's not word for word, it is similar to what appeared in the white paper and is informed by that white paper. But I think we've actually removed some of the points that people quibbled about.
And the white papers are being used as the base for the EIR. I forget the technical term, but you will see revised information from almost all those white papers. They're going to be part of the baseline that we use in the EIR document.
And that probably takes care of it. My point was just that they were never finalized, so if they were going to be incorporated in total. And
the intent was to take all those comments and finalize them as part of the EIR.
Great. Second comment, goes to the panel actually this morning with the cities. I thought it was very interesting, and it underlined for me the necessity not only for being really clear about what a covered action is, but also being clear about the standard that you use for assessing covered actions again, for consistency. And we had submitted a comment about that. I think it's important to establish that the consistency determination is a matter of balance, that not all projects are going to serve all objectives equally. And in fact, some will be contradictory. An ecosystem restoration project will probably challenge reliable water supply, or at least some will. So that you can't have a strict conformance standard on that assessment. It has to be something other than that, some kind of balancing, similar to what FERC uses, similar to what the board would use on the public trust determination, something similar to what basically is the basis of CEQA determination. So I think it is important that there be that the standard be a balancing one, and it should probably be explicit in your document so that agencies who are making their own consistency determinations know that it's a balancing standard and know what standard they'll be held to if it's brought here on appeal. I understand that you're considering putting together a definition section. That might be the place to put it. Okay. And then the third comment, if I can call your attention to page 108, line 19. It says that the finance plan should include mechanisms to ensure that user fees may remain dedicated to their intended purpose. And I agree with that. I think it's important to recognize that there is some tension between that and adaptive management, and that adaptive management actions can alter the balance of benefits and can in fact eliminate some. And if the ones that are being eliminated were the ones that somebody paid for, there's an issue there. And fully effective adaptive management needs to have fully adaptive financing. And unfortunately, there's no such thing. I think there's two ways of dealing with that. One could be financial, where there's some form of reimbursement that is if the benefits shift in some way, that's accommodated financially. That's pretty tricky, and I'm not sure exactly how you pull that off, but that would be one approach. The other would be to recognize that there are limits to what you can ask a project to do in terms of adaptive management. There are some applications of adaptive management that would make a project totally unfinanceable. And I think there needs to be sensitivity to that and allowance for that. I believe BDCP is actually, that's one of the things they're trying to wrestle with, is that as they look at their adaptive management, they're trying to constrain the range of adaptation that they would be held to, in part to retain the benefits that were financed by the beneficiaries.
Mr. Moran, thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Minton. Jonas Minton is not here. Ms. Lopez from Calaveras County Water District.
Good afternoon. We certainly sympathize with the challenge that you have of trying to finance all the different things that need to happen. I know water agencies at all levels are in the same struggle, and I appreciate staff's comment at the very beginning is that there's a lot of uncertainties, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Let's take out things that we don't know and then take pragmatic steps to make sure we do this right. Because what you're doing, all eyes will be on you, and we want to make sure that the public as well as the legislature has a confidence that we're moving in the right direction. Your recommendation carries a lot of weight, even if it's a recommendation and not regulatory. Again, legislature looks to you.
When I met with all those Mountain County people, I was full of recommendations, and they paid attention to very few of them, but they were polite to me.
Oh, absolutely. And because your recommendation carries a lot of weight, I think it's very important to make sure that even if it's a recommendation, that it's well-researched and well-founded as well as supported. Mm-hmm. Advancing of funds. I certainly understand your situation, Joe, because I think everybody in this room, and certainly managers in the water industry, we're all tasked with doing more with less. We're laying off people just like cities up and down the state, and we can't even have the funds to be able to repair and replace pipes that deliver the water. And that's because the economic condition, as well as requirements for conservation, our revenue is getting less and less. The public sentiment is getting stronger and stronger against any kind of additional cost. The Prop 26 is a real indicator of the public sentiment. Prop 218, that most water agencies that impose rates that we're subjected to get pummeled. And less our ability to increase rate, it's diminishing. And what that means is we can't deliver the water. When we talk about crisis and focus on the Delta, there's another crisis, and that is crisis of not having the infrastructure, not being able to do capital improvement projects, not having staff out there to provide your most basic service. So we ask the council to recognize that, and again, we recognize this is an important thing that you need to engage, but to take slow incremental steps and really do an extensive research before recommendations are made. Also, any kind of fees or charges, however you phrase it, if you attempt to circumvent Prop 218 or even Prop 26, it will get the public into a frenzy. All of us are hearing quibbles from different communities. They're concerned about this thing that they hear about public goods charge for water. This has been around since AB 32, and at that time, we were assured by staff that, well, we know this is going to be very controversial and contentious, so we'll talk about it later. We'll talk about the specifics at another time. And
Staff.
Us? No,
Air Board.
32, right.
Oh,
and we recognized that this was going to be a huge undertaking, so we appreciate the fact that they understood that and said, okay, we will discuss it more in detail. But as discussed today, it's difficult for us to support a recommendation when you are not fully aware of what something like a public goods charge is. The public goods charge that's administered through the power utilities, through the California Public Utilities Commission, is very different than when the landscape of water in California. The CPUC only regulates 20% of the potable water delivered in California.
Right.
As opposed to power, where they regulate the three major players that provide majority of the power. So there's a real distinction. It's a different beast. And before we start mirroring any kind of recommendation with the power side, I think the details really need to be vetted to see if that is the right approach. And before you start calling it even a public goods charge, I think we have to be careful, because people will throw that red flag out there and say, you can't compare the two, it's apples to oranges. And so we don't want to set ourselves up for failure. And again, we ask you to get as much information and input from those of us that will have to deal with the ratepayers, those of us that have to answer to our customers, because this will not be popular. We can't even increase rates to the basic functions. And so if a state comes in to support a two governance structures at a cost estimated at $50 million a year, the public will not be happy. And I think it's important to recognize that. So as we move forward, they lump us up all into one, water. So we want to make sure that we do this right, and we do it in a way that's collaborative, so that we can all be successful to heal the Delta, as well as to make sure that the water gets from the source to the faucet. And we have people of all economic levels, and I think this is something that you could have a great plan and all the great recommendation, but this will be a thorn that could potentially damage everything that we're trying to do if we move too fast and get ahead of ourselves.
Thank you. Mr. Koutras.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to talk to the council about BDCP and ask you to stop the path that you're on. I can't ask you to stop in the name of love, because that's not the relationship we have. But I can ask you to stop in the name of objectivity. I want to walk through, and I know that we spend a lot of time giving opinions, but there's 5 touchstones, I think, in the legislation on BDCP. And I want to just talk about those and talk about the concern that I've expressed before, that you not get too far down the road of suggesting specifically what BDCP should be doing. The BDCP process is on its own.
You previously suggested we should tell them to go away and
Well,
change their procedures
you convinced me
not
that
have
you
an
don't
export facility.
And you convinced me you don't have that authority, and I accept that.
No, we had the ability to say it.
You do. But the BDCP process is on its own path. We're trying to insert ourselves as Delta counties into that process. As of yesterday morning at 11 a.m., I had additional discussions with Dr. Merrill and his staff on how to do that or potential approaches. But this legislation here, talking about your role, I think the council is getting ahead of itself. And the reason I say that is I think the construct, when I go over this, and I went over it again last night, about BDCP, and I was not going to talk about it today, save for your discussion. I think you need to be patient and let BDCP either succeed or fail on its own before you step in and offer. I heard discussions of you should insert in the letter or in your plan the tunnel or some specific
We've
references.
already sent 3 letters. You've seen those letters.
I've seen your letters, and I'm saying here about the plan itself. You sent consultation letters. You sent, you're supposed to be helping them develop and consult with them on the EIR as a responsible agency. I understand all those roles. I'm talking about what's going to be in this plan here. And yes, you have a charge of developing a more reliable water supply. Mm-hmm. Yes, you have a charge of specifically looking at improving water conveyance. But very clearly in 85320, and it's on starts on page 37 of our hymnal here, talking about you'll incorporate the Delta plan if it does all the the BDCP into the Delta plan if it does all the following. And I don't think you ought to go any further than this in the Delta plan itself. In other words,
how do we then satisfy our legal obligation to be a responsible agency and comment on the process?
You can comment on the process as a responsible agency, as you have been doing with your letters from the council. That's a separate process than the body of the Delta plan.
Oh, I see. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I misunderstood. So it's not sending scoping letters.
No.
It's including the comments in the Delta plan. That's the gist of the objection.
I think if you put it in the Delta plan, you are prejudging what BDCP will look like.
Well, in the earlier discussion, with the contemplation was that Mr. Grindstaff would send a letter, not Delta plan language.
There was a discussion here of, I think Mr. Nordoff and others talked about incorporating into the Delta plan some things you think should be there in BDCP. Now, maybe I misunderstood. Maybe they were just comments from Mr. Grindstaff for the letter. But
what I said was let's try to find out where they stand and get a snapshot of where they are, recognizing that it could change. But ask them for where they are, a status report.
And in your responsible agency role and scoping process, I'm fine with that. I'm arguing here before you that ought not to make its way into the Delta plan. You've set...
Got it.
You've drawn a line. 2014, you don't do something, we're going to do it. Okay, fine. That's what you've drawn a line and said. But prior to 2014, please don't put anything in the plan.
Randy.
My recommendation was that we ask them for recommendations prior to 2014. Under the statute, we have the authority to do interim actions, and we're not limited to things that we can do interim actions on conveyance. It's a responsible thing to do as part of the Delta plan, and I think the best source of information on recommendations for interim steps would be the BDCP. That was the gist of my comment.
Understood, Councilmember Chiarini, but from my vantage point and the Delta County's vantage point, you are prejudging and stepping over a line what BDCP should look like if it's in the plan. And I understand you have authority on water conveyance. I get that. But, we've had 4 years of people running around saying there's no project definition under BDCP. Now, as of late, we've heard that there's going to be many alternatives considered. They're coming off of the 15,000 CFS as the only way. Again, this is an argument that will go on for years. I just wanted to raise it, and again, plead with you not to have in the plan itself any decision points on BDCP. So thank you.
Let me just say before you leave.
Yes, sir.
I mean, this has to be addressed. And we're not putting our own concept of what we think the BDCP should come up with. We're asking the BDCP where they stand in their deliberations and say, as of this point, when our plan is going out, this is what they're considering. You know, that they will come out with a formal recommendation in 2014 at some point, and we'll include it in the plan, having vetted it beforehand.
And Councilmember Nordoff, that gets to our viewpoint of a flawed process, not participatory, closed doors. There's a whole plethora of issues surrounding what their current ideas might be. Mm-hmm. And to have you give credence to it by publishing it in this Delta plan, even if it's, the caveat is these are their ideas right now, you are going to draw a lot of issues from folks who say, well, wait a minute, that isn't a complete plan. I mean, if they offer to you, here's where we're at, have they made a project definition in advance of going through the CEQA process and their EIR process? So there's
I guess
lots
from
of
my way of thinking, the alternative is to leave it empty. We'd be remiss in doing that.
I understand.
Without giving the plan or the people who read the plan any indication of what could happen.
Well, you have the risk, you have risk sections, you talk about potential problems with the current conveyance system. You do recognize that the BDC process is underway. The law is specific in that. I mean, we're not being silent on the conversation about conveyance, but I'm requesting that this council not advance any particular positions at this time with regard to BDCP.
Mr. Grindstaff.
I think there was miscommunication because I don't think that's what the council proposed. So what I hear you saying is set a deadline, ask them for advice if you want to, but don't take a position on BDCP at this time. Let it play out. And I think that's
a fair summary, yes.
Where we're at.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. In order of the next three speakers, Ms. Dorn's first, Mr. Gilbert Snyder second, Mr. Rentz third. Ms. Dorn, Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District.
Well, good afternoon, almost early evening, Chair Eisenberg and council members. And Linda Dorn, Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. I'm glad you could recognize the acronym. And we have a lot of comments on the finance chapter, particularly the other stressors section. But to keep us from staying here into the evening, I would like to ask you all to please read our comments. We have very detailed ones. But there are a couple of recommendations that I'd like to make for the Delta plan to make it better, and then a couple of points. And the first recommendation is for the next draft, when you're discussing it at your council meeting, that you would put finance at the end, because all the other chapters lead up to what you need to finance. So it's, to me, to come back tomorrow to listen to the ecosystem and other chapters and then hear the finance today is, it's not as jointed as it could be. And then the other suggestion is that you do a complete council discussion. I really would have liked to have heard Felicia's comments on the other stressors fees, but I don't know them and won't now. So those are my couple of recommendations. One of the things that I heard from the question asked of the consultant here is why volumetric? You know, how does this, why are you picking that? And it seems to me it's simple. It's something that you can measure. But just because something is simple and measurable doesn't mean that it's reasonable. So I encourage you to keep in mind as you're developing your other stressor fees that reasonableness should be considered. And in that sense also, I heard that Joe used pollutant discharge as a way that you can measure something to put a fee on it. And he mentioned that, you know, if it has an impact, and this is one of the real questions in our comments, is if we are discharging and we are meeting water quality objectives, which means there is not a beneficial use impact, then how would you even impose a fee? So there's a couple other questions that you'll see in our detailed comments. There's some confusion, I think, on our part between how you would assess a other stressor fee on those who benefit and stress the delta at the same time. So that's a bit confusing. And I guess that's the main thing I want to do is direct you to reading our more detailed comments, so we won't be here. And I'd like to echo what the woman from Calaveras County said about fees and the impact locally. So we have comments on that too. So.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Gilbert Snyder from Edmond.
Thank you, Paul Gilbert Snyder again. We submitted our comments all in writing. I think you have them all, but I just wanted to hit on a couple of things that were touched on today. Regarding, let's see, the finance recommendation R3, the 50% matching. The only comment there is there might actually be cases where the state's interest is greater than 50%. So that 50% is arbitrary, and it really, we think it should be based more on back to the beneficiary's pay and some sort of a reasonable allocation and assessment.
And that would apply in your view both ways. That is, it's not a state minimum. It is a negotiated project by project.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then on the public goods charge, two things. First of all, what's presented, I realize this might change a lot, but what's presented here on line 4, page 113, this fund would provide for ecosystem costs that were once paid. I would definitely add here science and ecosystem costs. I mean, I think a public goods charge could be very appropriately used for science. The concern with the public goods charge, and that was also referred to today, was with regard to the electric charge and solar panels and water efficiency. One of our big concerns is an inappropriate use of that fee to fund water efficiency, because some areas of the state have invested a lot in water efficiency, other regions not so much. So we are concerned that money could be taken inappropriately from a region that has made lots of investments in water efficiency and be used in other regions where they've not, used their own existing resources to invest in water efficiency. So I think this kind of a charge, you just have to be careful about how the money gets used. And water efficiency is great. The folks who are there is a benefit to water efficiency, and it usually accrues to the people who are using the water efficiently. So that should be kept in mind as you contemplate, raising these revenues and allocating these revenues. Yes.
It sounds to me like you're advocating assessing local customers and then transferring the funds to Sacramento to be redistributed.
No. I'm not. No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm advocating against that. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm glad you clarified. Not at all. I think the fees should be collected locally and spent locally. I mean, if you want to say these fees should be collected and they have to be spent on these types of projects, that would be great. But they shouldn't be collected and then all sent to a different part of the state where they haven't done, what they should have been doing already. And I think the electric charge is kept regionally, kept locally.
So how would the Palmdale Water District apply those funds for ecosystem restoration?
Well, ecosystem restoration, I think, can be different. I mean, that's different than efficiency and science as well. So this might be a fund that is bifurcated. Portion of it stays local. Another portion of it goes to Sacramento.
That's the Schwarzenegger proposal that all water districts uniformly opposed a couple of years ago, because they said we're not sending more money to Sacramento than we get back. Randy's point. I mean,
It depends on how it's going to be used. Science, like we said, there are definite uses statewide that everybody benefits from. Ecosystem, if it's not a mitigation measure, then it's a statewide benefit. But if it's not mitigating for somebody's actions, science is a statewide benefit. There are definitely things, and I think we support broad fees for that type of thing. But the efficiency and other things, not so much.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but as far as your comments related to the public goods charge, I was just trying to draw out what you would recommend, because it, as we understand, what works in the electrical utility industry, where there's very few publics, probably won't translate very well to the water industry, where there are a majority of publics.
Right. And I think, and we've offered to sit down with your staff and talk about some of these issues, and it might be too specific for this level of the plan, but it goes to where are you going to spend the money? How is the money going to be spent? And that then would say, well, should it be kept locally or should it go statewide?
This goes back that research article from the scientist at Yale who talked about the difference between energy pricing and regulation compared to water. And the big factor was energy is primarily driven by private market considerations, and although they're price sensitive, they are not elected to office, and they are not voting sensitive on the raising of rates. And water is exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
Good. Much. Occasionally, except for some people, occasionally. Thank you very much. Mr. Rentz.
Mark Rentz, Aqua. To quote one of the first words that came out of your mouth, Mr. Chairman, when the staff finished their presentation, I think this discussion has been intriguing.
Well,
everybody, I think it's intriguing in this reason. There's a lot of questions unanswered, and for expediency of time, because everybody wants to get out of here, a lot of the questions that comments others have made are the comments that I would be making about this. So let me just cut to the chase. I believe it was the speaker from Calaveras County who stated that people will listen very closely to this council, and that there is a fine line sometimes between what constitutes a recommendation and what constitutes policy. FPR 7, page 112, the language is the legislature should grant. FPR 10 on top of 113 is the legislature should create. Given the level of questions that I asked here, I would suggest that maybe the council wants to take a little different approach. I think we all recognize financing of a 90-year effort is going to be very complicated, and California has a lot of struggles in how we're going to finance various efforts that we need to move forward with. So I think it's a very valid discussion for the council to have, and I think a finance plan is critical. I think anybody who's in the private business sector would say they would never move forward with a business project without having their finance plan completely worked through and justified, and have options in that finance plan in case their first approach doesn't succeed. So let me throw a suggestion to you that maybe staff wants to look at and the council wants to look at as they look at this chapter. The chapter, I think the council has an opportunity to facilitate a dialogue amongst the various players from all aspects and perspectives. And so maybe the language should change a little bit with the preamble type language that says the Delta Stewardship Council should investigate the options and the feasibility of the various options that can provide them some sort of financial certainty as they implement the plan. That would give you a chance to bring people together to discuss what are the options. I see these options here that are being laid out, 10 million here, 50% there, 100 million there, and I don't even understand whether those monies will overlap in some way or another, where the money will flow, and then who will distribute the money. So I would suggest to the council that critical element, absolutely critical element. We've said this very early on in our comments. It's one of the top elements that needs to be resolved, that the council consider more of a deliberation approach, that we deliberate on this and we talk together about what are the feasible options, what are the strategies, financial strategies that we could put into actually a plan, as opposed to a set of what I see as fairly draconian recommendations as laid out here.
How
So
can
that's
a
my-
recommendation be draconian that asks the legislature to do something?
Well,
you
that
write
to
letters
me
to the
is
legislature every month
I'll
saying
explain
a
how I-
stable and secure funding source for local governments is our desire. Do it.
I'll explain to you how I think it's draconian. You're asking the legislature to do something where even by your own staff's omission hasn't even been fully flushed out. That's what I'm saying is let's flush out these recommendations, let's develop a strategy, and then let's move forward together on that strategy. That's my suggestion. So I'll leave it at that. It's late in the evening. Reasonable minds can disagree, but that's my perspective I bring forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rentz. Okay, Mr. Minton has disappeared. He's the last blue slip of paper. Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, Ms. McCauley, Ms. Buchholz, anything else on today's activity? Okay, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, we have got to get through the ecosystem chapter, the water quality, and very important, we want to look at the summary of conceptual ideas on EIR alternatives, which is file item number 10 and the attachments in your meeting packet. Okay, so we will, I think tomorrow we're probably going to go, we're not going to get out at noon. There's just too much substance to do that. But we'll move it as rapidly as we can. If there are any information you need in the meantime, let us know. I've got Mr. Zuckerman's copy of a letter, Pat, for you that we'll put in the record. Members, thank you very much. Okay, meeting adjourned.